Chapter 9:27. December in Los Angeles was much colder than last year. The temperature dropped below 10 degrees at night, and it hovered around 15 degrees during the day. Usually, the temperature in Los Angeles was stable all year round. It would always be around 20 degrees, but this year was a bit different. After entering December, the entire city felt like a storm was coming. Of course, it wasn't a bad thing. It was just that the festive atmosphere was getting stronger. Even though there were still 20 days left, everyone became lazy. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of Christmas. The temperature in Mirror Lake had always been stable because of the abundant spiritual chi. The temperature in Mirror Lake was around 20 degrees during the day and wouldn't drop below 10 degrees at night. A few cars drove along the winding path to Mirror Lake. In the car, West warned Payne, Blacklist, and Eric. You have to remember that the president is stingy, very stingy. Everyone looked at West strangely. Saying this in front of so many people, was he really not afraid of death? In the president's house, do whatever he wants you to do. Don't do what he doesn't want you to do. Don't touch what you shouldn't touch. Don't take what you shouldn't take. Not even a leaf. Otherwise, you might have a chance to have intimate contact with the president's pets. Payne, let me borrow your spell. Eric immediately wanted to borrow Payne's druid spell. Everyone looked at Eric even more strangely. Gaia finally couldn't help but remind him, don't think about fighting with Chin's pets. They're all monster level. Some of them might be as strong as their mother. Payne, Blacklist, and Eric's expressions changed again. The others are just relatively weaker, but they're still monster level. I've seen the president's pets, Eric said. Eric said, but look at his pet. Although it's a little bigger, it's still a normal wild animal, right? Do you know about the Irvine incident a month ago? Yes, but I don't know the details. The Irvine incident was caused by something that calls itself Abaddon, Alas said. Abaddon? That Abaddon from the Apocalypse? The angel of plague and death? No one knows if it's the real Abaddon, but its strength is terrifying. The entire Irvine was shrouded in the fog of death, and the president's pet also played a crucial role in that battle. Alice said his snake, Raymond, transformed into a 20-meter-long snake. Doesn't the president have any normal pets? Yes, 2 little bears and 2 little lions. That should be the most normal. If you want to find someone to fight with, they should be the only ones you can beat. No, there's also Samuel. Samuel? The Demon King's name? What was that? What kind of creature is it? The 3 of them shuddered when they heard Samuel's name. Just a little kitten. It should be the weakest, but it's the leader of all the pets, West said. West, you forgot to introduce the president's 3 most special pets, Gaia said. Oh, right. The president's family also has 3 legendary magical beasts. Legend? The 3 of them immediately became serious, and they couldn't help but reveal curious expressions. What legendary magical beasts? Hell's 3-headed hound, Hydra, and fire dragon. Are you kidding? Anyway, the president's house is a huge zoo, West said. West said, I suspect that his pets are actually transformed from some legendary magical beast. Just then the cars stopped. Everyone from the 3 cars got off. Other than the old members of the association, Aduz, who had recovered from his injuries, and the new members who just joined the association last time were all here. Chen Zhao was preparing to barbecue. Hearing that the association was coming, he'd already prepared in advance. Hello, come in. Chen's already waiting for you. Fei Lai walked out slowly with a big belly. However, Fei Lai didn't accompany them. She planned to go to the backyard to pick some dead leaves for the grape trees. Some normal varieties of grape trees would lose all their leaves in winter. However, her grape trees would only have some dead leaves occasionally. After tasting the sweetness, Fei Lai treasured her grape trees a lot. The people from the association arrived at the front yard. Gaia walked up to help Chun Zhao with the barbecue. Which one of you doesn't eat spicy food? Gaia asked. They were here to visit Chun Zhao and relax at the same time. They didn't have any special purpose. Thus, everyone was more relaxed. Payne, Blacklist, and Eric were very nervous. What the others had said in the car kept them on tenterhooks. Klaus, can you get used to the association? Chun Zhao asked. Yes, Klaus answered. At first, they weren't used to it. Apart from humans, there were only evil spirits in the association. Moreover, there were evil spirits in groups. The first time they saw an evil spirit, they almost peed their pants. On the other hand, Aduz, an ordinary old guard, gave them a lot of guidance. He also introduced them to a few evil spirits that he could play with. In the past, they wouldn't dare to imagine this. Play with evil spirits? But after some time, they gradually got used to it. Actually, evil spirits were similar to them in some aspects. Fear. Fear of Chun Zhao. In the supernatural organization, Chun Zhao was like a demon king. They gradually understood him. For example, other than being petty, he was also very protective. Aduz had been in the hospital for 20 days. The puppeteer that had attacked and injured him was still locked in the temporary headquarters. Every day, they could hear horrifying screams coming from the dark room. By the way, where are you guys planning to go for your annual vacation? Chun Zhao asked. South Africa, Wes said. We're planning to go to Cape Town. President, are you coming? I won't. Fei Lai's already so big. It's not convenient for her to go far, Chun Zhao said. You guys have fun. Everyone was speechless. A 3-month belly? Was that big? Fei Lai could even jump around when she was 8 or 9 months pregnant. I only have one request. You guys can go and play. Spend the money however you want, but don't cause trouble for me, Chun Zhao said. I don't want to suddenly get a call from you guys asking me to save you during my Christmas vacation. President, we're just going for a vacation, Wes said, unconcerned. It's not like we're going to do something illegal. That's for the best. Have fun. By the way, where's Princess and the others? Chapter 9:28. Just then, they saw an unbelievably huge bear approach them with an equally huge crocodile in its mouth. Everyone looked at Princess and then at Panan. Panan's druid transformation spell could also turn him into a bear. But compared to Princess, Panan's bear was like a grandson. Such a huge crocodile, Wes said. How can there be such a huge crocodile in the river in LA? This was Los Angeles, after all. The appearance of such a behemoth in the city's river could cause panic if news got out. Most crocodiles could adapt to freshwater and seawater. If they wandered to a beach, they might attack people. Moreover, they were the largest crocodiles. Some that lived along the coastline could even fight with sharks in the sea. The crocodile before them was at least 6 meters long and almost a ton in weight. It was almost a top-tier predator. Of course, Chun Zhao's family wasn't included. Klaus walked up to the crocodile. Its skull was already shattered. It was still breathing, but it wasn't far from death. After inspecting it, Klaus looked up at Chun Zhao. President, this is an Australian crocodile. It can't be here. Could it have escaped from a zoo? Chun Zhao asked. There are a few crocodiles in the Central Zoo of LA, but the biggest one is only 4 meters. I've never heard of any crocodiles escaping from that zoo. I suspect that someone purposely placed it in the river. Klaus looked at the environment of Mirror Lake. President, the temperature here is a few degrees higher than in the city. It'll make the crocodiles move into the lake. According to my guess, someone wants to harm you. If you or your family swims in the lake, you'll probably be attacked. Everyone's expression changed. The crocodile was huge, but it definitely wasn't a threat to Chun Zhao. But what if it was Fei Lai or Zhurlin? If they were in danger, what would happen to Chun Zhao? Chun Zhao's expression darkened too. Chun Zhao stood up and shouted at the lake, Amon. In the water, a huge creature gradually appeared in the distance. When Klaus and the others, as well as Pan, In, Eric, and Hallie saw Amon, they paled in fear. Did anything like a crocodile enter Mirror Lake? No, master. Hearing Amon's answer, Chun Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. Keep a close eye on it. Kill any creature that weighs more than 30 kilograms in Mirror Lake. It doesn't matter if it's a human or something else. Also, kill all catfish that weigh more than 30 kilograms in Mirror Lake. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Chun Zhao was really scary when he was angry. Guild leader, if a normal person has a grudge against you, they wouldn't use such a strange method to harm you. Cause speculated, and to use this method on you, one possibility is that it has something to do with animals. If they could send such a big crocodile to Los Angeles and throw it into the river, it means that they have a very powerful channel. At least, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it. At the same time, they don't know you well enough to think that this crocodile can hurt you, which means that your enemy, should be an ordinary person. At least, they don't have a clear idea of your strength. When everyone heard Klaus' speculation, they couldn't help but nod in agreement. Guild leader, can you think of someone who would do something like this and be able to do it? Chun Zhao thought for a while and said, 7 months ago, when I went hunting with my family in the mountains, we met a group of poachers. They were hunting an albino cougar, but now it belongs to me. It's called Snow White. What about the poachers? They attacked me. Chun Zhao didn't continue, but everyone understood what he was talking about. Attacked Chun Zhao? Huh, they must be tired of living. But later, I met their boss in New York, Chun Zhao said. Then, because of Snow White, their boss deduced that his team's disappearance had something to do with me. Then, I sent their boss to meet God. Right now, the most likely person is related to the poachers, Kaz said. Guild leader, leave this to us. We're the best at this. You're going on vacation soon. Can you make it? There's still 10 days, Kaz said. That's enough. All right then. If you need military support, you can look for our own people. Kaz and his team smiled. They might not be good at exorcism, but they could deal with some criminal groups with their eyes closed. Kaz and his team smiled. They might not be good at exorcism, but they could deal with some criminal groups with their eyes closed. Oh, Chun Zhao called. King Kong, bring out 2 boxes of wine. When everyone saw King Kong bring out 2 boxes, Kaz's team, Eric, Payne, and Helis were all curious. Each of you can take a bottle back. I don't have anything else. Just treat it as a Christmas gift. West and the others were experienced. Seeing Chun Zhao give them wine, they were all overjoyed. This was a rare opportunity. The other newbies were confused. They didn't understand why West and the others were so happy. It was just wine. Did they have to fight over it like this? They were also picking and choosing, constantly looking at the number plates on the bottom of the bottles. After saying goodbye to Chun Zhao, everyone got into their cars and left. Mr. West, is there anything special about the wine? There's nothing special. West glanced at the wine in Kaz's hand. It's not good at all, but it's a gift from the president. We can't reject it. I'll help you get rid of it. Kaz dodged West's hand. He didn't believe West's words. Don't listen to him, Gaius said. If you sell on the market, the cheapest wine from Chun will be $100,000. Take your nameless wine, for example. Only Mars Supermarket in Sacramento sells it. It's priced at $66,666, but there's a limited supply every month. That's why each bottle can go up to $200,000 to $300,000 on the black market. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. So expensive? Doesn't that mean the president gave away a few million? But to the outside world, this wine is very expensive, but Chun brewed it himself. How much can he spend? He even planted the grapes himself. But how can I bear to drink it? You can sell it. If the president finds out, he'll kill me, right? Chapter 929. President, I've found them. Dead or alive? Chun Zhao asked. Do you want them dead or alive? If it's convenient, keep them alive. Our new headquarters even built a dungeon. It's not good to leave it empty. We have to send something in. Understood. Klaus and his team had done their best. They'd only been in the association for less than a month and had already received a huge gift. His wine was still at home, and some of the others had already taken action. They were overjoyed to sell it for $250,000. It was real money. Klaus felt that the wine would definitely increase in value, so he didn't plan on selling it for now. Plus, they just joined the association, so they had to perform, especially since they were a special group of people. They didn't know magic, so they had to show their worth. Chun Zhao was also impressed by Klaus and his team's training. It had only been less than 2 days, and he had actually found the person. Chun Zhao didn't know Klaus and his team well. In the past, they'd always fought with terrorists. This time, they were looking for a group of poachers. It wasn't difficult at all. Chun Zhao found them almost effortlessly. Now that they'd caught them, Chun Zhao was in a good mood again. However, he planned on setting up some things in his territory. He didn't want his enemies to think about it and cause the people around him to get into trouble for no reason. Chun, I'll take Jerlin to the supermarket. You want to come? Woof, woof. Before Chun Zhao could reply, Black Ma and White Ma ran over excitedly. Do you guys still want to go? Fei Lai ignored Chun Zhao's reply and asked the other pets. Princess walked slowly to Fei Lai, followed by Walter. Darling, don't just stay at home, Fei Lai said to Chun Zhao before leaving. Go for a walk or find Mr. Stephen and the others for a drink. Because it was close to Christmas, Chun Zhao's business had decreased a lot. In the past 10 days, Chun Zhao hadn't gone out at all. Fei Lai was afraid that Chun Zhao would be too free. Chun Zhao was too lazy to go out. He'd rather stay at home. Oh, since it was almost Christmas, he should give the association a red packet. For foreigners, Christmas was like Chinese New Year. Let's give everyone a red packet then. Then, he remembered that Felwood Cisco and his engineering team were still in the headquarters. He couldn't forget about them. Mr. Felwood, can I ask you something? What is it? Mr. Chun, I would like to ask, how many people are helping me with the construction? Mr. Chun, is there something wrong with my construction team? No, I'm just asking. A total of 45 people, Mr. Chun. They're all professionals. I believe in their professionalism. They won't be lazy or violate the construction agreement. Is it accurate? Chun Zhao asked. Yes, if you don't believe me, I can give you the name list of our construction team. There's no need for that. You guys go ahead. With that, he hung up. Felwood Cisco, on the other hand, was filled with worry. Chun Zhao's sudden call made it impossible for him to calm down. What did Chun Zhao's call mean? Felwood Cisco thought about it anxiously for more than 2 hours, but he still felt uneasy. Hey, Tammy, gather all the construction team leaders for a meeting. Soon, all the project leaders were in front of Felwood Cisco. Did your people do anything illegal in the past 2 days? Boss, they're all honest. Apart from one who asked for leave, I didn't find anything illegal. Felwood Cisco thought for a long time and realized that there was nothing wrong. Did any construction materials go missing at the construction site? Boss, did you find some theft? The foreman thought that there had been a theft at the construction site. Although America was a developed country, the unemployment rate was extremely high, especially for low-skilled workers like them. They could be easily replaced. For an American, unemployment often means despair. One shouldn't think that everything would be fine just because they had unemployment insurance. Unemployment insurance couldn't satisfy their credit card payments. Once they lost their jobs, they would lose their houses, cars, and even their families. There were so many homeless people in America. Many of them even had extremely high academic qualifications. Just because they lost their jobs once, they lost everything and were unable to recover from it. Therefore, when they heard that there had been a theft at the construction site, they all became nervous. The biggest problem at a construction site wasn't death, but theft. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door of the simple meeting room. Boss, Mr. Chun is here, a worker said hurriedly. Everyone was terrified. They thought that Chun Zhao was here to get even with them. Felwood Cisco's mind also went blank. Come with me to see Mr. Chun. When Felwood Cisco and his men saw Chun Zhao walk over, they looked troubled. Chun Zhao walked up and gave Felwood a big red packet. This is for you. Mr. Chun. This, Felwood thought that it was a lawyer's letter. You have a share too. Come. Chun Zhao glanced past Felwood and gave each person behind him a red packet. This much money. A foreman opened the red packet. Mr. Chun, what does this mean? Felwood also opened the red packet. It was a brand new stack of bills. They were all $100 bills. It should be $20,000. Mr. Chun, we Chinese have the tradition of giving red packets during Chinese New Year. Usually, we give them to our juniors or subordinates, but we give them during Chinese New Year. You Americans don't have Chinese New Year, so I'll give them to you before Christmas, Chun Zhao said. I just asked you about the number of people in your team. I'm afraid that some people won't have enough if you give 2 little red packets. Felwood's tears almost fell out. He was almost scared to tears by Chun Zhao's call. Can you call all your people over? I want to give them the red packets personally. Go. Hurry up and call someone, Felwood immediately shouted. Hearing that there was money, the construction workers immediately came to line up. Chun Zhao personally gave the red packets to the construction workers one by one. Felwood looked at Chun Zhao. In just a short while, he'd already given out $200,000 to $300,000. There was $20,000 in his red packet, $10,000 for the other foreman, and $5,000 for the regular construction workers. Mr. Chun, I'll get the construction team to finish the house as soon as possible. Don't worry. I gave all my subordinates a long holiday. They're going to Cape Town to play in a few days. Even if you finish the house, it'll be empty. You just have to finish the house according to the contract. Felwood sighed at Chun Zhao's generosity again. Just then, a Native American worker ran over. Mr. Chun, this is the custom of our Walla tribe. To show respect, you have to offer our tribe's totem, Azu. Please accept it. Chapter 9:30. It was quite an interesting handicraft. What beast's tooth was this? Chun Zhao wasn't a zoologist and couldn't tell. But it probably wasn't from an animal he already had. Chun Zhao knew his pet's teeth well. Judging from its size, it was about the same size as Princess, but it was slightly flatter and longer. Chun Zhao put the so-called totem into his pocket. Every civilization and culture had their own customs and habits. You shouldn't offend them even if you didn't understand them. You could dislike gifts from others, but you should at least respect their kindness. On the way home, Chun Zhao took out the totem and looked at it again. The totem gave Chun Zhao a strange feeling. It was an inexplicable feeling. He couldn't tell what was going on. It wasn't like the totem had any aura or anything like that. It was just a strange feeling. Chun Zhao thought about it and hung the totem on the rearview mirror. This was a habit of Chinese people. They would always hang some health and safety amulets on their cars. Just then, two cars suddenly stopped by the side of the road. Chun Zhao felt like the two cars had purposely touched each other. Then the people in the cars got out. Chun Zhao saw that one of them was familiar. It was James. The other was a woman. She seemed to be around James' age, but she still looked pretty. The two started arguing on the side of the road. Chun Zhao also parked his car and watched them argue. Okay, Chun Zhao was bored enough. Chun Zhao wanted to see what they were arguing about. The woman started grabbing James. James kept holding the stick. Do you think you're something now that you're the director? The woman's voice was very loud. You're still useless. You'll make crappy movies that lose money. You're useless. You'll be blacklisted by the film company, and then you'll go back to being useless. Chun Zhao took out his phone to record. The woman suddenly noticed the car parked behind. Then she looked at Chun Zhao, who was filming with his phone. She immediately turned around and slammed her fist on the hood of Chun Zhao's car. She was quite strong. The front cover of Chun Zhao's truck was dented. Get out. How dare you film me? Which news agency are you from? I'll be your boss to fire you. Chun Zhao opened the door and got out. When James saw Chun Zhao, he immediately grabbed the woman. Mr. Chun, why are you here? Well, James, you purposely found a newspaper reporter to trick me, didn't you? Hand over your phone. Quickly hand it over. Ignoring the unreasonable woman, Chun Zhao looked at James. Who is she? A celebrity? Don't play dumb with me. Hand over your phone. Otherwise, delete what you recorded. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Sarah, stop. He's not someone you can offend. If you offend him, you'll be banned by Hollywood in the future. Although James quarreled fiercely with this woman, it seemed that he still cared about her quite a bit. Bullshit. I've acted in a few blockbusters. Why would I be afraid of a guy driving a broken truck? Sarah looked at Chun Zhao in disdain. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry. Sarah hasn't been in a good mental state recently. I apologize on her behalf. James, you're getting worse and worse. Look at you now. You can suck up to anyone. Sarah's face was full of disdain. You deserve to never be successful. Sarah looked at Chun Zhao. Kid, I'll remember your license plate. If I see my photo in any tabloid tomorrow, I'll break your legs. Chun Zhao shuddered and watched as Salad swaggered off after flaunting his strength. Who's that woman? Chun Zhao asked curiously. My ex-wife, James said. Mr. Chun, she didn't mean to say those things. Please forgive her. I can't be bothered to argue with her. Chun Zhao glanced at James. You still have feelings for her? My daughter belongs to her. James's expression was ugly. How did you two start fighting? She wants to act in Steven's movie, so she came to me, James said. I don't have any say in Steven's movie. Even if I did, I wouldn't introduce her. Is she a celebrity too? In order to get a higher position, she got together with a director in the industry and acted in some movies with him. She's a bit famous now. Mary? Chun Zhao was surprised. James did this too. He often used small roles to attract actresses. He didn't expect that he'd been cuckolded too. James nodded with an ugly expression. Thankfully, Chun Zhao didn't continue asking. After all, It was really disgraceful. Who's that director? I'll go smash his window and help you vent. That director left the industry long ago. His box office failed miserably and caused huge losses for the film company. There's no more movies for him, so Sarah cut ties with him. She doesn't have any representative works, so there's nothing for her to do in the industry. James and Chun Zhao sat on the hood of the car and chatted. My movie will also be released on Christmas. I'm afraid I'll be like that director. James's expression suddenly turned serious. Don't worry, you'll succeed. Chun Zhao patted James' shoulder. James wasn't Stephen. Even Stephen had almost broken down in that situation. James's pressure was even greater. Stephen's failure would affect his reputation and prestige, but it wouldn't be fatal. But James was fatal. If a new director couldn't prove his commercial ability in his first commercial film and suffered losses, he'd be blacklisted by all the major film companies. From then on, he wouldn't have the chance to be the main director or direct his own movie. He could only go back to being Stephen's assistant director. Every director hoped to direct their own movie, not be someone else's assistant director, even if that person was Stephen. Your movie will be released so soon? Small budget movies are all like this. After filming, they'll have around 2 months to promote it, and then it'll be released directly. There aren't many resources. Even Stephen couldn't avoid it, let alone me. But I don't have Mr. Stephen's ability. Mr. Stephen can make a small budget movie into a legend. I can't do it. James had fantasized about it, but he knew his own ability. The movie hasn't even been released yet. Do you have to be so pessimistic? Chapter 9:31. Chun Zhao was like a trash can, and James was there to pour out his trash feelings. Chun Zhao realized that this feeling was familiar. Stephen seemed to be like this too. Chun, sorry to disturb you for so long. Smiling, Chun Zhao shook his head. It's fine. If you're annoyed, come to my place and drink with me. I'll go back now. I'll visit you after I'm done. Chun Zhao hugged James. Don't think too much. Relax. Watching James leave, Chun Zhao received a call from his mother. Chun Zhao, do you have time? Come to my place. Chun Zhao guessed that his mother missed Jerlin. Although Chun Zhao and his mother were distant, he didn't object. Nevertheless, he didn't object to his mother interacting with Jerlin. No matter what their relationship was, his mother was still Jerlin's grandmother. Plus, Chun Zhao felt that it was something to be happy about having another person to love Jerlin. Mom, I'll bring Jerlin over tomorrow. Okay, his mother answered almost immediately. The next day, Chun Zhao brought Jerlin to his mother's place. Hearing that Chun Zhao and Jerlin were coming, Yura waited at the door. When she saw Chun Zhao and Jerlin's car, she immediately went up to hug Jerlin. Jerlin still remembered Yura. Once she was in her arms, she immediately kissed Yura's face. Brother, look, Jerlin still remembers me. Chun Zhao took out a red packet. This is for you. Yura thought that it was money. Her mother used to give her red packets during Chinese New Year too. Yura poured it out. It was a gold coin with a red string on it. Brother, what's this for? It's for safety, Chun Zhao said. Where's Mom? In the living room. Yura brought Chun Zhao there. Chun Zhao realized that Chun Ku was there too. However, the two just nodded. Yura, give me Jerlin. His mother couldn't wait to snatch Jerlin away. Chun Zhao, what can Jerlin eat now? Other than milk powder, she also eats some soft food, Chun Zhao said. How old is she? You're already giving her soft food? I plan to stop breastfeeding her in 2 months, Chun Zhao said. So let her touch other food now. Otherwise, she won't be able to stop breastfeeding. Weaning is very painful for both adults and children. Why don't I help little Jerlin wean? I have experience. His mother looked at him expectantly. Plus, Feilai's pregnant too. It'll affect her. Chun Zhao shook his head. No need. I want to wean Jerlin myself. Weaning a child was also an experience for Chun Zhao, an experience that he couldn't miss. Weaning a child was also a stage of growth for the child. Generally speaking, children would be weaned around the age of 1. At this time, the digestive ability of the child's stomach had already improved and could digest more complex foods. However, Chun Zhao had observed Jerlin and her papa. Some children who developed faster could be weaned earlier. After weaning, the child could obtain more comprehensive nutrition through the food he ate. His mother's face showed obvious disappointment. Of course, The child was Chen Zhao's, so he had the final say. As a mother herself, she could understand what he was thinking. The way she interacted with Chen Zhao had always been to treat each other with respect. Although the phrase treat each other with respect was used to describe husband and wife, in reality, their relationship was just like that. They respected each other, but didn't interfere with each other's lives too much. "Oh, Chen Zhao, this is my red packet for Jerlin." Chen Zhao took the red packet and opened it. It was a share transfer contract. Chen Zhao only glanced at it and then frowned. "Mom, take this back." "Chen Zhao, this is for Jerlin. It's not Chinese New Year or Jerlin's birthday." Chen Zhao was very determined. His mother's expression darkened. "The shares belong to Yura," Chen Zhao said. "Jerlin doesn't have the right to own them." "Brother, can I give it to Jerlin?" "No." Chen Zhao rejected immediately. His mother quickly regained her composure. "Okay, I didn't think it through." "Oh, Chen Zhao, I heard that you have a lot of connections in Hollywood. Your cousin is also an actress. If you have a way, introduce Chan Ku to some departments." His mother changed the topic. "Actually, I don't have many connections. I'm just a health consultant for a director." His mother didn't know, because Chen Ku had told her everything she knew. But Chen Ku wouldn't really believe Chen Zhao. She'd seen Chen Zhao's relationship with Stephen and James. No matter how Chen Zhao messed around on James's set, James always let it go. Also, the chairman of PLM Film Company and Stephen were fighting to be Jerlin's godfather. It clearly wasn't as simple as knowing each other. "Annie, don't make things difficult for cousin." If Chen Zhao wasn't willing to help, she obviously wouldn't give him the cold shoulder. Chen Zhao and his mother were very different, and he was even more indifferent to Chen Ku. If they met on the street, he might not even greet Chen Ku. "Oh, have you thought about Jerlin's Chinese name? I have a few choices. Do you want to think about them?" His mother asked. "I plan to give Jerlin's Chinese name when she's 1 year old." "Oh, I see. That's good." Some families would give their children a nickname first, and then a real name when they were 1 year old. The Chen family also had this custom. Chen Zhao felt that Jerlin was just a nickname. He would give her a real name when she was 1 year old. His mother was also helpless about this. Chen Zhao had separated Jerlin's growth from her grandmother, but she couldn't do anything about it. Chen Zhao's relationship with her was already very faint. Their relationship had always been more intimate than that of a stranger. "What do you and Fei Lai plan to do for Christmas?" his mother asked. "I haven't decided yet." His mother had wanted to invite Chen Zhao's family over for Christmas. But Chen Zhao had rejected her a few times before, so she didn't think it was possible to invite him. Actually, Chen Zhao planned to have a party on Christmas Eve and invite his friends in LA. Christmas would be for the two of them. He'd also arranged some programs. As for the pets at home, apart from Snow White, which was a pure wild animal, the others all had demon blood in them. How could they be interested in Christmas? They wouldn't be letting Chen Zhao down if they didn't cause trouble on Christmas. "Oh, Mom, this is the wine I brought. Fei Lai and I brewed it ourselves." Chen Zhao took out his gift. "Nameless wine? You and Fei Lai brewed it?" His mother immediately recognized the bottle when she saw it. Chapter 9:32. "Auntie, is this wine famous?" It wasn't just famous. It had become a standard at parties in the upper class. His mother also had 2 bottles. She'd bought them from the black market. She'd also sent people to Mara supermarket to keep a close eye on it and buy it every month when it was on the shelves. But the result was the same. She couldn't get it all. There were too many rich people who thought the same as her. Moreover, Mara supermarket didn't have a fixed time every month. It could be the beginning of the month or the end of the month. In order to buy the wine, they'd even started a spy war. They'd bribed the supermarket's employees, executives, and even the buyers and transporters. Some even wanted to know the source of the wine. Unfortunately, they'd all returned empty-handed. In Mara's supermarket, the source of the wine was the biggest secret. Even the executives didn't know where the real source came from. They didn't expect the wine to be made by their son. Chen Zhao stayed at his mother's house for half a day. He mainly wanted his mother to spend more time with Jerlin. After all, he rarely came over. His mother also rarely went to his house. Every time, she'd use the excuse of sending Yura to his house and then spend some time with Jerlin. Before leaving, his mother was very reluctant. It was like they were going to part forever. When Chen Zhao walked out of his mother's house, he received a call from Fei Lai. Chun, where are you now? On my way home. Don't come back. Go line up at Marina's in Beverly Hills. I'll go there now. Is that restaurant famous? Can't you just call and reserve a place? Marina's doesn't accept phone reservations. You can only line up. Even celebrities have to line up there. Okay. When Chun Zhao found Marina's, he realized that there was indeed a long line. Of course, many customers didn't line up in person. They had their assistants or bodyguards line up. It was rare for Chun Zhao to line up with a child. Just then, a couple walked over from Chun Zhao's side. The woman was James' ex-wife, Sarah. She had a mustached man in his 60s. When Sarah saw Chun Zhao, she glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Seriously, why does everyone come here to eat? It's disgusting. Sarah looked at Chun Zhao. The man stroked his mustache. From Sarah's tone, it seemed like she had a grudge against this Asian. Hey, this isn't a place you should be, the man with the mustache said. Everyone's gaze fell on the three of them. A few of them looked at the man with the mustache in awe. However, Chun Zhao didn't know this guy at all. I like being here. What's it to you? This is Marina Restaurant. We only serve celebrities here, the mustache man said. A third-rate director's follower dares to line up here? Sarah looked at him in disdain. Clearly, she thought that James was her follower. She also checked the news about herself today, but she didn't find any negative news. So Sarah felt that her warning had worked. James? James, the director of Animal Mart that was released at the same time as my movie during the Christmas slot? That's right, it's him. But how can his Animal Mart compare to your God of War? The smile on Sonnenfeld's face widened when he heard Salad's words. It was every commercial director's dream to direct a super blockbuster. Moreover, DSN had already conducted a private screening of God of War and had professional critics evaluate it. All of them gave high ratings. The test screenings in a small area were also very good, and all of them gave very good reviews. Sonnenfeld believed that after God of War was released, he could become a first-rate director. Go back and tell James to prepare for a box office failure, Sonnenfeld said provocatively. At the same time, he stuffed a $10 bill into Chun Zhao's pocket. Then he patted Chun Zhao's chest. Also, this is your compensation after you lose your job. Otherwise, you won't even have money for your daughter's milk powder. With that, Sonnenfeld and Salad went to the counter at the entrance. I don't want to eat with a lowly person and chase him away. With that, the two entered the restaurant without even waiting in line. Then the waiter walked up to Chun Zhao. Sir, I'm sorry. Our restaurant doesn't accept you. Please leave. Why? Our restaurant has our rules. We don't accept people who don't dress properly. Also, we don't accept babies. It'll affect other customers' mood. I've been standing here for half an hour. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chun Zhao was a bit annoyed. You've been standing here for half an hour. You've seriously affected our business. I didn't warn you because I wanted you to leave on your own. Now that a customer has complained, please leave immediately. What if I don't leave? Then I'll have to call security, the waiter said. Got it. Chun Zhao carried Jerlin and left with a dark expression. Downstairs, he met Fei Lai. Chun, aren't you going to line up upstairs? Fei Lai was dressed very beautifully today. She even wore the dress that Triss had designed for her. Even with her 3-month-old belly, it couldn't hide her beauty. Chun Zhao chuckled. I've already asked people to line up upstairs, but there are a lot of people. Just wait here. Chun Zhao had Fei Lai sit on a chair downstairs. I'll go buy a bottle of water. Do you want something to drink? No need. Leaving Jerlin beside Fei Lai, Chun Zhao walked to the side and took out his phone. He dialed Yamala's number. Merry Christmas, Miss Yamala. Hi, Mr. Chun. There's still 10 days until Christmas. Isn't it too early for you to give your blessings? Amira knew Chun Zhao's temper very well. He wouldn't call her if he didn't have something to say. Mr. Chun, what do you want? Please tell me directly. I want to ask you how to buy a restaurant quickly. How quickly? Half an hour at most, Chun Zhao said. Which restaurant? Marina's restaurant in Beverly Hills. Do you know it? Yes, Amira answered. It's the property of the famous movie star, Nafa Twain. I want to know if you have any ideas. It's hard, Amira said. Miss Amira, I can help you with something. Even if you offend the Demon King, I can help you solve your problem, Chun Zhao said. Anything. Chapter 9:33. Chen Zhao hadn't been humiliated like this in a long time. Even Zherlin had been humiliated like this. Chen Zhao hated this feeling. He was never someone who knew how to hide his emotions. If he lost something, he'd get it back. Half an hour later, a car stopped before Chen Zhao. An older man alighted from the car. "Hello, are you Mr. Chun? I'm Nafa Twain." "Hello, Mr. Nafa. Call me Twain." Nafa Twain didn't become an A-list celebrity by putting on airs. He knew the importance of connections. Since Chen Zhao could invite Amira, it meant that his background wasn't weak. Of course, he was an A-list celebrity, an international superstar in Hollywood. If it was just Amira, he wouldn't have compromised. His relationship with Amira was more of an exchange of benefits. Compared to the exchange of interest between him and Amira, a restaurant was obviously not worth mentioning. "Mr. Chun, my suggestion is to transfer 60% of the restaurant's shares to you. I'll keep 40%. Trust me, this is the best choice for the restaurant," Nafa Twain said. "You don't mind if I use your name to earn money?" Chen Zhao asked, smiling. "If I can have a friend like Mr. Chun, I think it's worth it." Nafa Twain was good with words. At least, Chen Zhao felt comfortable with Nafa's attitude. "I'll go with you," Nafa Twain said. "I can announce this to the restaurant staff." "Okay, my girlfriend is still sitting there." Nafa Twain followed beside Chen Zhao. When he saw Fei Lai, his words were also appropriate. "Is that beautiful lady your girlfriend?" Fei Lai was surprised to see Nafa Twain beside Chen Zhao. Unlike Chen Zhao, who didn't care about what was happening around him, she still paid some attention to Hollywood. That was why she recognized Nafa Twain at first glance. "Hello, beautiful lady. I'm Mr. Chen's friend." Nafa Twain smiled and shook hand with Fei Lai. "Hello." Fei Lai didn't understand why Chen Zhao would invite Nafa Twain. However, Nafa definitely wasn't Chen Zhao's friend. At least, they weren't close. She basically knew all of Chen Zhao's friends and had a good relationship with them. Moreover, Chen Zhao's friends wouldn't call him Mr. when they called him. "Mr. Chen heard that Miss Fei Lai likes my restaurant, so he bought shares from me. Miss Fei Lai can come to my restaurant whenever you want." Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao in disbelief. But more than that, she was touched. She didn't think that Chen Zhao would buy the restaurant just because of what she said. "Fei Lai, sorry for making you wait so long." "I'm fine." The three of them went into the restaurant. When the waiter at the door saw Chen Zhao, he wanted to humiliate him again. However, when he saw Nafa Twain beside Chen Zhao, the waiter's expression changed. Panic appeared on his face. "Willie, are there any empty rooms?" Nafa Twain asked as he walked to the service counter. "Yes, sir." "Mr. Chen, Miss Fei Lai, let's go in." When Chen Zhao reached the door, he paused and looked at the waiter. "Oh, you're Willie, right?" There was a meaningful smile on Chen Zhao's face. Willie's expression turned fearful. "Willie, this is Mr. Chun. He'll be the biggest shareholder of the restaurant in the future. When you see Mr. Chun and Miss Fei Lai, you have to respect them like you respect me." "Biggest shareholder?" Willie's expression turned very ugly. His smile also froze. The three chatted happily as they entered the restaurant and the room. The room was by the window. The huge floor-to-ceiling glass wall allowed them to see the night view of the entire Beverly Hills. The decorations inside were also very exquisite. "Mr. Chun, I won't disturb you and Miss Fei Lai anymore. Goodbye." A while later, the waiter came in to take their orders. After ordering, Chen Zhao stood up. "Fei Lai, I'm going to the bathroom." Then he walked out of the restaurant and looked around. The restaurant's business was quite good. Chen Zhao had spent $8 million to buy 60% of the shares. It was quite worth it. Marina restaurants per capita spending was around $6,000. The business hours were only 5 to 10 in the evening, and they were only open for 5 hours. The night's turnover was around $300,000. After deducting the cost, the net income was around $50,000. It would take around a year to recoup the cost. Normally, Nafa Twain wouldn't sell a golden chicken that could lay eggs. Chen Zhao didn't know what price Amira had paid, but he'd also paid a price. Although it was the result of being impulsive, Chen Zhao felt that it wasn't a loss. After all, 60% of the golden chicken's shares belonged to him now. When Chen Zhao walked to the intersection, a waiter walked over. "Sir, Is there anything I can help you with? The waiter already knew that Chen Zhao was the biggest shareholder of the restaurant, so he was very respectful to him. Do you know which table Mr. Sonnenfeld is eating at? Chen Zhao asked. Yes, sir. Take me there. The waiter brought Chen Zhao to Sonnenfeld and Fei Lai's table. The two had been having a pleasant dinner together, but Chen Zhao, an uninvited guest, appeared before them. Why are you here? Damn it. How can you enter such a high-class place? Sonnenfeld looked at Chen Zhao in dissatisfaction. Chen Zhao looked at Sonnenfeld with a smile. In his hand was the $10 that Sonnenfeld had given him. Mr. Sonnenfeld, thank you for the $10. I'll take good care of it. I'll always remember what you said to me, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Mr. Sonnenfeld, I'll take good care of it. With that, Chen Zhao turned and left. Both Sonnenfeld and Fei Lai were very unhappy with Chen Zhao's words. Everyone could tell that Chen Zhao was declaring war on them. Waiter, why is he here? Sonnenfeld asked, annoyed. Mr. Sonnenfeld, he just became the biggest shareholder of Marina Restaurant. What? How is that possible? So many people in Hollywood want to buy this restaurant. Nafa Twain never agreed. Why would he sell it to a random Asian? Chapter 9:34. Chen, did you see someone you know? Did you see her? I saw you walk to the table in the corner, Fei Lai said. Yes, James's ex-wife, Chen Zhao said. So I went over to say hi. Fei Lai knew Chen Zhao too well. He definitely wouldn't greet his friend's ex-wife. There were only two possibilities for him to go over. One was a friend, and the other was an enemy. Fei Lai, do you like the smell here? Yes, it's really good. Chen Zhao also thought that it was good, but it wasn't to the point where he had come. In fact, the underlings in their house might not be much worse than the chefs here. However, the environment here was indeed very good. It was nice to eat here once in a while. Jerlin was already asleep in the cradle. Marina's restaurant provided many services, such as the cradle. Actually, most famous restaurants didn't just provide food to their customers. They also provided other additional services. It was already late when they got home, but Fei Lai didn't plan on sleeping yet. She swam in Mirror Lake with Chen Zhao. Actually, the water temperature was still a bit low for Fei Lai. However, an appropriate low water temperature was good for the body's blood circulation. When the body felt low temperature, it would speed up the blood flow to increase the body's temperature. It was also good for the fetus in the body. Fei Lai, can I ask you a question? What? I have a friend with a really high status, Chen Zhao said. He really doesn't like Christmas. I don't know if I should give him a present for Christmas. Like Steven? You can't imagine him as a president, right? Chen Zhao said. I see. Fei Lai thought about it. Then why are you considering giving him a present? Because I think that since I prepared a present for all my friends, I'll feel sorry if I don't give him one. I don't want to treat any friend differently. Then give it. But he doesn't like Christmas. You're not giving him a present because he's your friend, Fei Lai replied. That's true. Chen Zhao nodded. But what should I give him? Chen Zhao was troubled. It's fine as long as it's a thoughtful gift, Fei Lai said. Just like other friends, it doesn't have to be expensive or match his status. Fei Lai thought for Chen Zhao too. The two came out of the lake and entered the living room. Fei Lai saw the zither in the living room. Oh, play a song for your friend. But I won't. There are still a few days before Christmas. You can use these days to practice a song. Thinking about it, Chen Zhao realized that he was asking for trouble by asking Fei Lai this question. However, since Fei Lai had already said that, Chen Zhao felt that he would feel sorry if he didn't give that friend song. All right, I'll take advantage of these few days to practice a song. He took out the music sheet that the music shop owner had given him in Montreal. The first page of the score was a limerick. His fourth finger is firmly planted, and his fourth finger is suspended. The hook and the sheath lightly strum the string. One must know that the left hand has no other choice. Pressing and rubbing leisurely. The traditional playing technique was to use the big, index, middle, and ring fingers of the right hand to pluck the strings to play the melody and grasp the rhythm. The left hand playing method was to adjust the tension of the strings and control the changes of the strings to adjust the pitch and perfect the melody. There were many finger techniques for the zither. The right hand had hook, hold, chop, pick, wipe, pick, hit, shake, pinch, and so on. The left hand had press, slide, rub, and vibrate. The traditional playing techniques of a zither had a new breakthrough in modern times. In 1953, Mr. Zhao Yuzhai created Harvest Year. He freed his left hand and used polyphonic techniques. He used alternating left and right hands and multi-part playing techniques. This greatly enriched the playing techniques and led to a breakthrough in the development of the zither. Han Bao didn't know how to play the zither. This was the information he found after searching. It's not for the number of words. Fei Lai realized that Chun Zhao was quite hardworking. After he started practicing, he immersed himself in the zither. Fei Lai couldn't take it anymore and went to sleep. Chun Zhao was still practicing. After Fei Lai went to rest, Chun Zhao ran to the river map to practice. In the river map, Chun Zhao had more time to learn and practice. He wouldn't disturb Fei Lai either. Huh, where did you get this spiritual artifact? Old Turtle asked in surprise when he saw Chun Zhao walk in with the zither. Spiritual artifact, don't you know? The zither was also a weapon in ancient times. There's also a saying that the zither is music and becomes a weapon on the spot. And then, using the zither to beat people? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. You're right. It's for beating people. The ancient people's brains are a bit weird, Chun Zhao said. But what do you think this spiritual artifact is? For ordinary people in ancient times, the zither was used to beat people, but its pitch was like a weapon. It was sharper than other weapons, so some cultivators made it into a weapon for fighting. Can I kill people with music like in the movies? Chun Zhao's interest was immediately piqued. No. Old Turtle poured a bucket of cold water on Chun Zhao without hesitation. If you have enough cultivation, you can kill people with any musical instrument. If you don't, even if you have a loudspeaker, you won't be able to kill people with music. So what's this thing used for? To put it bluntly, this spirit artifact uses music to control weapons. How? Chun Zhao asked curiously. Here, I'll show you. Old Turtle took the zither and placed it before him. At the same time, he pointed with his finger. The pebble before him melted into lava. Under Old Turtle's control, the lava turned into 12 stone swords. Clang, clang. Old Turtle plucked the zither with his fingertip. The strings produced a sonorous sound. The 12 stone swords shook instantly. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. Old Turtle continued playing. The 12 stone swords started hacking and slashing around Old Turtle. It was as if there were 12 swordsmen wielding the stone swords and waving them around. Let me try too, Chun Zhao said impatiently. Old Turtle moved to let Chun Zhao sit. Chun Zhao tried to play, but the 12 stone swords stood there, unmoving. What's going on? Why isn't there a reaction? When you play, you need to pour in spiritual power and combine your willpower with the music. It's like you're controlling the swords with your hands. Chun Zhao tried again, his eyes fixed on the 12 stone swords. The 12 stone swords moved slightly, but they couldn't fly freely like Old Turtle. It still doesn't work, Chun Zhao complained. Old Turtle looked at Chun Zhao's posture and knew that he was new. You can't even play a song now, and you want to control weapons? You're dreaming. It's just practice. Anyway, Chun Zhao was here to practice. Chun Zhao spent 3 days and could barely play a song. However, it was very simple. It was 2 tigers. How is it? Did I improve a lot? Chapter 9:35. Get up, get up. Are you singing or playing the zither? Old Turtle watched as Chun Zhao played 2 tigers and yelled. He was speechless. A sword flew up slowly, but it soon fell to the ground. Why is there no strength at all? Even if I control the sword to fly, I can't fight, right? First, since you're using music to control the weapon, you have to choose a strong and domineering style. Second, your willpower isn't compatible with the music. When your willpower is completely compatible with the music, it's like you're using the stone sword with both hands, Old Turtle said. Simply put, you lack practice. Practice more. This was what Old Turtle said the most. Chun Zhao also knew his weakness. After all, he was a beginner at the zither. He only knew the song 2 Tigers. Not to mention that this song was not suitable for controlling weapons. Even if it was, Chun Zhao wouldn't use it to control weapons. Chun Zhao took out the music score. Apart from the basic fingering, there were only 3 songs left in the score: Fierce East Wind, Rising Waves, and Jackdaw Playing with Water. Chun Zhao had only heard of Jackdaw frolicking in the water. In fact, most people would be familiar with Jackdaw Playing with Water, because many classical movies and TV series used this song as background music. Jackdaw Playing with Water is interesting, Old Turtle said. How is it interesting? There's a cold sword technique hidden here, Old Turtle said. Old Turtle said, it's different from strong east wind and billowing waves. Both of them open and close aggressively, but Jackdaw Playing with Water is more repetitive. I don't understand. Do you know the story behind Jackdaw Playing with Water? No. The cold here refers to loneliness. The crow refers to inferiority, and playing with water refers to self-entertainment. It started in the early Qing dynasty. The scholars who submitted to the Qing dynasty were afraid of being punished by the Manchus, so they lived aimlessly. They didn't dare to talk when they saw each other or stop when they walked, afraid that they'd be killed. How come you know so much in the river map? This is the benefit of living for a long time. This song is different from the version I know. There is a cold, killing intent hidden in it. Most likely, the cultivators who fought against the Qing dynasty and restored the Ming dynasty at that time integrated their thoughts and divine thoughts into it, resulting in this version. Chun Zhao started practicing day and night. After more than 10 days, he could barely play Fierce East Wind. In these 10 days, Chun Zhao only practiced the zither. He didn't try to control the stone sword. According to Old Turtle, if you wanted to control a weapon, you had to play the zither well first. It was like a toddler learning how to walk and wanted to run a track before he could even stand steadily. In fact, as long as one mastered the basic fingering and playing techniques, the rest was a matter of proficiency. For example, in movies and TV dramas, it was very difficult to play a song perfectly just by looking at the score. At least, Chun Zhao couldn't do it. He could still understand the basic melody and play it roughly. After about 100 days, Chun Zhao learned 3 songs. Now try to integrate your spiritual energy and your willpower. Looking at the 12 stone swords before him, Chun Zhao started playing Fierce East Wind. Just like its name, Fierce East Wind's melody was fast and fierce, like a raging wind. The 12 stone swords flew into the air, but when they collided with each other, metal sparks flew. Attack me. Chun Zhao's fingers moved even faster. The melody suddenly became as fierce as a storm. Chun Zhao gradually found the feeling. He kept sending out spiritual energy and releasing it with the melody. The 12 stone swords flew toward Old Turtle. Hack, slash, stab, pick, slash, hook. It was like 12 Chun Zhaos were controlling the stone swords. Old Turtle was Chun Zhao's training partner. Each sword had endless power, as if Chun Zhao was attacking with all his strength. Let's change to Rising Waves. The zither's melody changed. Rising Waves was even fiercer than Fierce East Wind. It was more suitable for Chun Zhao's aura. The controlled stone swords were also more powerful. Each slash was powerful. Every attack seemed like it was going to destroy the enemy. Great. Change to Jackdaw Playing with Water. If Fierce East Wind was said to be used to fight fiercely, then Billow's Rise was filled with the desire to destroy, as if everything would be smashed to pieces. But Jackdaw Playing with Water was a true killing technique. Under the control of the melody, Jackdaw Playing with Water was more like 12 warriors going to die. Their swords only existed to kill. 3 songs, 3 completely different styles. Old Turtle, what do you think? I can do what you could do too. Chun Zhao was very satisfied with the results of his 100 days of cultivation and training. Are you sure? Old Turtle glanced at Chun Zhao. I'm talking about the zither. For example, controlling the stone swords. If I use my full power, the zither probably can't handle my spiritual energy. Can't you let me be proud for once? Why should I let you be proud? Chun Zhao pouted. You're so boring. I'm not a human. Chun Zhao continued practicing. If he practiced these 3 songs to the point of perfection, it would at least be enough to kill people. Then he started practicing some other tunes, such as some familiar pop music. However, pop music didn't have that kind of murderous aura, so Chun Zhao really couldn't feel it. This practice lasted for 8 months. When he came out of the river map, 5 or 6 hours had passed outside. The next day, Phalai woke up from her sleep. She heard the melodious and beautiful zither music from outside. The melody was so beautiful that she was moved to tears. Phalai walked to the balcony and saw that Chun Zhao was sitting by the shore, playing the zither. Disbelief was written all over Phalai's face. When she went to sleep last night, Chun Zhao couldn't even grasp the pitch. But in just one night, Chun Zhao could play such a beautiful melody. Phalai walked downstairs and came to Chun Zhao's side. When Chun Zhao finished, she asked, "Chun, you learned how to play the zither in one night, and you're so good at it? Do you admire me a lot?" Phalai rolled her eyes at Chun Zhao, but she was filled with pride. "Chun, what's the song just now?" "The fisherman sings at night," Chun Zhao said. "It's so nice." Phalai wasn't complimenting him. She really felt that the song was beautiful. A certain part of the song was also used as the background music for CCTV's weather forecast. It had been used for more than 30 years and hadn't changed. Chapter 9:36. There were still 3 days until Christmas. After a month, Chun Zhao came to hell again. This time, Chun Zhao told Phalai clearly. Otherwise, Phalai would blame him for disappearing for no reason again. "Little handsome boy, sit down." The handsome guy looked at Chun Zhao, confused. Chun Zhao had just arrived in hell. Why did he want him to sit down? What was he doing? Chun Zhao also sat down before the guy and set up the zither. "Because it's a holiday in the human world, I have to give each friend a gift. I don't know what you like, so I practiced this instrument from my hometown. I'll play it for you." The guy looked at Chun Zhao curiously. Chun Zhao started playing Fishing Boats at Night. This song had a very nice melody and was Chun Zhao's first choice. Of course, apart from this song, Chun Zhao had a few other songs. In the past few days, he did nothing but practice the zither every day. However, Chun Zhao didn't know if the guy liked fishing boats at night or not. After all, everyone had different tastes and tastes. If the guy didn't like it, Chun Zhao would change to something else. After Chun Zhao finished the song, he realized that the guy was sitting cross-legged and staring blankly with one hand supporting his chin. "Handsome, you don't like this style, right?" The guy suddenly woke up and shook his head. "No, I like this style. Thank you." The guy's smile was very bright, as expected of an angel of light. Even if it was just a smile, it would warm people's hearts. "Remember what I promised you?" Chun Zhao thought for a moment. "You said you'll take me to eat hell's specialties?" "Yes. Let's go." Just then, a black shadow flew over Chun Zhao's head, covering the sky. Chun Zhao looked up and saw a patch of black clouds. However, this black cloud came very suddenly, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. The next moment, the black cloud split open and a black dragon descended from the sky, landing heavily before Chun Zhao and the guy. So big. Chun Zhao's first thought was that it was big. How big was this black dragon? Chun Zhao had thought that Or's body was big enough. But compared to this one, it was like the difference between a chick and an eagle. It was too big, like a black mountain falling before Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao even felt that he wouldn't be able to block the dust that the black dragon kicked up when it landed. The ground was shaking. The handsome guy held on to Chun Zhao. At the same time, he waved his hand in front of him and the dust dispersed. "Don't tell me this is your mount." "It's the projection of the ancestral dragon," the handsome boy said. "Just a projection?" If he was the ancestral dragon, Chun Zhao would believe it. The handsome guy brought Chun Zhao to the back of the ancestral dragon's projection. Even though he was just standing on the dragon's back, he could feel the power spreading under his feet. The power engulfed Chun Zhao's body. Perhaps the ancestral dragon's projection could kill him with a single thought. Of course, if he could overcome his fear, he could still experience the joy of standing on the back of a dragon. After about an hour, Ancestral Dragon landed outside a city that was about the same size as him. After Chun Zhao and the handsome guy came down, Ancestral Dragon left with a dragon roar. Chun Zhao and the handsome guy walked into the city and realized that there were many demons. Most of them were low-level demons or mixed-blood demons. Chun Zhao realized that the buildings in the city seemed to have been built temporarily. "These are demons I collected from all over the world," the handsome boy said. They are either delicious or they possess delicious food. The handsome guy pointed at a demon kneeling on the ground not far away. Take him for example. He's a rare slap demon. Because his flesh and blood are very delicious, he was almost hunted to the brink of extinction. I also turned the entire hell upside down to find his tribe. The most delicious part of him is his heart. The handsome guy was about to kill him when Chun Zhao immediately stopped him. Don't. What? Don't you want to try this rare delicacy? You know that humans are very complicated creatures, right? We have a kind of fake kindness. It's hard for us to face other creatures dying in front of us. Even if they're food, if they're presented to us as food, we'll eat them without hesitation. So you're saying that it's okay as long as they don't die in front of you. Let him and his tribe go. After all, they're about to go extinct. There's a law in a human world that protects those creatures that are about to go extinct after being hunted by humans. It's to prevent a species from going extinct. It's indeed a strange idea. You Chinese should have a saying like this. Survival of the fittest, the handsome guy said. In hell, if a demon race goes extinct, it only means that the race isn't strong enough and has no value in existing. Humans are that complicated. That's why there's kindness and evil. Some believe in light, and some believe in darkness. You think we demons are evil? I don't think we're evil. We're pure. I don't understand. The handsome guy looked at Chun Zhao in confusion. Actually, it's a difference in philosophy, Chun Zhao said. The rule of this world is survival of the fittest, Chun Zhao said. Every demon race has to learn to be cruel to adapt to this rule. Pure darkness isn't darkness anymore because of the rule. But you've never seen a truly evil human. Of course I've seen evil humans. Why do you think those souls have fallen into hell? Those souls that have committed heinous crimes will directly come before me and accept my judgment. Fine. These demons who were gathered here by the handsome little guy might not know his identity, but they knew that he was definitely a high and mighty demon. Facing such a superior, they didn't dare to resist. They accepted the handsome guy's order to trade here. Chun Zhao and the handsome guy stopped before a stall. The demon in the stall was a short one. There were some green fruits about the size of coconuts on his stall. Are these fruits delicious? Chun Zhao picked one up. Wait! The handsome guy couldn't stop him in time. The fruit had already opened its bloody mouth and jumped up, biting Chun Zhao's face. Chun Zhao forcefully pulled the fruit off. His face was covered in juice. What's this? Chapter 9:37. In this evil demon city, there were many things that looked strange or weird, but they were actually delicious. Chun Zhao also brought many local delicacies. He planned to bring them home for Fei Lai to try too. Before going back, the handsome guy gave Chun Zhao the lucky coin and substitute coin that he promised last time. Human, this is for you. The handsome guy placed a gem in Chun Zhao's hand. What's this gem for? Chun Zhao asked curiously. Resurrection gem. Can only be used once. It can make you immune to lethal damage for a short time. Your gift seems a bit expensive. Take it. Oh, Merry Christmas. A demon king told himself, Merry Christmas. Why does this feel so weird? Chun Zhao returned to the human world with this weird feeling. Fei Lai, come in. I brought you good food. Hearing Chun Zhao's voice, Fei Lai immediately ran in. Fei Lai was already very greedy before she got pregnant. Now, she was even more greedy. What good food? I'll take it out. Don't be scared. How can I be scared? I've seen everything. Fei Lai had also seen super disgusting or ugly monsters or extremely ferocious evil spirits. Therefore, Fei Lai felt that she could face everything calmly now. Chun Zhao took out the na fruit. Sensing Fei Lai beside him, the na fruit immediately opened its mouth, wanting to bite Chun Zhao. Fei Lai immediately screamed and ran away. What is this? See? You said you weren't scared. What is this? Fei Lai repeated the question. It's called na fruit. It's a type of food. Of course, if you're not careful, you'll be eaten too. Can it be eaten? It looks weird, but it tastes really, really good. Really? Chun Zhao had the underlings cut it up and then brought it to Fei Lai. With a suspicious expression, Fei Lai didn't reach out to take it. Eat it. It's really good. Fei Lai finally gathered her courage and picked up a piece. After taking a bite, Fei Lai felt energized. The Na fruit's flesh was really special. It tasted like meat, but wasn't. It was also extremely fresh and tender. It was sweet, but not greasy, with a faint meaty aroma. Isn't it delicious? Without needing Chan Zhao to say anything, Fei Lai had already finished the fruit and picked up another piece. Chun, can we plant this? Chen Zhao smiled bitterly. He thought about what Fei Lai was thinking too. However, this place didn't have the environment of hell, and it was very troublesome to grow the bite fruit. It had to be fed to living creatures, and it needed a lot of sulfur. Moreover, it would be very dangerous if the people around him accidentally passed by. If he was bitten, it would be the same as being bitten by a dog. It wouldn't kill, but it would cause significant damage to the body. So, Chen Zhao rejected this idea. If Fei Lai wanted to eat more, he could just get to the next time he went to hell. There was no need to grow such a dangerous plant at home. I still have a lot here, enough for you to eat. Is it enough? Fei Lai asked. Fei Lai felt that since it was already Christmas, therefore he had to choose some gifts to visit his friends and family. I thought about this when I came back, so I brought quite a lot, Chan Zhao said. But I have to cut them and wrap them up. If I give them whole, they'll be scared to death. Cut some more, Fei Lai said. I'll give them to people too. Okay. First, Chun Zhao and Fei Lai went to Bant's family. Because it was Christmas, Kim was on holiday too. The two of them stayed in Bant's house for a while before leaving. But then, they went their separate ways to give gifts. Steven, are you at home? I'm here. Why? Do you want to come over? I'll give you some food. Fuck, you're too insincere. My food is very special. I guarantee you've never eaten it before. Really? Steven knew that Chan Zhao had some special abilities, so he was instantly interested in his so-called special food. Chun Zhao went to Steven's house and saw that Famtis and Evan were there too. Hi, Famtis and Evan. Mr. Chun. Ever since Famtis realized Chun Zhao's scary side, he was respectful every time he saw Chun Zhao. Chun, what kind of food are you giving me? Steven asked eagerly as he walked out of the room. Chun Zhao took out a wrap box and gave it to Steven. Steven opened the box and picked up a piece of fruit. In an instant, Steven's eyes widened. What is this? This taste, it's amazing, Olis. So delicious. Chun Zhao picked up a piece and tossed it to Evan. Famtis' face darkened. Mr. Chun, Evan doesn't eat fruit. But the next moment, Evan went up and picked up the fruit. He chewed a few times and swallowed it. Then, Evan looked at Chun Zhao expectantly. Famtis' eyes widened as he stared at Evan in shock. No way. Even his eating habits changed after seeing Chun Zhao. Damn, Chun, it's such a waste to give such a small amount of fruit to Evan, Steven said with a pained expression. Chun Zhao took out another piece and gave it to Famtis. This is for you. Since Chun Zhao had seen Famtis, at least they knew each other. He wouldn't give her a piece. Famtis was somewhat stunned. He didn't know whether he should take it or not. Take it, Chun Zhao said. Even if you don't want it, Evan should be interested. Chun, what is this? It tastes so special. Where did you buy it? I'll go buy some too. There's no place to buy it. Apart from me, there's no other place. Don't think about asking for more. I don't have much either. I have to give it to someone else. I'll take Rasfa's share for him. You can give it to me. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Oh, Famtis, can you go out for a while? I have something to talk to Steven about. Okay, Mr. Chun. Seeing Chun Zhao's serious expression, Steven didn't understand. Chun, what do you want to say? I heard that DSN has a movie called God of War. It's going to be released at the same time as James' movie, right? Yes, James is really unlucky to see this movie. DSN invited me to watch it during the test screening. It's really good. I hate the director of this movie, Chun Zhao said. You have a grudge against him? If James' movie suddenly becomes popular, will it affect God of War's box office? If God of War's box office fails, will DSN's stock be affected? It was the new year. Chun Zhao planned to earn some money for himself. You want to short DSN's stock price? Yes. How confident are you? Steven asked. I'm confident that I can turn James around, but I'm not sure how much it will affect God of War's box office. Chapter 9:38. You want to help James? Steven asked. Technically, my relationship with James isn't that good, Chun Zhao said. But the director of God of War humiliated me once, and gave me $10. I've been keeping it ever since. Also, it's the new year. I want to earn some extra money. That's right, Chun Zhao said. This sentence made Stephen feel good all over. Chun Zhao said that his relationship with James wasn't that good. Since James had helped him, it meant that they were really close. You're still going to use that lucky coin? Stephen asked. Yes. You said that this lucky gold coin can only be used once. It's better to keep this lucky gold coin. Our new movie is about to start shooting, and you'll be a part of it, Zhang Tai said. I still have it, Chen Zhao said. Don't worry. I won't forget our movie. Since you've decided, I'll call James over. Okay, call him over. A moment later, James arrived. Hi, Mr. Chun, Mr. Stephen, Merry Christmas. James wasn't in a good state of mind. He looked a little like Stephen back then. Chun Zhao and Stephen exchanged glances. James, your new movie is about to be released, right? Yes. James nodded with a bitter expression on his face. How is it? Do you have any expectations for the box office? Stephen asked. Mr. Stephen, are you kidding me? James smiled bitterly. Don't think about unpleasant things. We called you over this time because we want to drink, Stephen said. Mr. Stephen, I have to go back and watch the newly edited version. I'll send it to the theaters tomorrow. Drink with us, Stephen said. I'll edit it for you. James froze. Mr. Stephen, are you serious? Of course. I'm not joking. Then, can I put your name on it? Sure. Stephen nodded. James felt like he was about to fly. Even though Stephen wasn't the director and was only an editor, he still had a huge influence on the movie. Moreover, Stephen's previous movie, Angry Sea Sheriff, had been edited by him. It was because of his own editing that there was such a godly movie. But there are only 3 days left before the screening. Furthermore, the film will be sent to the cinemas the day after tomorrow at the latest. Will you be able to edit it in time? Don't you believe me? Stephen said. I believe you. I believe you. For James, this was a blessing from the heavens. Chun Zhao and Stephen got James drunk. Then Chun Zhao took out a lucky coin. Chun Zhao grabbed James' finger and pierced it. He dripped a drop of blood onto the gold coin. That's it. It's not like you haven't used it before. Why are you asking such an amateur? All right, this kid is really lucky. Stephen stuffed the lucky coin into James' pocket. Chun Zhao continued to send gifts. He didn't have to worry anymore. Mr. Stephen, I heard that you are the editor of the new Christmas movie Animal Mart. Yes, is there a problem? But Director James should be your assistant director. Now that he's the director and you're his editor, do you think he has the right? Kid, this has nothing to do with qualifications. James is my friend. He's a very talented guy, so I'll help him to the best of my ability, Stephen said calmly. But I heard that this movie is only a small investment. Aren't you afraid of affecting your reputation? I'm Stephen. Why should I be afraid? Also, I don't think James will fail. I don't think I'll fail either. Mr. Stephen, I don't mean to doubt your knowledge in film, but this movie is not directed by you. Do you think the editing rights can affect the movie? First of all, I only took the job because James is good at the movie. If I thought it was a pile of shit and the movie was hopeless, I wouldn't have taken the job. Sonnenfeld hugged Sarah and watched Stephen's interview on TV. Honey, will Stephen's editing for Animal Mart affect the box office of God of War? Sarah asked worriedly. Sarah, you still don't understand movies. Stephen is too arrogant. He's a man, not a god. Sonnenfeld smiled, but his face was full of disapproval. Animal Mart will be a stain on his reputation. He'll be dragged down by the movie and humiliated. Just watch how God of War kills Animal Mart, Sonnenfeld said proudly. If it was Stephen's movie, he wouldn't dare to say such words. But Stephen was only in charge of editing. Moreover, editing a movie was not something that could be done in 3 to 5 days. It could easily take a month or two to watch the movie over and over again. Then, they would make the final movie that the audience would see in the cinema. The news that Sonnenfeld received was that Stephen had accepted the job of editing 2 days ago in the nick of time. The way he saw it, Stephen didn't take this job just to edit James' Animal Mart. He just wanted James to borrow his name and his box office appeal. That's good, Sonnenfeld said, his eyes shining. If my movie succeeds, I'll send some scripts to the media. That way, everyone will think that I beat Stephen in box office. Then, for my next movie, I'll be paid several times more. Then, I'll be the female lead in your next movie, right? Of course, baby. I'll tailor a script for you. You'll become a superstar that everyone pays attention to, the darling of international fashion brands. That's great. I knew you'd treat me well. Sarah was overjoyed. You're much better than that useless James. In what way? In every way. Sarah had already turned around and was on top of Sonnenfeld. After some time, the two planned to go out for dinner. Suddenly, they saw a man walking over with a big black dog. The two immediately recognized him as Chun Zhao. What bad luck. I can't believe I met this Asian here. Sonnenfeld's face was full of disdain. As for what Chun Zhao had said to him that day, he didn't take it to heart at all. With a smile, Chun Zhao said, "Isn't this the famous director? Do you live here?" Chapter 9:39. Trust me, soon, you won't be able to afford this place. Chun Zhao was full of smiles. Oh, I just passed by and saw a homeless camp. You can go there and find an empty space. You'll need it. Fuck, if you don't get out of my sight, I'll call the police to arrest you. Don't be so excited. I don't want to appear before you either, but I believe we'll meet again. Chun Zhao turned and left with a smile. Darling, don't waste time talking to such a lowly person. Let's go eat dinner. I'm starving. Of course. Sonnenfeld calmed himself down. But as soon as they got in, they realized that the car wouldn't start. Damn, I just bought this car. Why is there a problem? Sonnenfeld roared angrily. Let's call a taxi. Okay. Sonnenfeld's mood turned bad. Master, who should we give the money we absorbed from that guy? It's really windy today. Isn't there a homeless camp up ahead? Let's go give it to the homeless there and let them have a relaxing Christmas. After that, we'll hurry back. Chun Zhao didn't like this kind of lukewarm wind. It felt cool on his body, but he didn't feel cold. Instead, it gave him goosebumps. Those homeless won't be able to get all the money. That guy has over $10 million. According to Black Ma's rules, if one didn't have enough money, they would have to pay the same price. Then, they would have to pay an equivalent price for the amount of money they received. Then let's see someone and give them some money. Chun Zhao and Black Ma gave each other money as they walked. Just then, there was the urgent sound of a police siren. Chun Zhao turned around and saw that it was a car chase and a gunfight. Just then, the police in the police car hit the car wheels of the criminals. The car lost control and crashed into a stone block on the side of the road. Bang! Then, a large amount of cash spilled out of the car window. A gust of wind blew and the money danced in the air. Fuck, did these robbers rob a bank vault? Chun Zhao looked at the banknotes flying in the air. They had already covered the entire street. The police in the police car were also dumbfounded. They couldn't do anything now. Chun Zhao touched his chin. Was this Black Ma's power? Chun Zhao had used Black Ma's ability once before. But at that time, it wasn't very clear. Black Ma's ability was not an offensive spell. Therefore, no one knew if it was the effect of its ability. But this time, Chun Zhao experienced Black Ma's ability in the most direct way. Black Ma might not be the strongest, but he was not weak either. Chun Zhao returned home and started decorating. Although Chun Zhao wasn't interested in Christmas, Fei Lai was an American. Therefore, the family still needed a festive atmosphere. His original plan was to have a party tomorrow. But then he learned from Fei Lai that the Americans basically wouldn't visit on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Just like the Chinese Spring Festival, people didn't go out on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. This was good as well. They didn't have to disturb others during the festival, and no one would disturb them. Cam, let's go watch a movie. I don't want to. The Christmas movies are all family movies. It's too boring. Dylan, are you interested in this kind of movie? Don't you admire Mr. Steven the most? There's a Christmas movie that Mr. Steven personally directed and edited. Oh, which movie? Animal Mart. The director is Mr. Steven's assistant director. Then let's go watch. Cam and his friend went to the theater and bought 2 tickets. Entering the theater, Graham and his friend found that there were quite a lot of people in the theater. I feel like this movie is very ordinary. After watching for 5 minutes, Kim got bored. How disappointing. I was looking forward to something different. It seems like any movie that isn't directed by Mr. Steven is boring. Why doesn't Mr. Steven shoot one himself? Being an editor doesn't reflect his ability at all. 4 or 5? Dylan, what are you counting? Didn't you notice? There have been 5 Easter eggs since the start of the movie. Now it's the 6th one. The 6th one. Cam looked at the plot in confusion. Suddenly, he realized that the plot was paying homage to a certain scene in a classic movie. Moreover, the plot was handled very well. It didn't feel out of place at all. Looks like this director is quite capable. This new director is a complete Easter egg maniac. The 8th one. No, the 10th one. Where's the 10th one? I only saw 8. Didn't you notice? The conversation between the male and female leads just now contained 2 Easter eggs. Oh my God, it's only been 10 minutes and there are already 10 Easter eggs. How many Easter eggs are hidden in the entire movie? Interesting, this scene is too interesting. There are 3 Easter eggs hidden in this scene. Really? I just noticed one. No, it's 5, an audience member in the back suddenly said in a low voice. The 2 couldn't help but turn to the audience member. Are you sure? It contains Titanic, Bridges on the Bridge, The Godfather, RoboCop, and Superman. This movie can be said to be made up of Easter eggs. It's a very special movie. The unknown audience member said, every line and every scene in the movie might have a special meaning. Even I can't completely understand it. So, interesting. The director is very good, but the editing is even better. It's a strong team. Hey, Mr. Steven is actually in this movie. I didn't hear anything about it before. Just then, the retired policeman played by Steven appeared. He also met his nemesis in the movie. The 2 passed by each other in the supermarket. The retired policeman keenly sensed the abnormality of the villain and followed him. Mr. Steven and the villain are completely independent of the plot. They're both characters in the movie. And did you notice that the villain didn't show his face from beginning to end? There were a few minutes of footage, but he wasn't shown his face. The editor must have a grudge against the villain. Definitely, because Mr. Steven is the editor. Look how badly the villain beat Mr. Steven. Chapter 940. Did you notice that the thing that the villain threw at Steven's retired cop was a movie prop? It was the head of the Terminator. They're so interesting. The movie ended with the villain being stabbed to death by Steven's character. Of course, the 2 of them had their own plots. But the highlight of the movie was the Easter eggs. Easter eggs were everywhere. Perhaps an action with a line would be a line from a movie. How many Easter eggs did you find? 103. I only found 53. How come we're so short? No, I want to watch it again. I want to know which Easter eggs I missed. I want to watch it again, too. I think there were many missing Easter eggs the first time. Just then, a group of people walked out of the theater. A couple walked out. Honey, what do you think of God of War? Not bad. The special effects are great. The girl obviously didn't like this kind of movie as much as the guy. I think it's boring. It's still early. How about we find another movie to watch? Sure, what do you like to watch? Let's watch Animal Mart. I like Steven's movies. He filmed this? The boy clearly didn't know much about movies. No, he's just an editor. The director is Steven's original assistant director. After 100 minutes, the movie ended and the couple walked out of the theater. I love this movie so much, the girl said excitedly. It's so interesting. I was looking for Easter eggs the whole time. How many did you find? The boy asked. We found a total of 43 Easter eggs. What? There are 43 Easter eggs? Why did I only find 25? That means you don't know Hollywood well enough, the girl said. Just then, another audience member who came out of the same theater said, You only found 40-something? I found 103 on the first time. The couple exclaimed, There are that many. The second time, there are 11 more. That's 114 Easter eggs. Honey, let's watch it again. Okay, I want to see what other Easter eggs I haven't found. Please give me 2 tickets for the movie Animal Mart. I'm sorry, sir and madam. Animal Mart is full. The ticket seller at the ticket office said, God of War is not bad. Are you interested? Animal Supermarket is selling so well. It's mainly because the number of screenings for Animal Mart is too small, the ticket seller said. A movie like God of War is too boring. There's no plot at all, the woman said. Then are you sure that Animal Mart is good? The man was a little doubtful. Haven't you heard? It's already been exposed on the internet. This movie is called a magical movie. It said that the entire movie is filled with Easter eggs. The woman said, I really don't understand why the cinema would give the screening room to a movie like God of War. At this moment, the ticket seller received a call. After a while, the ticket seller said, due to the adjustment of the movie theater, there are already tickets for Animal Mart available. Do you want them? However, before the two of them could reply, a few people squeezed in from behind. I want. Don't push. We were here first. James, sit down. Let's drink. Stephen and Rasfa were sitting there drinking while James paced around uneasily. James, don't worry, Rasfa said. Even if this movie loses money at the box office, I can promise you that you'll have a second movie. Of course, he was also doing this for Stephen's sake. Stephen rolled his eyes. Rasfa, do you believe that James's movie will definitely earn more than $1 billion at the box office? Both Rasfa and James replied to Stephen by rolling their eyes. Mr. Stephen, don't joke around. I'll be satisfied with $100 million at the box office. Do you want to make a bet? Stephen said, grinning. What bet? I'll bet with you, Rasfa said. Let's bet on your purple brew, Stephen said. I don't have any more purple brew. Stephen rolled his eyes. Don't fool me. Every time I go near the cellar, you purposely pull me away. Let's change the bet, Rasfa said. Weren't you so confident in your speculation? Why aren't you betting now? Just then, James's phone rang. James immediately picked it up. After a while, James hung up. His expression softened. How is it? Is the real-time box office out? Yes. The box office in the 3 hours in the morning was $15 million. The box office from 12 to 1 in the afternoon was $58 million. Surprised, Rasfa put down the glass in his hand. What was the pre-show box office last night? $3 million US. So you're saying that you have almost 23 million in just half a day? At this rate, you should be able to get around 40 million on the first day, Rasfa said. For a movie with a small investment, the box office is definitely not bad. It can even be profitable. Oh, what's the real-time box office for God of War? Stephen asked. What's the current total? I haven't asked. It should be twice as much as my movie. The pre-show box office last night already reached 13 million. That's the standard for a top movie. Honey, what's the real-time box office for God of War? It's already past 30 million, Sonnenfeld said proudly. Sonnenfeld proudly said, according to this development trend, the box office can reach $80 million on the first day. Although the box office was far from the record, it was still something to be proud of. Oh, how much did that trash's Pet Mart earn? I don't know, but it definitely won't be that high, Sonnenfeld said disapprovingly. Is the champagne ready? We can already celebrate in advance. Of course, the champagne is ready, Sarah said. Honey, do you have plans for your next movie? Baby, there's no rush. When the box office of my new movie comes out, we'll talk to DSN. That way, I can help you to get a higher salary. Honey, you're so nice. Just then, an urgent ringing of the phone interrupted the two's intimacy. Sonnenfeld picked up the phone unhappily. This is Sonnenfeld. Who is it? Sonnenfeld, come to the company's headquarters immediately. Now, immediately. Chapter 941. Tyrese, the chairman of DSN. But in Hollywood, Tyrese had another title. This title was very similar to Stephen's. Stephen was the tyrant on the set. Tyrese was the tyrant of Hollywood. Sonnenfeld was no longer as proud as before. He answered the phone timidly. Don't ask so many questions. Come here immediately. Yes, Mr. Tyrese. Sonnenfeld had no confidence in facing Tyrese. In the whole of Hollywood, other than the chairman of the other big six, perhaps only people of Stephen's level or other older people in the entertainment industry could say no to Tyrese. When Sonnenfeld arrived at the company, he found that the conference room was filled with the main cast of God of War. Mr. Tyrese. Sonnenfeld greeted him and took his seat. At this moment, the assistant picked up a document. Mr. Sonnenfeld, the box office of God of War started to plummet since an hour ago. On the contrary, the box office of Animal Mart, produced by PLM, is steadily rising. Currently, the difference between the two is only 10 million US dollars. God of War is still in the lead for now, but if the box office continues to develop at this rate, it will be overtaken by Animal Mart in about 2 hours. That's impossible. Animal Supermarket only has 5% of the screenings, and the filming budget of Animal Supermarket, including the publicity budget, is only $40 million US, while God of War has a budget of $250 million US. The two are not on the same level at all. How can Animal Supermarket surpass God of War in the box office? That's where the problem lies. Tyrese said calmly, although Animal Mart was released at the same time as God of War in less than a day, there are already super high ratings online. Mr. Tyrese, you should also know that professional film critics' ratings do not represent the box office. Many times, a low reputation can be exchanged for high box office. I think this is PLM's strategy. They bribed film critics to improve their reputation. I think this is only a temporary improvement. Soon, more people will watch the movie and pull down the score. You still don't understand. Animal Mart is not a professional film critics rating. It is the audience's rating. Besides, Animal Mart has now become a hot topic. Whether it is on search engines or on social media, there are a lot of positive topics. Tyrese looked at Sonnenfeld. You should understand what it means for God of War if the two of them lose on the first day. The investment, expectations, and even popularity of the two movies were several times different. If God of War didn't become the box office champion on the first day, it would be disastrous for God of War. Public opinion would completely lean towards Animal Supermarket, and at the same time, it would also criticize God of War. In Hollywood, there was a phenomenon called the word-of-mouth effect. For example, Avatar 10 years ago or Sea Patrol this year were all products of the word-of-mouth effect. In fact, this kind of word-of-mouth effect was similar to the so-called tap water in China. It was a large number of positive reviews that would attract the audience to the cinema. The cinema chains would also adjust the number of screenings, increasing the number of screenings for Animal Supermarket and reducing the number of screenings for other films. Of course, they wanted to squeeze out God of War screenings. I should have known. I really shouldn't have believed in trash like you. You can't even compare to Steven's assistant director. Mr. Tyrese, Mr. Steven helped James with the editing. Sonnenfeld finally found an excuse. Steven's influence and ability are undeniable, but if James didn't have the ability to shoot good scenes and shots, Steven wouldn't have been able to edit anything good. So, in the end, it's all about ability, Tyrese said emotionlessly. Just then, the assistant's phone rang. The assistant picked it up. After a while, he leaned over and whispered a few words in Tyrese's ear. Tyrese's face instantly became gloomy. The real-time box office of Animal Supermarket has surpassed God of War again. $40 million of investment versus $250 million of investment. 5% of the screenings versus 60% of the screenings had actually lost in the real-time box office. This kind of heaven-defying gap was completely unimaginable. Is that Animal Supermarket really that good? Boss, Animal Supermarket was originally adapted from a real story. It has its own IP popularity, the assistant said. The assistant said, secondly, Mr. Stevens' influence also played a crucial role. Of course, the most important thing is that this movie has 0 negative reviews in the first 100 reviews. In a survey of 1,000 people, the positive rating is above 95%. There are also many topics of discussion. For example, Mr. Stevens' first appearance on the big screen and his request for the villain to show his face. There are also scenes within scenes and Easter eggs. These are all highly discussed topics. Damn it, why is there such a hot topic in a movie with a small investment? Tyrese roared, gritting his teeth. Rasfa, that old thing, really found a treasure. Go and contact James and see if he's willing to cooperate with our company. This year was destined to be a bumper year for PLM. Stevens' movie had created history and a miracle. But who would have thought that an unknown director would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and throw another bomb at the whole of Hollywood at the end of the year? Boss, our company's stock price has fluctuated and is beginning to fall slightly. Tyrese had already thought of this, but he still said calmly, now it's just speculators selling. When the box office of the first day comes out tomorrow, our company's stock will usher in a greater decline. Be prepared. In fact, with the size of DSN, the failure of a movie would not cause too much of a blow to the company. It would not even be a serious blow to the company. But the stock price would definitely fall. For some major shareholders, they still valued the value of the shares themselves. DSN shares could allow them to do whatever they wanted in Hollywood. But some small shareholders would definitely keep an eye on the stock price. If the stock price fell by 1%, it was equivalent to losing 1% of their net worth. This was what they were most concerned about. At that time, at the shareholders' meeting, Tyrese would also be attacked by more shareholders. It might even shake his current position. This was the biggest impact. And the biggest problem was that God of War was originally produced as the vanguard of the trilogy. But now DSN was in a very awkward situation. Continue shooting the second and third movies? Chapter 942. 86 million. James' expression froze. Rasfa also froze. It was 10:20 at night. Animal Mart's box office had exceeded 86 million so far. It had a chance to exceed 90 million by midnight. For a Super A movie, this number was at most a passable number. But for a movie with a small investment, this number was enough to make everyone laugh their heads off. One had to know that Animal Supermarket only had 5% of the screenings. This meant that the movie's occupancy rate was close to 90%. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to reach this level of box office. In the afternoon, Rasfa had thought that as long as James didn't lose his investment, even a small one, it would be acceptable. Who would have thought that the movie would be so popular? It wasn't as popular as Steven's previous movie, but it was definitely an outstanding result. Mr. Steven, I really don't know how to thank you. James thanked Steven from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, if Steven hadn't helped him edit the movie, it definitely wouldn't have such a good result. Chun asked me to help you, Steven said. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Mr. Chun? But why? He seems to have a grudge with your ex-wife, Steven said. And the director of God of War seems to have a grudge with him too. Oh? The director of God of War is called Sonnenfeld, right? Rasfa asked. That's right, Steven said. They know each other. Chun and Falai went to Marina's restaurant and ran into Sonnenfeld and James' ex-wife. They humiliated Chun in front of everyone and even gave him $10. Chun didn't kill Sonnenfeld on the spot. In their impression, Chun Zhao was known for his bad temper. The next day, Pet Mart's box office increased again. At the same time, DSN's stock price fluctuated too. It dropped by 2% in one day. DSN was the largest movie company in the world. This didn't include other industries outside of Hollywood. Its market value was over $100 billion. A 2% drop meant that $2 billion had been lost. Actually, if it was just God of War's failure, it wouldn't have such a huge impact. The main reason was that God of War was the beginning of a series of movies. Now that the first movie had failed miserably, even though the sequel had yet to start filming, some investments had already been made. This caused these early investments to become an uncertain factor. Continue filming the sequel? What if it fails like the first series? If they stopped filming, the loss would be even more direct. It was precisely because of this kind of bad news, coupled with people with ulterior motives who added fuel to the fire. As a result, Disney's stock price fluctuated significantly. Chun, hold on for half a day tomorrow, Steven said. Sell your stocks tomorrow afternoon. Okay, got it. Chun Zhao wasn't greedy. He was satisfied that he could earn a few $1 million. This kind of opportunity was rare. It was already a rare opportunity to encounter it once a year. DSN won't sit back and watch the stock fall. So they've started to take action, Steven said. Oh, how did they do it? Tomorrow, they will release the news that I will be taking over the God of War series. Will you take it over? No, I don't have any business relationship with DSN. Also, their terms are too domineering. Even I can't get enough power, so I won't work with them unless they lower their stance like other film companies. So you're just going to let them use your name to pull up the stock. They told me beforehand. Chun Zhao immediately understood that it was an exchange of benefits. But this wasn't surprising. No wonder Steven knew when DSN stock would rise so accurately. Because Chun Zhao was buying short-term stocks, he was going to short them directly. First, he would borrow DSN stocks from the dealer and sell them to the market. Then, after the stock fell, he would go to the market and buy the scattered stocks to return to the dealer. The difference in the middle, after deducting the interest, was Chun Zhao's profit. Chun Zhao didn't really play stocks. He only had a general idea. The risk of directly shorting was very high because there were too many fake and real news mixed in the market. If he wasn't completely confident, Chen Zhao wouldn't put tens of millions of dollars into the market. Usually, going short was the specialty of the big capitalists. This time, Chen Zhao had Steven guiding him step by step. Steven might not be a financial giant, but he had a team that helped him manage his assets. Anyway, if Steven wanted him to buy, he would buy. If Steven wanted him to sell, he would sell. Chun, after DSN announces the good news tomorrow afternoon, the stock should rise a bit. You can use this chance to make some money. I'll clarify the news in 2 weeks. Chun Zhao understood. The risk of going short was too high and he wouldn't make much money. But if he bought the stock to rise, with Steven there, the stock would definitely rise by quite a bit. With leverage, it wouldn't be a problem to make $10 or $20 million. This was also the reason why DSN and Steven were exchanging benefits. Small investors were small investors. They would never be able to beat capitalists. This was the reason. Capitalists only needed to announce a piece of news and the stock would rise and fall. Without Steven's cooperation, Chen Zhao would probably still foolishly think that DSN stock would continue to fall. By then, he might even lose a lot of money. Of course, since he didn't use leverage, he wouldn't make much money, but he wouldn't lose much either. Mr. Sonnenfeld, the stock you invested in is almost at a loss. I suggest you stop your losses immediately. The call was from Sonnenfeld's stock manager. Sonnenfeld almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had bet on his house, car, and around $1 million in cash. He thought that after his movie, God of War, was released, DSN stock would definitely rise. In the end, he became a stock killer. Not only did the stock not rise because of God of War, it fell instead. How much money do I have in my account? Less than $3 million. Buy it down, buy it down. Buy it down with all your money. Sonnenfeld yelled. Based on the current trend, DSN stock will continue to fall for a few days. Use leverage. Mr. Sonnenfeld, it's very risky to short with leverage. Cut the crap. I've already lost nearly $10 million. I can't lose anymore. I have to earn back my losses. Sonnenfeld couldn't think of any way for DSN to pull up the stock. Chapter 943. Chun, you can stop shorting stocks now. Steven gave Chun Zhao another call. Okay, got it. DSN stock had fallen by 4% compared to 3 days ago. For Chun Zhao, it was only $3 or $4 million, but for DSN, it was billions of dollars gone. DSN was a big company, but it couldn't withstand such a speed of evaporation. Of course, there was a limit to the drop. After all, a movie's box office failure couldn't really shake DSN. If it was something like PLM, it was also one of the big six, but it was much smaller than DSN. Therefore, PLM's box office would fluctuate greatly because of a movie's box office. They'll release the news at around 3 in the afternoon. You can buy some stocks beforehand. Okay, got it. Chen Zhao nodded. Chen Zhao's shorting was too risky. Usually, big investors would take the initiative to short. They would buy a lot first and then sell, creating panic in the market and forcing the individual investors away. Then, they would cut the sheep. Chen Zhao's was completely relying on luck. Even if he had reliable information that DSN stock would fall, there was no guarantee of how much it would fall or how long it would last. Once DSN reacted and released some good news, the stock would rise again. Ha! See? I told you it would fall, Sonnenfeld said proudly. Mr. Sonnenfeld, 50 times leverage is too risky. You've already recovered your capital. There's no need to continue. No, continue, Sonnenfeld said. I'll stop before the market closes today. It wasn't easy to make $1 or $2 million a day. Continue shorting DSN. Okay. Sonnenfeld was already immersed in his fantasy. Fill my ass. I can't make as much money as stocks. As long as I have money, I can invest in my own movie. Then, I'll show those who look down on me what I'm capable of. I'll use my next movie to prove my ability. Just then, Sonnenfeld's phone rang again. What is it now? Mr. Sonnenfeld. DSN stock went up. What? Then why are you calling me? Hurry up and stop. Sonnenfeld exclaimed. It's too late. We've already lost everything. What? How is that possible? That's a few $1 million, Sonnenfeld said. Since the opening of the market, His original capital had increased several times. How could he suddenly lose all of his capital? Sir, 50 times leverage is a huge risk to begin with. Just a small increase will clear all the funds, Sonnenfeld said. But how? How much did DSN's stock go up? 3%. How is this possible? Sonnenfeld still couldn't accept this result. According to the news released by DSN, Mr. Steven will take over the filming of the sequel of God of War. You can't do this, you can't do this. I'm the director of this series. It's me. Sonnenfeld roared. This job is mine. DSN can't do this. Tyrese can't do this to me. Right, call Tyrese. Sonnenfeld dialed Tyrese's number. Mr. Tyrese, we agreed on it and even signed a contract. I will direct the God of War trilogy. What you're doing now is a violation of the contract. I'm going to sue you. Sonnenfeld, you have to understand that because of you, DSN's hundreds of millions of dollars of investment went down. You even caused DSN's stock to fall. You still want to direct the sequel of God of War? Don't even mention continuing to direct God of War. No one will even want you as an assistant director. DSN will ban you, and you won't be able to get a single movie in Hollywood. You can't do this to me. I have a contract. You're violating the contract. I want compensation, huh? That's a contract of intent, not a formal contract. Go ahead and sue me. Terrence sneered. He hadn't even finished the first movie. It was impossible for him to confirm the directors for the second and third movies. A mature company couldn't be so childish. A contract of intent had no legal effect. To put it bluntly, it was no different from a conversation at a wine table. If Sonnenfeld's God of War was successful, he would naturally become the director of the second and third sequels. But if the first movie failed, Sonnenfeld would only be a scapegoat. After venting for a while, Sonnenfeld finally sat down on the floor. His career was ruined because of this movie. Because of this gamble, he had completely lost all his assets. It was over. Everything was over. Just then, there was the sound of a car horn downstairs. Sonnenfeld looked out the window. It was an unfamiliar car. Just then, a woman got out of the car. Sonnenfeld saw that the woman was very beautiful. He thought that she might be here to ask him for help. Sonnenfeld went downstairs and opened the door. Miss, are you looking for me? On behalf of the bank, I'm detaining your house, Immerse said to Sonnenfeld. What? Detaining? What do you mean? Your house has been mortgaged to our bank. We've checked your account and found that there's no money in it. So now, this house belongs to the bank. If you can't pay the bank back within 3 months, we have the right to auction this house to pay off the money you owe the bank. Wait, I'm a little tight on money now, but I'm a director, a famous director in Hollywood. I have enough credibility and fame. I'm fully capable of paying off the money I owe the bank. You can't just detain my house so suddenly. I'm sorry, Sonnenfeld. This house doesn't belong to you now, Immerse said calmly. Please move out before it gets dark. I refuse. Sonnenfeld's attitude was firm. Immerse smiled and snapped her fingers. A dozen burly men came in. I don't care if you agree or not. You guys wait here and give Mr. Sonnenfeld some time to prepare. If he doesn't plan to leave before 5 o'clock, you guys can help him move out. Sonnenfeld picked up the phone. Sarah, I want to stay at your place for a few days. Is that convenient for you? Sonnenfeld, I'm not in Los Angeles right now. If you have anything to say, please tell me when I come back. That's all. I still have things to do. Goodbye. Chapter 944. Sarah was a very practical woman. Back then, she could leave James and the second director. Now, she could leave Sonnenfeld. She wasn't very famous now, but she knew how to protect herself. Sonnenfeld couldn't even protect himself now. Of course, she wouldn't go through thick and thin with him. She wasn't the only one who flew away in the face of disaster. Tyrese's ban had been issued. Everyone who Sonnenfeld had once been involved with drew a clear line with him. Night was approaching. Sonnenfeld didn't even have money to call a taxi. He suddenly sat in front of his house. All his belongings were piled outside. In just 2 or 3 days, he'd lost everything. Just then, a figure appeared before Sonnenfeld. Sonnenfeld looked up and saw the smiling face. Chen Zhao was standing before Sonnenfeld. What are you doing here? Chen Zhao took out the $10 bill. I said that I'd personally return this to you soon. Chun Zhao tossed the bill in front of Sonnenfeld. Sonnenfeld's expression was very ugly. Also, I remember that a few days ago, I told you that you need to find an empty space in the homeless camp. It's you. It's you. Sonnenfeld roared and pounced at Chun Zhao. He didn't know why, but he felt that Chun Zhao had done all this. Chun Zhao's words kept echoing in his mind. If Chun Zhao had nothing to do with it, he wouldn't have said those words. However, Chun Zhao casually pushed him to the ground. It's all your witchcraft, right? You demon, you monster, give me back everything, give it back to me. Chun Zhao stepped on Sonnenfeld's chest. You asked for it. You asked for it. A car stopped before Chun Zhao and Sonnenfeld. The window rolled down. Sonnenfeld saw Stephen in the car. Mr. Stephen, help me. Help me. This barbarian, he wants to kill me. Stephen glanced at Sonnenfeld and then at Chun Zhao. Chun, you're such a bully. Hearing Stephen's words, Sonnenfeld's expression became even uglier. Then, he thought about how Stephen had accepted to be an editor for James' movie after he had offended Chun Zhao. At this moment, Sonnenfeld finally understood that he had offended someone more influential than him. And it was all for a vain woman. He had lost everything. At this time, another woman in her 20s walked over. He saw Sonnenfeld on the ground, Chun Zhao in front of him, and Stephen in the car. Father. The woman ran over quickly. Who are they? Sonnenfeld lowered his head. I'm fine. Why are you here? I heard something happened to you. Come home with me. The woman was very cautious of Chun Zhao. She could tell that her father and this man, as well as Stephen in the car, were in different states. It looked more like they were bullying their own father. Dad, did they bully you? No. I'm really fine, Sonnenfeld said. That's great. You actually have a daughter. Chun Zhao watched as the father and daughter left, supporting each other. Oh, you lost your money. Aren't you going to pick it up? Mr. Sonnenfeld. Sonnenfeld paused and turned his head to look at Chun Zhao, his eyes filled with fear. Dad. Sonnenfeld's daughter stared at Chun Zhao angrily. She could feel that Chun Zhao was forcing her father. Sonnenfeld turned his head silently. He picked up the $10 bill and stuffed it back into his pocket. Dad, did he threaten you? Tell me not to be afraid of him. No, really. Sonnenfeld did not want his daughter to mess with this man. Because of that conflict, he had gone bankrupt. He did not think that his daughter would do anything if this man targeted her. Chun Zhao got into Stephen's car. Fampus was driving. Chun, how do you plan to take revenge on Sonnenfeld? That's it. I've already made him bankrupt and humiliated him. That's enough. Chun Zhao did not want to continue this topic. Oh, do you have any plans for New Year's? No, Stephen asked. Do you have any plans? I plan to hold a party. All my friends can come to my house. Drink as much as you want, and there'll be a lot of food, Chun Zhao said. Fampus, you can come too. Fampus's heart jumped. She knew how expensive Chun Zhao's wine was. She also knew how delicious Chun Zhao's food was. Americans usually celebrated Thanksgiving and Christmas as a family, but they liked to get together to welcome the new year on New Year's. However, Fampus still waited for Stephen's answer. After all, she was Stephen's bodyguard. If Stephen did not go, she could not go either. Sure, Stephen agreed readily. Mr. Chun, can I bring Evan? Of course, Chun Zhao replied. Evan is welcome, Chun Zhao replied. Oh, help me call James. I can't get through to him for the past 2 days. He turned off his phone on purpose, Stephen said. His movie is a hit. All the movie companies are contacting him now. Can he come on New Year's Eve? I'm afraid not. He's busy with publicity, Stephen said. He should be abroad now. That's a pity. Chun Zhao shrugged. How much is his movie's box office now? The North American box office has reached $300 million, and it's still rising. How much will it reach? The box office in North America has a chance of reaching $800 million, Stephen estimated. Much worse than you, Chun Zhao said, but it was understandable. The lucky coin was not the kind of ability that could grant all wishes. Instead, it could fully unleash the user's abilities. There was still a large gap between Stephen's abilities and James. Oh, Chun, I plan to find a Chinese actor to play your role. You're Chinese. Do you have any recommendations? No, don't ask me about that. I've never cared about celebrities in the entertainment industry, whether they're from China or Hollywood. Based on your fame, you can contact the companies in China. I'm sure they'll recommend their actors to you one after another. Stephen's name was very influential all over the world, whether it was in Hollywood or other countries' entertainment circles. Chapter 945. Falai really enjoyed the festive atmosphere. It wasn't the process. It was the feeling that the entire world was filled with blessings. Everyone called and wished her a happy holiday. As for Jerlin, all kids like holidays. Jerlin was no exception. Chun Zhao could understand Falai and Jerlin. Princess and Walter liked it too. Chun Zhao could understand too, because they had good food. Underlings also like holidays because they had things to do during the holidays. For underlings, having a sense of existence was very important. They needed to work to gain a sense of existence. But why did Samuel like it too? He talked about conquering the world every day, but why did he only see a salted fish? He was completely addicted to catnip and couldn't stop himself. In the entire family, Chun Zhao was the only one who didn't feel anything about holidays. He wasn't the only one who didn't feel anything about Christmas. He didn't even look forward to Chinese New Year like people of the same generation. Of course, he would still show his passion to his family and make it seem like he really enjoyed the holidays. Chun Zhao was willing to accommodate his family instead of making them think that he didn't like holidays so that they would accommodate him. Holidays should have a festive atmosphere. It was Chun Zhao's own problem, not the fault of those who love holidays. Chun, when is China's New Year? About 2 months, Chun Zhao said. Falai was definitely a holiday maniac. Christmas had just passed, and she was already thinking about the New Year. It's in early February. How do we spend it? How do we spend it? Chun Zhao couldn't answer this question. According to Chinese traditions, it was to set off firecrackers, give lucky money, eat dumplings, watch the Spring Festival Gala, and visit relatives. This was how Chinese celebrated the New Year. In the South, they didn't eat dumplings. There's also a tradition in some areas that children under 1 year old wouldn't be given lucky money. Lucky money meant to suppress one's age, so it wasn't a good sign to give lucky money to children. Chun Zhao chatted with Falai about the customs of the New Year and how it was compared to Christmas in the West. Just then, his phone rang. Chun Zhao looked. It was that old guy Leon. Hello, Mr. Chun. What's up? Mr. Leon. Mr. Chun, the military has been in trouble recently. The supernatural organization should send some people. Mr. Leon, you seem to have forgotten the rules of the supernatural organization. The supernatural organization doesn't participate in government or military operations, Chun Zhao said. But the military and government can't interfere with the supernatural organization's operations. They can only cooperate. This rule wasn't set by Chun Zhao. It was set by the Supernatural International Alliance. This was to ensure that the supernatural society would not become a tool of a government. Mr. Chun, I'm not asking you to participate in this operation. You're just going to be a consultant to help the military solve some problems. What problem? Chun Zhao asked. Recently, a group of tourists went missing in the desert 100 kilometers northwest of Las Vegas. The military participated in the search operation and detected a huge underground building complex near the area where the tourists went missing. So far, 2 teams of 10 people have been sent into the underground building complex in 2 batches, but only 1 survivor escaped. However, after saying some strange things, he died in the hospital the next day. What did he say? Monster's Paradise. That's the Monster's Paradise. Leong said. Did you detect any signs of life? No. When Wes comes back from Cape Town, I'll send him over to check the situation. Anyway, Chun Zhao had the attitude that it had nothing to do with him. This was the military's matter. It had nothing to do with him or the supernatural organization. Mr. Chun, I asked West. He said they need at least 10 more days. Oh, then you can only wait, Chun Zhao said, unconcerned. Mr. Chun, aren't you in L.A. now? L.A. is only 400 kilometers from Las Vegas. I can also send a plane to pick you up. And then you throw me down from the sky? Mr. Chun, would you believe me if I said I had nothing to do with what happened last time? Huh, I believe you. Chun Zhao didn't care if Leong had arranged it or not. Just because Leong could do whatever he wanted to him, why did he have to listen to his explanation? Leong was also very depressed. Ever since he'd fallen out with Chun Zhao, Even West's attitude towards him had become very bad. It would be better if he had never seen Chen Zhao before. At least he could still order West around. But ever since he'd fallen out with Chen Zhao, everything had changed. The supernatural organization became more forceful, and West spoke to him in a weird manner. Mr. Chun, I only need you as a consultant. You don't have to do anything. You just need to give the third investigation team some professional guidance so that they can have the right precautions when they encounter danger. I'm not free. Just treat it as a private hire. $500,000. Seeing Chen Zhao's attitude, Leong knew that Chen Zhao wouldn't help without some benefits. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and said, I want to go and come back the same day. There's a party at my house the day after tomorrow. Of course, just guidance, Leong said, but he was gritting his teeth inside. $500,000 for one day's time? Tomorrow morning, send a helicopter to pick me up. Leong couldn't do anything about Chen Zhao's arrogance. The next day, a military helicopter hovered above Mirror Lake. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were both woken up by the loud roar of the helicopter. Chen Zhao had told Fei Lai last night. He changed his clothes and hurriedly boarded the helicopter. Other than the pilot, there were also 2 fully armed soldiers. They sat in the helicopter without a smile. They didn't know Chen Zhao's identity. They only knew that he was some kind of expert. Sir, do you need earmuffs? The pilot handed an earmuff to Chen Zhao. Traveling in a helicopter from medium to long distances required earmuffs because the noise from the propellers was very high and continuous. If a person was affected by the noise of the propellers for more than 30 minutes without protection, they would become distracted and even lose control of their emotions. Chen Zhao had just woken up and wasn't in the right state of mind. After taking the earmuffs, he leaned against the chair and slept. Call me when we arrive. Around 2 hours later, the helicopter stopped above a campsite. After Chen Zhao alighted, a few people came to greet him. One of them was Lieutenant Paul, but there was a woman beside him. Chapter 946. Hi, Mr. Chun. Paul walked up and hugged Chen Zhao first. It's great to see that you're okay. I made a huge mistake that day. Chen Zhao smiled insincerely. What a joke. You gave me a parachute that I couldn't open. Should I smile at you? Chen Zhao couldn't do that. At least, he couldn't be sure if Paul had any ill intentions. In comparison, Chen Zhao was more looking forward to hugging Sonnenfeld. Paul, aren't you going to introduce this lady to me? This is my adjutant, Demi Sonnenfeld. Chen Zhao walked up to shake her hand, but Demi rejected him directly. When she brought her father home that day, she'd been asking him what was going on with Chen Zhao. However, her father refused to tell her. She still thought that Chen Zhao was bullying her father. Chen Zhao retracted his hand awkwardly and looked at Paul. Paul, I want to know. Paul glanced at Demi and said, Let's go to the tent. When he entered the tent, he saw that there were a few people in the tent, all of whom were soldiers. Mr. Chun, I received news from my superior that an expert would come today. I didn't expect you to be the expert. Let's make it short. I want to know the specific situation here. Paul could feel that there was a gap between them. It was understandable. After all, he'd almost killed Chen Zhao that day. About 1 kilometer to the west of the camp, we found an underground building complex. The building complex was very large. We then sent 2 exploration teams into it, especially the second team, which was fully armed and equipped with the most advanced war weapons. But in the end, only 1 person came out alive. However, he was also seriously injured and died not long after. So, did you confirm what creatures are inside? Not yet. We didn't find any. What do you know about the situation inside? No. Then what's the purpose of the military exploring the underground complex? No. Paul gave another negative answer. Chen Zhao sneered inwardly. Exploring the underground complex without any purpose? Do you think I'm stupid? So, what problem did you call me here to help you solve? The problem we want Mr. Chan to help us solve is how to get our people in and out safely. Sir, I think it's a waste of time. He can't solve anything at all, Demi said unhappily. Everyone in the tent looked at Chen Zhao, who was crossing one leg. I don't care what you think of me. My purpose for coming here will not change. I can explore the underground complex for you, but you have to pay the price. What price? Paul frowned. He didn't know how the higher-ups had found Chen Zhao. He also didn't know how Chen Zhao had cooperated with them. You gave me 500,000 a day to be your consultant, Chen Zhao said. Of course, it's only for one day. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. $500,000 a day. Was he an expert or a celebrity? My team and I specialize in dealing with supernatural creatures. So in this regard, we are more professional than the military. Mr. Chen, have you encountered such supernatural creatures before? Chen Zhao took out his phone and showed the photo to Paul. In the photo, the mother was in the second stage of mutation. It hadn't completely broken away from its human form and was crawling out of its skin. Chen Zhao put one hand on the mother's body and took a photo. This is a supernatural creature that our team dealt with, Chen Zhao said. Can this prove it? Paul glanced at it, then glanced at the others to distinguish it. In the end, it reached Demi's hand. Demi's expression was full of disdain. This is fake. It's clearly a Hollywood prop, or the photo itself is photoshopped. Just based on a photo, it was indeed hard to believe whether it was real or fake. If it's real, why isn't there a single video? Demi questioned. For those who are hostile to me, Chen Zhao said calmly, any evidence I show will be treated as fake. Also, if I make a video, you'll say it's made with CGI. Paul could tell that Chen Zhao and Demi had a grudge. Otherwise, Demi wouldn't be so against him. If I want your team to capture a living creature in this complex, how much will it cost? $2 million. What payment method do you accept? Cash. Oh, $2 million after tax. Sure. When can your team arrive? I don't need a team, Chen Zhao said. Take me to the entrance. Mr. Chen, this isn't a joke, Paul said seriously. Our two groups all died inside. I'm not joking, Chen Zhao said. You just have to prepare $2 million for me. Sir, if he wants to die, why stop him? Paul's eyes flashed. Mr. Chen, are you serious? I don't think it's more difficult than surviving 10,000 meters without a parachute. Everyone couldn't help but look at Chen Zhao. Surviving 10,000 meters without a parachute? Could he really do it? Of course, it wasn't completely impossible. If there was a large enough net that could continuously spread the impact of the fall, one could survive. Someone had once challenged falling 7,600 meters without a parachute. In the end, he landed on a net and survived. This is a real case. If you're interested, you can find this video. Okay, Paul said. Since you think you can do it, I'll accept the job. Mr. Chen, what equipment do you need? A net. Soon, Paul prepared one for Chen Zhao. He put it in a backpack and handed it to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao looked at the deep tunnel entrance. Waves of cold wind blew out from inside. Even though they were just standing at the entrance, the soldiers beside Paul were all on high alert. Their guns were pointed at the darkness, as if they were afraid that some monster would charge out of the tunnel. Mr. Chen, are you sure you want to go in alone? And with only one net. Just then, a beast-like roar came from inside, but became a whistling sound outside. Everyone's expression changed. Mr. Chen, Paul said the thing inside often makes this sound. Chen Zhao looked at the darkness. He could vaguely see the shadow of a beast, but he couldn't see it clearly because it was too far away. Chapter 9:47. Everyone watched as Chen Zhao walked into the darkness. Everyone thought that Chen Zhao was digging his own grave. They didn't know what exactly was inside, but they knew how dangerous it was inside. Two elite teams, fully armed, went in. In the end, only one went crazy and escaped. In the end, it wasn't injuries that caused the survivor's death, but fear. So, to them, Chen Zhao wouldn't be able to come out alive this time. Chen Zhao walked through the long and narrow tunnel and could see that. This should also be the ruins of an ancient civilization. Although Chen Zhao wasn't an archaeologist, the style here clearly wasn't the Mayan or Inca civilization that he knew of. Chen Zhao admired the reliefs along the way. In the development of the Mayan and Inca civilizations, their reliefs hadn't been outstanding. Most of what was left now existed in the form of murals. But these reliefs didn't have any content, or rather, Chen Zhao couldn't understand them. They looked like they were just decorations. In fact, when they'd first existed, they were for decoration, not to record anything. Chen Zhao touched the carvings. Suddenly, he noticed a patch of blood on them. Judging from the traces on the bloodstains, this bloodstain should have only been there for a few days. After all, the longer organic matter existed in the natural world, the more serious the decomposition. In the natural world, bloodstains would disappear completely in less than a year with the naked eye. Chun Zhao continued walking. The tunnel led downwards, and the temperature got higher and higher. The water molecules in the air stuck to the skin, blocking the breathing of the skin and preventing the internal heat from dissipating. In such an environment, people would gradually become dehydrated, causing their energy to slacken and become delirious. This was a symptom of heat stroke. For people with severe heat stroke, their brain would die and they'd become idiots. Without protective clothing, humans wouldn't be able to survive more than 12 hours in such an environment. Even if there were no other creatures attacking them, they'd become weaker and weaker. Even well-trained soldiers, no matter how strong they were mostly only good at resistance and reaction speed. However, the environmental factors greatly weakened the reaction of these soldiers. Chun Zhao suddenly stopped and took out the net he'd prepared. A creature the size of a pig appeared before Chun Zhao. The creature's limbs were short and small, and its body was a little bloated. It looked like a pig, but its mouth was full of fangs, indicating that it was definitely a carnivore. This should be a modified wild boar. The creature charged at Chun Zhao. The beast was fast and strong. Chun Zhao grabbed the dog's upper jaw and flipped it onto the ground. The net in his hand also covered the beast. The beast let out a muffled cry that sounded like a wild boar. Just then, Chun Zhao felt more beasts coming out. They were all attracted by the wild boar's cry. Chun Zhao could sense that there were a lot of them. He grabbed a rope and ran out. The wild boar monster's cries became even louder. The closer it got to the exit, the louder its cries became. Chun Zhao was very fast, but when he was about to reach the exit, there was a gunshot outside. Chun Zhao charged out and looked at the two soldiers with submachine guns. Who fired the shot just now? The two soldiers glanced at each other. They thought that some monster had charged out. Plus, they were nervous, so they fired before they could see clearly. They didn't expect it to be Chun Zhao who charged out, and he was dragging a monster behind him. "Sir, I'm sorry." Chun Zhao went up and punched the soldier. "I'm sorry." The other soldier saw that his comrade was beaten and wanted to raise his gun. But on second thought, he realized that they were in the wrong, so he lowered his gun. Just then, the officers of the camp ran over. They'd heard the gunshots and ran over. They didn't expect to see Chun Zhao. "Mr. Chun, you're still alive?" Chun Zhao's face darkened. "Do you know how to talk?" "Sorry," Paul said awkwardly. "That's not what I meant." Chun Zhao glanced at Paul and Demi, who was standing beside him with a disappointed expression. "I don't think he went in at all. He's just hiding at the entrance," Demi said. "I caught this." Chun Zhao pointed to the wild boar monster in the net. Only then did everyone realize that Chun Zhao had brought something back. However, the wild boar monster had become very weak. The surface of its body was starting to dry up. A light-sensitive creature? Some creatures that lived in the dark for a long time would hate or avoid light. "What's this? I'm not responsible for that. I'm only responsible for catching this creature and bringing it out," Chun Zhao said indifferently. "Also, have you prepared my payment? It's just a strange creature, and you want $2 million? Demi said in disdain. Chun Zhao looked at Paul. "Is that your answer too? Mr. Chun, please give us this creature first." "Sorry, I can't." Chun Zhao rejected Paul's request directly. "I won't give it to you before I see the money." Demi snorted. "This isn't a place for you to decide." "Mr. Chun, I hope you can cooperate with us," Paul threatened vaguely. Chun Zhao smiled and gave him the middle finger. "Mr. Chun, I'm asking you as a military officer to give it to us." The soldiers behind Paul had already pointed their guns at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao smiled. "Are you sure you want to do this?" When Chun Zhao went in, Paul thought that Chun Zhao was going to die. But when Chun Zhao came out and caught a creature, Paul felt that Chun Zhao's asking price was too high. Chun Zhao had caught a creature so easily and came out. Paul felt that Chun Zhao's operation wasn't worth $2 million. Chun Zhao glanced at the dying wild boar monster under his feet. It had a strong reaction to light and was already silent. Chun Zhao suddenly laughed. I can get it to you. Mr. Chun, I'm in a difficult position too. I hope you won't blame me. Of course not, Chun Zhao said with a smile. With a smile, Chun Zhao said, but you better be careful. Don't all die in this desert. Paul frowned. Looking at Chun Zhao's departing figure, he was deep in thought. Chapter 948. One of you, go and leave with him. Paul felt that Chun Zhao's gaze was very unfriendly before he left. Sir, let me follow him. Demi wanted to grab hold of Chun Zhao's weakness. Okay, you go. Paul nodded. Although Demi was in charge of administrative work, she'd actually gone through professional training. She kept following Chun Zhao and realized that he'd booked a room in a downtown hotel in Las Vegas. In the evening, she saw that Chun Zhao had come out to eat. Chun Zhao was eating in the hotel's restaurant. When Demi realized that Chun Zhao was staring at her, she knew that she'd been discovered. She didn't hide and walked up to Chun Zhao. Directly. Ms. Demi, are we close? Demi sat down before Chun Zhao. I'll keep a close eye on you. Be careful. Chun Zhao chuckled. Are you going to come in and spy on me when I sleep tonight? Demi suddenly tried to grab Chun Zhao, but the next moment, Chun Zhao grabbed her hand and slammed it on the table. Demi's head was spinning from the beating, and her face was covered in blood. Girls, don't be too violent. Otherwise, it'll be very embarrassing if you get taught a lesson. Just then, the waiter walked over. Can you tell me what happened? Oh, she slipped and fell on my table. Look, she even messed up my dinner, so it's on her. Right now, Demi only felt a deep sense of humiliation. She thought that with her skills, she could easily teach Chun Zhao a lesson. In the end, she'd been defeated instantly and didn't even know how she'd lost. Demi stood up again and followed Chun Zhao out of the restaurant. Just then, Demi's phone rang. Demi, did that Asian do anything strange? Not yet, Demi answered. Keep an eye on him. Report immediately if there's anything strange. Paul was restless the entire day, especially at night. He felt more and more uneasy. He kept feeling that something would happen. Paul looked at the entire camp. There were dozens of people. There were about 50 soldiers equipped with various levels of conventional weapons. This level of equipment was enough to support a small battle. Paul patrolled the perimeter of the camp. The underground relic was dangerous. However, there had never been a case of those creatures coming out. Therefore, the soldiers outside were more relaxed. Paul's expression could not relax. Demi had been monitoring Chun Zhao. She wasn't sneaky like before. Now she was being watched openly and blatantly. However, what she didn't know was that the Chun Zhao she was monitoring wasn't his real body. Chun Zhao's real body had already returned to the desert and sneaked into the underground ruins. The night was his best camouflage. This time, Chun Zhao went deeper. He wanted to confirm how many wild boars there were in the ruins. If there were enough boars, Chun Zhao would drive them out. This was Chun Zhao's revenge. If they slaughtered an army in broad daylight. Chun Zhao was powerful now, but he couldn't defeat an entire country. There were some things that needed to be done in secret. In the end, it was still a matter of strength. If there was a day when Chun Zhao's power could really reach a level where he could do whatever he wanted, Chun Zhao would be able to do whatever he wanted. Perhaps Chun Zhao wouldn't be as patient as he was today. Chun Zhao had always been very secretive, hiding in the shadows. This allowed Chun Zhao to go deep into the relic like there was no one there. Just then, Chun Zhao discovered a figure. When Chun Zhao saw the figure, he was also shocked. Crypt demon. There were crypt demons here? No, they looked similar to the crypt demons, but they were different. The bone shells covering their bodies were slightly gray and black. Were there different types of crypt demons? These wild boar monsters seemed to be reared by the crypt demons. Chun Zhao furrowed his brows, but this made him very happy. He had an idea. Chun Zhao hid in the darkness and searched for the female crypt demon. Suddenly, he discovered a few leather pouches that looked like they were wrapped in spiderwebs. Chun Zhao walked out of the shadows and opened them. It was a human, probably a soldier who'd come in earlier. But the soldier was completely dead. This should be the nest of some large spider. Chun Zhao didn't want to encounter something like that, so he immediately went back into the shadows. He searched in the darkness for a few hours. Finally, he saw the female crypt demon. Chun Zhao crawled out of the shadows. The moment the female crypt demon saw Chun Zhao, she pounced at him. Chun Zhao had been waiting for this chance. He grabbed the female crypt demon's neck and pulled her out. The other crypt demons realized that their mother had been caught. They immediately whimpered and charged at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao didn't want to fight. He dragged the female crypt demon and charged out. The entire relic was in chaos. The crypt demon commanded the boars to chase after Chun Zhao. What's that sound? There were still 2 soldiers guarding the entrance of the underground relic. They heard a whistling sound from the entrance. It's okay. It's your first time here. It's normal. Every night, there'll be weird sounds. I heard that it's time for the monsters inside to move. Just then, a figure suddenly jumped out. Who's there? It was just a punch coming straight at him. The 2 soldiers fainted and fell to the ground. Chun Zhao grabbed the female crypt demon, who kept struggling. But Chun Zhao was too strong. It couldn't resist at all. Don't be afraid, Chun Zhao said with a smile. I just need your offspring to kill all these people. The female crypt demon stopped struggling. She didn't have eyes, but she could feel and hear Chun Zhao's voice. It seemed to be able to understand Chun Zhao's meaning and began to whine. A long time ago, Chun Zhao had come into contact with the crypt demons 3 times. He'd realized that they weren't stupid. Their civilization level was low. They could even understand human intentions. If you can understand me, I'll let you go, Chun Zhao said. If you dare to go against me, I'll kill you right now. Anyway, there'll be a second queen in your race. The female crypt demon nodded. Chun Zhao let go. If it dared to escape, he'd kill it immediately. Just then, the crypt demons behind them also came out. The female crypt demon whimpered at the crypt demons and boars, as if she was talking to them. The crypt demons and boars started charging toward the nearby camp. Chapter 949. The defense line of the camp quickly collapsed. The suppression of numbers, especially the damage from guns against the crypt demons and wild boars, was too low. Even if they couldn't be damaged, the damage they brought would be fatal. After stabbing them in the back, Chun Zhao left. He wasn't interested in watching the crypt demons kill these soldiers. Chun Zhao switched roles. His real body returned to the hotel while his clone was canceled. When Chun Zhao walked out of the hotel room, he saw Demi walk out of the opposite room. There was a Band-Aid on her forehead. She didn't hide her absent-mindedness at all. A smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. I'm going home. Do you want to send me off? Demi looked at Chun Zhao coldly. Oh, don't let your dad appear before me. Otherwise, I'll kill him. Demi couldn't control herself anymore. She lifted her leg and kicked Chun Zhao's face. Chun Zhao also swept his leg at Demi's chest. Demi slammed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just then, the phone rang. It wasn't Chun Zhao, but Demi. Demi took out her phone with difficulty and answered. Very soon, her expression became even worse. Chun Zhao could also hear Demi's voice. However, when he heard it, his expression became very unhappy. Paul wasn't dead. He was in the emergency room. Demi left, clutching her chest. Chun Zhao thought about it and decided to go to the hospital to see Paul. Realizing that Chun Zhao was following her, Demi stopped. Why are you following me? Let's go to the hospital, Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. You know what happened? Really? Huh. A smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. I don't know what you're talking about. Chun Zhao shrugged and walked past Demi. Demi could clearly feel that Chun Zhao knew something. He knew what was going on, and he might even have something to do with it. Chun Zhao and Demi arrived at the hospital one after the other. Demi's hateful gaze never left Chun Zhao. Outside the emergency room, Demi was even angrier. What do you want to do to Lieutenant Paul? I don't plan to do anything. We're old acquaintances, after all. Can't I just visit him? Just then, the door to the emergency room opened. Lieutenant Paul was pushed out. When Demi saw Lieutenant Paul, she became even more excited, because one of Lieutenant Paul's legs and one of his arms were completely amputated. Sir, how are you? Chun Zhao walked up to Lieutenant Paul. Paul looked at him with a weak gaze. Why are you here? Chun Zhao lowered his body and whispered into Paul's ear. I'm here to tell you that you offended a monster expert. That's why you're in this situation. You. Lieutenant Paul's body suddenly arched up and then began to spasm, vomiting blood in large mouthfuls. It's me. I did it. You asked for it. Chun Zhao smiled. Doctor, doctor, Demi exclaimed. But when the doctor arrived, it was already too late. After a short and intense reaction, Lieutenant Paul's entire body lost its strength. Like a piece of rotten meat, his eyes completely lost their spirit. Demi looked at him. What exactly did you say to the officer? What did you do? I was just greeting him as an old friend, Chun Zhao said indifferently. Oh, you can't shirk your responsibility for his death either. Demi stared at Chun Zhao's back, her eyes filled with fury. Chun Zhao boarded the bus back. The distance between Las Vegas and Los Angeles was only 400 kilometers. It would take about 4 hours to get to Los Angeles by bus. On the bus, Chun Zhao's phone rang. It was Leong. He was probably here to ask for information. Hey, Mr. Chun, do you know what happened near the desert relic in Las Vegas? Yes. You weren't there. I was chased away by the soldiers, Chun Zhao said. Why? What did you do? They promised me that if I caught a monster from the relic, they'd pay me $2 million, Chun Zhao said. But they broke their promise and chased me away. They even stole the prey that I worked so hard to catch. Leong had a feeling that things weren't so simple. However, he couldn't find any loopholes right now. Mr. Leong, you won't break your promise too, right? Of course not. I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Leong didn't want to fall out with Chun Zhao just for a few $100,000. The risk of falling out with Chun Zhao was too high. Also, when you introduce me to jobs next time, it'd be best if you recommend someone who's trustworthy, Chun Zhao said. Sir, where are you going? The ticket seller asked, walking over to Chun Zhao. This bus was similar to the ones in China. One was to buy tickets at the station or through a ticket seller. There weren't many ticket sellers in America anymore. The buses between L and Las Vegas happened to be like this. Los Angeles, how much? $30. Chun Zhao took out $30 and gave it to the ticket seller. It was already 1 in the morning. There were very few people on the bus. The driver was a fat man with a big beard in his 50s. After getting on the bus, he checked the situation inside. Then he yelled and started driving. While driving, he ate a hamburger. If this was in China, they'd definitely be complained about. But this was basically the case for night buses. If they weren't allowed to eat, they'd complain to the bus company. The ticket seller sat beside Chun Zhao. Sir, where are you from? Oh, no, I mean your hometown, the ticket seller said. I can hear that your English has a bit of an accent. China, Chun Zhao answered. How about Las Vegas? It's too expensive, Chun Zhao said. Las Vegas and Los Angeles were both internationally renowned metropolises, but the way the two cities operated was completely different. Everything in L.A. was cheap. At least, most of the expenses were normal. But in Las Vegas, everything was expensive. Las Vegas claimed that as long as you had money, you could live like an emperor. It was true. Las Vegas gave Chun Zhao a feeling of splendor. Rich people could really do whatever they wanted in this city. But if they didn't have money, they'd be miserable. Chun Zhao had never been interested in gambling, but Las Vegas was truly a gambling city. Chapter 950. Just then, the bus stopped. A couple boarded the bus. This kind of bus would stop as soon as it stopped. The ticket seller beside Chun Zhao stood up and sold the tickets to the couple. After buying the tickets, the couple sat in the last row. However, even Chun Zhao and the ticket seller, who were sitting in the front row, could still hear their flirting and laughter. After an hour, another woman boarded the bus. Hey, Chinese, what's your impression of America? The driver asked. Even the driver would get bored in the long night, so he took the initiative to talk to Chun Zhao. It wasn't convenient for him to turn his head, but it didn't affect their conversation. It's a strange country. Why do you say it's strange? Theoretically, America is the most developed and powerful country, but it's full of chaos. Chaos? You mean America is chaotic? I come from a rather poor village in China, Chun Zhao said. Then I went to study and work in the big cities. No matter if it's a developed or underdeveloped place, life is very peaceful. In the past 25 years, I've never seen a shooting. But in America, I've seen at least 5 shootings in the past year. The first was on my 3rd day here. Fine. the driver said in a mocking tone. I apologize on behalf of my country for letting you see the bad side of America. America is a strange country. It's such a developed country, but it's filled with so much violence. So, I think we should find a Chinese to be the president, the driver said. Most Americans don't have a good impression of politicians. Most of the time, they talk about politics with a sense of entertainment. Chun Zhao, the driver, and the ticket seller chatted happily. Chun Zhao also told them some good and bad things about China. Just then, the bus stopped again and 4 big guys got on. 2 of them carried a large backpack. By now, they were already halfway through the journey. Chun Zhao was curious as to why these men would appear in such a desolate place. After the 4 of them got into the car, they sat in the back row silently. Oh, do you know the legend of this road? The legend of this road? This is Route 666. The driver said, the construction of this road started in 1966 and was completed in 1972. It lasted for 6 years. On the first day of the road's opening, there was a major accident. The death toll was 13 people. Adding the number of people who died during the construction of the road, it was exactly 66 people, the driver said. In Western countries, 6 and 13 are very unlucky numbers. 6 represented the devil, and 13 represented Satan. In Hollywood films, 6 and 13 were often used as symbols of the devil and evil in various horror movies. After that, there were often cases of cars disappearing on this road. That's why this road is also known as the road to hell, the driver said in a horrifying tone. However, Chun Zhao could tell that the driver was purposely creating this atmosphere for entertainment. Let me tell you my friend's story. My friend is an explorer. He once explored an ancient relic with his team. Wait, shouldn't he be an archaeologist? Why are you called explorers? I don't know, Chun Zhao said. That's not the point. 20 minutes later, the driver said, you said that if the queen of the crypt demons dies, a male will be chosen and turned into a female. Yes. Just then, a woman's voice sounded from behind Chun Zhao. This is the honeycomb model. In fact, most of the queen and the worker bees are the same species. When the worker bees are still larvae, they will select at least one larva to live in the queen bee station. Then, the larva will evolve into a queen bee in the queen bee station. Most of the time, there will only be one queen bee in a colony. Except when the old and the new are replaced, there may be 2 queens. However, if the queen bee is accidentally lost, then the colony will let another mature queen bee mutate in a very short time. Chun Zhao turned his head and saw a woman with messy hair and thick glasses. Feeling Chun Zhao's gaze, the woman grinned, revealing her braces. Chun Zhao had a slight preference for appearances. This woman looked like a nerd. She almost didn't care about her appearance and was dressed rather old-fashioned. She wore an old green jacket and a colorful t-shirt. Hi, I'm Willian. I'm Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao shook hands with Willian. Willian pushed up his glasses. From your description, you don't seem to be telling a story. Your description of the crypt demons is very complete. Language, habits, appearance. It's like you're talking about a real race that's close to humans. Then don't treat it as a story, Chun Zhao said, smiling. Are you a biology major? Yes, I'm a biology instructor at the University of California, San Diego. I mainly study reptile and primate genetics. Looks like we're colleagues, Chun Zhao said, smiling. The University of California, San Diego is not the same school as the University of San Diego. People who don't know might confuse the two. UCSD was a university in the California University Alliance. Both were members of the Alliance, so it made sense that Chun Zhao said they were colleagues. UCSD was a Catholic university and belonged to the Catholic Church. In the world rankings of famous universities, the University of California, San Diego ranked far above the University of San Diego. From this, one could see how powerful the California University Alliance was. The academics and most resources of the 10 schools were shared. I'm a tutor at UCSD's medical department. Hi. Willian quickly reached out to shake Chun Zhao's hand. She was a very shy girl, even though she was probably 26 or 27 years old. But what greeted him was a sense of immaturity. Chun Zhao wondered if Will Lian was a virgin. Of course, he probably had to add the word old in front. Hey, buddy, how long until we get to L.A.? A voice came from the back. It was one of the 4 people who'd gotten in last. About 2 hours, the driver replied. The fog seems to be getting thicker. That's weird. There's still some distance from the coastline. Why is it so foggy? Chapter 951. Chun Zhao glanced out the window. They'd passed the road sign. Highway 666. They were still 20 kilometers away from Basto. Chun Zhao frowned. They seemed to have passed this road just now. Whatever. Maybe it was an illusion. Just then, the bus entered the tunnel. Chun Zhao touched his chin. It wasn't an illusion. Just then, the driver said, Barbara, did you notice that we've already passed this tunnel? Are you secretly drinking? Barbilla asked. No, I've been sober for a week. Then drive properly. Don't be so paranoid. But half an hour later, they passed this tunnel again. Chun Zhao clearly remembered the road sign and the tunnel. Fuck, we really passed here. Barbara, look, this is the 3rd time. Barbara looked out the window. That's weird. There's only one tunnel from Las Vegas to Los Angeles. She also remembered that they'd passed this tunnel once. Horst, did you drive the wrong way? Don't joke around, Horst said. I've been driving this road for 30 years. How can I drive the wrong way? Suddenly, the bus shone on a car parked in the middle of the road. Damn fuck. Horst yelled and hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Honk. Horst honked continuously, but the car in front didn't move. It was still there, not moving at all. There doesn't seem to be anyone in the car in front. While Ion looked out the window, there really doesn't seem to be anyone. Let's go down and see, Barbara said. Horst got out of the car unwillingly. Chun Zhao followed. Why are you coming down? I'm seeing if there's anything I can help with, Chun Zhao said. This was clearly a mirror space. He'd encountered the same situation when he'd dealt with the mirror demon. Chun Zhao remembered very clearly that they'd passed this tunnel twice. Okay. Horst walked to the car and looked at it. This kind of car is still on the road. Chun Zhao and Horst realized that the car was an old car from the 60s or 70s. It also looked really old. Much of the paint had fallen off and the car was covered in dust. There was also a hole in the window. Horst frowned and said, Who would leave such an old car on the road? There's no one in the car, Chun Zhao said, looking inside. Damn it. Which bastard did this? Horst cursed. Damn it. Back on the bus, Barbara asked, How was it? There's no one in the car. The tunnel was not big, and the classic car was parked in the middle of the road. They had no way to get through. Which one of you wants to come down and help push that car to the side of the road? Horst asked. Hey, those big guys over there, I'm talking to you. Come down and help. The 4 men were not very willing. They exchanged glances with each other, seemingly hesitant. At this moment, the first woman who got on the bus earlier spoke. We have now entered the true Hell Highway. Everyone looked at the woman, and Horst said, Miss, stop joking. It's getting late. Look at the clock, the woman said. Everyone looked at the clock hanging in front of the tour bus. Is this clock broken? Where did it say 66 minutes? You can check your watch or mobile phone. Chun Zhao took it out and saw that the time was 3:66. My phone also shows 3:66. Fuck, what's going on? Why is there a 66 on my watch after 12 o'clock? What's going on? We've entered Hell's Highway, the woman repeated. Just then, the woman walked over. Who are you? Horst asked. I'm a witch. The woman glanced at Horst. I was hired by my employer to investigate a missing person case. His wife drove on this road and then disappeared. Wait, you're that late-night woman? Barbara looked at the woman in surprise. What late-night woman? Chun Zhao asked curiously. It said that every night on this road, a woman in black takes a bus from Las Vegas to Los Angeles, and then from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, Barbara said. However, only the bus driver has the opportunity to discuss this matter. That's right. I've been taking the bus back and forth on this road for 3 years now. I'm looking for a way to enter Hell Highway. Finally, after 3 years, I've finally entered. Not only was the woman not afraid, but she was also excited. Crazy. The 4 men walked to the door. Hurry up and move the bus in front. Let's go to Los Angeles. So troublesome. The 4 clearly didn't believe the woman. But just then there was a loud bang on the roof. Then, a dent appeared on the roof. It looked like a monster's claw. Everyone hugged their heads and squatted on the ground in fear. Then there was another bang. Another dent appeared on the roof. Bang! The windows in the bus exploded at the same time. "Get off!" Horst yelled and was the first to rush out. The others followed closely behind Horst. After everyone got off, they realized that there was nothing on the roof. "What's going on? What's going on? Demon!" Someone screamed in terror. But just then, the man's body suddenly flew up. No, he didn't fly up. Instead, he was grabbed by an invisible thing. "Help! Help!" The man screamed and struggled in the air. But in the next moment, that person's skull was split open and his brain matter exploded. The body was thrown before everyone. At this moment, everyone believed the woman's words. They had really entered Hell Highway. There was really something terrifying here. Chen Zhao frowned because he couldn't see anything. How could he deal with an invisible enemy? But the woman acted first. She sprinkled a handful of magic phosphorescence in the air. The phosphorescence exploded instantly, and a ball of fire ignited in the air. Then they saw a huge, flaming bird shriek as it fell to the ground. "What's that?" "Hidden Ripper Bird. I heard that they can turn invisible naturally and are most afraid of fire," the woman said. Everyone couldn't help but lean toward the woman. Chapter 952. Here's my name card. The woman gave everyone a name card. "If you can get out of here alive, you can come find me if you have similar supernatural incidents in the future. Shea Bacola, Exorcism Company." Chen Zhao glanced at the woman. At first glance, she did seem like the case. It was just like the first time he'd met Sienna. "How much?" Chen Zhao asked. Exorcism is based on the number of evil spirits. If it's a big incident like this, the fee is very high. It starts at $500,000. "How much if I have to be safe?" Chen Zhao asked. Shea Bacola looked at Chen Zhao. "You're a university professor, right? Can you afford it?" "I'm rich," Chen Zhao said. 50,000, Shea Bacola said. "But you have to listen to me and don't walk around." "What do we do now?" Horst asked. It wasn't just him. Everyone was panicking. "Should we just stay here and wait for the fog to disperse? Let's call the police." Thomas stopped here. "This isn't the human world, so your signal can't be sent out," Shea Bacola said. "We can only leave after we kill the owner." "Before we kill the owner, should we kill those things over there?" Chen Zhao pointed at the exit of the tunnel. A group of things was swaying toward them. When they saw those things, everyone's expression changed. "Is this Resident Evil? These things look so weak." Chen Zhao picked up a brick from the ground and smashed it at one of the zombies. "Look, I seriously doubt the logic of Resident Evil. If it really happens in the real world, even a normal person can kill dozens of them, let alone an army." Everyone was speechless at Chen Zhao's fearlessness. If these things can cause the end of the world, I think humans should just kill themselves first. Horst took a metal rod from the car and smashed the zombies' heads. "Really? These zombies look so weak." Chen Zhao and Horst smashed the dozens of zombies to the ground. Horst was so tired that he panted. Holding his legs, he looked at Chen Zhao. "Aren't you tired? Your cholesterol is too high," Chen Zhao said. "You should cut down on alcohol and high-protein foods. It can help you live a few more years." The group walked out of the tunnel. It was foggy outside, and visibility was less than 10 meters. But at that moment, a hole suddenly appeared in the fog. Seeing this, Chen Zhao yelled, "Get down!" Chen Zhao first pulled Willie into the ground, but some people were still lifted into the air before they could react. Another concealment-splitting bird attacked. This kind of concealment-splitting bird couldn't be seen and was the hardest to defend against. The man was dragged away and disappeared into the fog. Everything happened so fast that no one had time to react. The team, which had been relaxed just a moment ago, was now once again in a state of tension. Everyone continued to walk forward. Suddenly, Shea Bacola's footsteps paused. Everyone followed suit. A large number of octopuses appeared on the road ahead. The bodies of these octopuses were slippery, so they didn't crawl very fast. They weren't big either. Land was obviously not their main battlefield. Shea Bacola took a step forward and chanted a magic spell. Then everyone saw a bolt of electricity shoot out from Shea Bacola's feet and surge toward the octopuses ahead. Chen Zhao looked at Shay Bacola. So she was an elemental witch. She should be good at lightning magic. Elemental witches belong to their own system, so they couldn't learn magic from other systems. Systems like psychic, prophecy, and voodoo could be learned from each other. However, elemental witches were more aggressive than other systems. The octopuses were quickly cooked. Chen Zhao walked forward, picked up an octopus, and took a bite. It tastes pretty good. Everyone was speechless at Chen Zhao. This guy wasn't just daring. These octopuses were clearly not the same as what they usually ate. He actually dared to stuff anything into his mouth. It tastes really good. You really don't want some? Chen Zhao asked. Horse was a bit tempted. These things come from hell, Shay Bacola said. It's best not to eat them. No one knows what will happen to you. Shay Bacola looked at Chen Zhao. I told you, if you want to live, you better listen to me. You didn't say I couldn't eat them, Chen Zhao said. Shay Bacola was even more speechless. Who knew that Chen Zhao would be so daring? Stuffing something of unknown origin into his mouth. After a few bites, Chen Zhao could basically confirm that it was edible and tasted good. But just then, more octopuses appeared on the road. Chen Zhao immediately took a few steps back. More octopuses. The four burly men, who had been silent all this while, actually took out guns and knives from their satchels. Chen Zhao glanced at them and realized that there were many weapons in their bags. What are you looking at, yellow monkey? Do you want to die? One of the men noticed Chen Zhao's gaze and immediately shouted rudely. Chen Zhao looked at the man. You'll die here. What did you say? The man immediately pointed his gun at Chen Zhao. But Chen Zhao was faster. He broke the man's wrist with one hand. Bang! The muzzle pierced through the man's chin, and his entire head exploded. Up! The others all screamed and retreated. Chen Zhao pushed the corpse over. The other three men looked at him and all pointed their weapons at him. No one would have thought that Chen Zhao, who'd been livening up the atmosphere, would have such a cruel side. I'll count to 3. Whoever dares to point a gun at me, I'll send him straight to Satan. Stop, all of you. If you don't want to die, you better stop fighting among yourselves, Shay Bacola yelled. Look at the situation. Chen Zhao shrugged. The three men also put down their guns, but they looked at Chen Zhao with some malice in their eyes. Clearly, the conflict just now had made them enemies with Chen Zhao. After all, one of them had died, so they couldn't coexist peacefully. But just as Shay Bacola had said, it wasn't the time for internal strife. Also, from Chen Zhao's reaction, he wasn't a good person either. Mr. Chen, are you really a university professor? William looked at Chen Zhao suspiciously. After all, Chen Zhao's reaction and counterattack ability didn't seem like something a scholar should have. Also, after killing someone, Chen Zhao looked relaxed and didn't feel guilty at all. She couldn't help but suspect Chen Zhao's true identity. Chapter 953. You've killed people before? William asked. Why do you think so? Chen Zhao asked, turning his head. A normal person wouldn't be so calm after killing someone. Should I be like this? Chen Zhao suddenly covered his hands. I killed someone. What do? I killed someone. Everyone watched Chen Zhao's antics, speechless. Chen Zhao didn't seem to be afraid of his environment at all. From start to finish, Chen Zhao had been so calm. When he saw zombies, he was the first to smash them with a brick. When he saw the octopuses, he was the only one who dared to pick them up and eat them. Chen Zhao took out a backpack out of nowhere and started stuffing the grilled octopuses into it. Everyone was speechless at Chen Zhao's actions, except for the three burly men. They all looked at Chen Zhao with murderous intent. Chen Zhao filled his backpack with grilled octopuses and ate them as he walked. Too bad there's no cumin. Chen Zhao glanced at William beside him. You don't want some? Nope. The octopuses didn't look appetizing at all. Especially in this kind of environment, it made Villian feel that nothing here was safe. In the next hour, there were no more attacks. However, they became more and more uneasy because some people in the group couldn't walk anymore. Sir, don't you want some octopuses? Chen Zhao went to the person. No, I definitely won't accept demon food. The person was very nervous. Because he'd been walking for an hour, he was in a bad state. When people were nervous, they would use up a lot of energy. Adrenaline would increase secretion. Adrenaline was a stimulant produced by the human body. What did it feel like to take stimulants? In the beginning, you'd be extremely excited, but then you'd feel weak and powerless. Adrenaline wouldn't be secreted all the time. When the adrenaline was used up, people would feel extremely tired. Many of them are like this. Okay, what a pity. Returning to Willian's side, Willian saw that Chun Zhao kept eating. It didn't seem to be a problem. Willian finally couldn't help but ask, Mr. Chun, give me some too. Not so much. Give me a tentacle. It's really delicious, Willian couldn't help but exclaim. You have accepted the demon's food, and your souls will also fall, said the man who rejected Chun Zhao earlier. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. If she didn't want to eat, then so be it. Have you seen a movie called Mist? Chun Zhao glanced at the person beside him. Everyone stopped talking. Most of them had probably seen the movie before and knew what Chun Zhao meant. Religion leads people to do good, but it can also make some extreme people crazy. You will be punished by God, especially you. You degenerate witch. You were born to be unclean. Shade Bacola glanced at him. If you think I'm impure, why are you with me? You can leave on your own. What's that in front? Horse suddenly pointed ahead. In the fog, there seemed to be a huge silhouette. A castle. Everyone's faces were filled with amazement. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at Shea Bacola. Kacha. The sound of Chun Zhao chewing on the tentacle was especially loud in the silence. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao in annoyance. Why are you looking at me? The castle gave off a strange aura and an oppressive feeling. It was so oppressive that everyone couldn't breathe. Everyone stopped in their tracks. They saw two huge octopuses moving toward them. The two octopuses had different skin colors. One was dark red, while the other was completely black. They weighed about 2 tons, and their tentacles were 5 to 6 meters long. They were also covered in metal armor, and their tentacles were wrapped around large weapons. Everyone was so nervous that they couldn't breathe. Shea Bacola was also ready for battle. The 3 gun-wielding men were the first to attack. They each threw a grenade. The dark red octopus stretched out its tentacles and caught the grenade. Boom! The grenade blasted one of the octopus tentacles into pieces. This infuriated the 2 octopuses. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 had powerful firepower. They had grenades, machine guns, and shotguns. The 2 octopuses were actually no match for the 3. Boom, boom, boom. In the end, the 2 octopuses were completely smashed into pieces. Their bodies were riddled with holes, and their limbs were blown away. Looks like it's up to the 3 of us in the end, one of them said proudly. These demons are only SOSO. They were very proud of their performance. The last one even said, which, we don't need you at all. Shea Bacola glanced at the 3, but didn't speak. But just then, there's a rumbling sound in front of them. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. 3 monsters passed through the mist and appeared before them. They had big heads, short legs, and thick arms. They were also holding a shield and an axe. One of the monsters charged at them. Chun Zhao pulled Willian and jumped to the side, avoiding the monster's charge. The 3 wanted to use the same method to deal with the monsters, but both bombs and machine gun bullets were blocked by the monster's shields. A giant monster charged in front of the 3 of them, swinging its axe horizontally. One of them didn't dodge and was split in half. The other 2 reacted quickly and lay on the ground to avoid the attack. But when a monster lifted its foot and was about to step on the 2 on the ground, suddenly, a lightning whip shot from behind and wrapped around the monster's neck. Shea Bacola didn't watch them die. He still acted at the most dangerous moment. Shea Bacola pulled the other end of the lightning whip with force. The whip sank into the flesh of the monster's neck. Then he pulled back, and the monster's neck was cut open. After Shea Bacola dealt with the first troll, he quickly attacked the second troll. Before the second troll could reach Shea Bacola, the lightning whip in Bacola's hand swept out and coiled around the troll's thigh. Then it was the same result. The lightning whip cut off the troll's thigh. The monster fell to the ground and instantly lost the ability to fight, but it wasn't dead yet. Chun Zhao immediately went forward and picked up a gun from the ground. He fired at the monster's head. Chapter 954. No one felt that Chun Zhao deserved the credit. Chun Zhao didn't care about everyone's gazes at all. After Shea Bacola finished off the last monster, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Coward. The religious zealot looked at Chun Zhao with disdain in his eyes. Didn't you say that Shay and I are both fallen? If you have the guts, you can take it or get out of the team. Chun Zhao looked down on him even more. This team doesn't belong to you, the zealot said. There are more kind souls here. Unfortunately, no one responded. Everyone felt that the person was a bit crazy. God will protect me. Fallen like you will only be dragged to hell by demons. Then go find the God in your heart to protect you. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. Shut up, all of you, Shay Bacola scolded coldly. I'll pay you $100,000 to get rid of this crazy guy and these two guys with bad guys written on their faces. How about that? Shay Bacola rolled her eyes at Chun Zhao. You're the one I should get rid of the most. You're the biggest, unstable factor in the team. But they messed with me first, Chun Zhao said, feeling wronged. Shay Bacola glared at Chun Zhao. Her eyes were also filled with impatience. It seemed that all the conflicts in the team were related to this guy. Take out the food and give it to everyone, Shay Bacola ordered. Chun Zhao gave everyone some. As for the crazy guy and the two guys with guns, Chun Zhao just ignored them. What about us? The two were already very dissatisfied with Chun Zhao. You want it too? Cut the crap. Give it. Chun Zhao gave them the middle finger. The two were about to use their guns again. Shay Bacola didn't want another conflict in the team. Give it to them, she ordered. No more, Chun Zhao said as he opened his backpack. It was empty. The two were both tired and hungry. Looking around, they were about to snatch William's grilled octopus. Chun Zhao pulled Walai on to stand beside him. This woman is useless here, the two said. It's a waste to give her food. Chun Zhao attacked without any warning. With a punch and a kick, he beat the two to the ground. Then he snatched their backpacks and weapons. There were still a lot of weapons in their backpacks. Then he stepped on their thighs, and everyone heard a cracking sound. Look, there's no point for the two of you to stay here. There's no need to waste food on you. Goodbye. You can't do this to us. You bastard, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The two men clutched their thighs and howled in pain. Shay looked at Chun Zhao. She realized that she had underestimated Chun Zhao. The first time Chun Zhao attacked, it was only self-defense. But this time, it was a completely proactive attack. Although he didn't directly kill the two of them, but he broke their legs and took away their weapons. If they were abandoned here, they would almost certainly die. After all, no one in the team could carry them. Everyone was very tired and did not have the energy to carry them forward. Smiling, Chun Zhao squatted down before them. See, you asked for it. I hope you can meet a monster that is gentle to you. Don't go. You can't do this to me. Please, please save us. Now, they were finally afraid. They realized the severity of the problem. Let's go, Chun Zhao said. The master of this place should be in that castle. Shay Bacola looked at Chun Zhao, his eyes filled with caution. But now that Chun Zhao had weapons and ammunition, it wasn't the time to fall out with him. The team advanced in the direction of the castle. The castle seemed close, but they had been walking for at least 2 hours, and there were still no signs of them getting closer. We can't go any further. We can't go any further. The demon is luring us into hell. It was that crazy believer again. At this time, everyone was exhausted. Everyone stopped and looked at the crazy believer. You fallen witch, the crazy believer said, pointing at Shay. You want to sacrifice us to the demon. A few people were already on the verge of collapse. Now, they started to waver too. Shay ignored them. Instead, she looked at everyone coldly. If some of you don't want to follow, I don't care. If you want to, then come. You can't go. If you go, who will protect us? Another woman walked up and blocked Shay's path. He didn't want to continue, but he also didn't want Shay to leave. What does your life and death have to do with me? Shay sneered. Well said. Chun Zhao acted like a lackey. Miss Shay, I support you. I don't need your support. Let's go. Shay's expression was cold. Chun Zhao walked to Horst and Barbara. You'll only die faster if you stay here. In the end, the two of them decided to follow behind Shay Bacola. At least, Shay's performance just now proved that she indeed had the ability. Ignore them. They're just walking toward the abyss. I believe that God will protect you. You're all God's lambs. The group that continued forward suddenly lost half of its members. Only Chun Zhao, Shay Bacola, Willian, Horst and Barbara were left. Are you still hungry? I have food here. Fuck, didn't you say you don't have any more? What did I say? I don't have any more. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao, speechless. Shay Bacola was also curious about where Chun Zhao had hidden the food. The group took some more food from Chun Zhao. We seem to be much closer. It shouldn't take long for us to get there. I wonder how those people are, Willian said. Don't worry about them. Their God will protect them, Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. Finally, after another half an hour, the 5 of them arrived in front of the castle. Chun Zhao took out his phone and took a picture of the castle. What are you doing? Are you trying to lure those demons out? Shay Barcola scolded. Maybe they knew we were coming. Maybe they wanted us to come here, Chun Zhao said. Or maybe it's a trap. If you think it's a trap, why did you follow? Chapter 955. Chun Zhao went up and pushed the castle door. It creaked. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. Shay Bacola was a bit surprised. You can even push such a big door. It's not as heavy as you think, Chun Zhao said. Horst also went up to try. But why can't I push it? Push to the end. The inside of the gate was empty. There was nothing. Everyone looked at each other, and Shay Bacola took the lead and walked inside. When they arrived at the castle, there was another door. Horst went up to push, but it didn't budge at all. This door seems to be locked. I can't push it at all. Let me try. Chun Zhao went up to push. Crack. The door was pushed open. Horst looked at Chun Zhao. What kind of weird power do you have? You're too weak, Chun Zhao said. Noises came from the front, and everyone looked at Shay Bacola again. Let's go in and take a look. Shay Bacola led everyone into a narrow and dark tunnel. Just then, the door behind them suddenly closed. Nails bounced out from the back of the door and pressed down on them. Run forward. Everyone ran forward frantically. They ran until they reached a huge and empty field. This was a huge coliseum, and the surroundings of the coliseum were empty. There was only a huge octopus sitting on the main seat. The octopus's lower body was its tentacles. Its 8 tentacles were fully spread out and were more than 30 meters long. Its upper body was human, but of course, it was much bigger than humans. Look, more guests are here. The octopus looked down at the 5 people. That thing is the big boss here, right? Chun Zhao said. Shay Barcola, kill it. Shay's expression was serious. The octopus was much scarier than he'd imagined. His body exuded an aura that made people fear him. Don't worry, the octopus said, looking at Chun Zhao's group. I'll arrange for people to receive you. The octopus hooked its tentacles, and the metal fence at the edge of the Colosseum was pulled up. 5 monsters rushed out from inside. Each of the 5 monsters had a human face embedded in their chests. Twisted monster, Shay Bacola said. Among the 5 faces, one belonged to the religious maniac. The other 2 were the burly men whose legs had been crushed by Chun Zhao. The other 2 were the followers of the religious maniac. I want to purify you. I want to purify all of you. And no one can stop me. The religious madman was even crazier than before, and the giant monster's body was also under his control. Kill you. Yellow monkey, I will kill you. The Kraken looked at the Colosseum. Are you surprised? Old friends have finally met. This is the welcome ceremony I prepared for you. All of you step back. Shay Barcola's expression was solemn. The 5 twisted monsters charged toward the 5 of them at the same time. Shay Bacola roared, and a slender lightning whip stretched out and wrapped around the religious madman's head. She wanted to deal with the twisting troll the same way she dealt with the trolls. However, the lightning whip was unable to sever the twisting monster's neck. It's useless. They're different from the normal monsters. They have greater strength and magic resistance. Shay Bacola immediately put away the lightning whip, but the lightning in her hand grew brighter and brighter. Zeus Fury, a pillar of lightning gathered in Shay Bacola's hand and shot at the twisted monster. Buzz, the lightning pierced through the twisted monster's neck. The religious madman embedded in its chest roared, No. I haven't carried out God's will yet. But his voice came to an abrupt halt, and his enormous body collapsed with a loud rumble. So beautiful. Chun Zhao clapped and cheered. Everyone turned around to look at Chun Zhao. They saw him sitting beside the Colosseum as if there was no one else around. There was grilled octopus and beer beside him. Do you guys want some? Fuck, you have beer? Horst exclaimed. Shay Bacola, be careful. Chun Zhao suddenly warned. Shay Bacola jumped to the side. She quickly gathered her thoughts and continued to fight. One of the twisted monsters went around Shay Bacola and pounced at Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, run. Chun Zhao raised his gun and fired at the twisted monster. Chun Zhao's shooting skills were terrible, but the twisted monster was so huge. He wouldn't miss even if he closed his eyes. However, the twisted monster was unharmed under the rain of bullets. Yellow monkey, you have nowhere to run now, right? The man embedded in the twisted monster's chest grinned at Chun Zhao. What about this? Chun Zhao took out a grenade. I really have to thank you for giving me a gun and a bomb. Watch out. Boom, boom, boom. A huge arm fell before Chun Zhao. It had been broken by the grenade Chun Zhao had thrown. I'm going to tear you apart. Tear you apart. The man roared, but a grenade landed before him. Boom! With another loud bang, the twisted monster he was controlling collapsed. Regardless of whether it was killing the man embedded in the chest or directly destroying the twisted monster's vitals, he could kill them all. Walion, Barbilla, and Horst all stared at Chun Zhao in shock. Even in this situation, Chun Zhao still remained calm. No, he hadn't been afraid from the start. Big octopus up there, come. Let me kill you and turn you into Shumaki. Everyone was speechless. Chun Zhao had clearly lost his composure. By then, Shay Bacola had also finished off the other 3 twisted monsters. However, this battle had consumed too much of her magic power. Would you like to have a shumai? Shay Bacola couldn't be bothered to be angry with Chun Zhao. She indeed needed to replenish her energy. Do you think it's over? The octopus shrieked. Stop! Chun Zhao shouted. Intermission. Stupid human, this isn't the arena. Suddenly, Chun Zhao heard a whistling sound, but he couldn't see anything. Immediately, Chun Zhao's body was lifted up by an invisible thing. Hidden splitting bird. Seeing that he was being lifted higher and higher, Chun Zhao started to fight back. He reached out and grabbed the air above his head. From the feel of it, the hidden slithering bird that was grabbing him seemed to be larger than the one from before. Chun Zhao grabbed hard and broke the bird's claw. The bird shrieked and wanted to let go of Chun Zhao, but Chun Zhao held on tightly and climbed onto the bird's body. He couldn't see, but he knew that he couldn't let go now. After all, he was already hundreds of meters high. Chun Zhao wasn't sure if he would die if he fell. The hidden splitting bird's body was rather soft. It should be a good cushion. Chun Zhao grabbed the bird's neck and gave a bear hug. Chapter 9:56. Just when everyone thought that Chun Zhao was dead for sure, Chun Zhao fell from the sky. Chun Zhao descended from the sky, but the hidden slither bird's corpse fell with him. The hidden rending bird's carcass served as a good cushion. However, because the hidden slithering bird's corpse was invisible, everyone only saw Chun Zhao fall in the air. Shay Bacola was shocked. He'd been caught hundreds of meters in the air and still couldn't kill this guy. Chun Zhao returned to the ground and scathed. Octopus, I told you to take a break. Why didn't you understand? Seems like I've underestimated you. The octopus said. You can actually kill a female bird. Then let more hidden slithering birds come. I want to know how you'll deal with them. Everyone heard more flapping sounds of wings. Chun Zhao suddenly threw the grenade he'd prepared into the air. There was a huge explosion. Hidden slithering birds were ignited one after another and fell from the sky. The air was filled with the smell of roasted meat. Chun Zhao ran to a hidden slithering bird. Ignoring the flames, he tore off a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Wow, it tastes good. Come and try. It's really delicious. Everyone was speechless. They'd never seen someone like Chun Zhao. Faced with this situation, Chun Zhao's first thought was food. Moreover, he dared to stuff anything into his mouth. Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache? Shay Bacola asked. Really? No way. My digestive ability is pretty good. Chun Zhao grinned. It's really delicious. Are you sure you don't want to try? The others weren't as brave as Chun Zhao. The hidden slithering birds were burnt into pitch-black pieces of meat. They were completely roasted. They were very afraid of fire. Just a little bit of fire could completely ignite them. Chun Zhao made a shooting gesture at the octopus in the audience. Bayou. Octopus, are you ready? Are these your last words? The octopus started moving down. Are you ready? Welcome the end. Oh, do you have cumin? I'm serious. Shea Barcola was speechless. Those who didn't know would think that she was the main force. His words were so arrogant, but in reality, he still needed her to clean up the mess. The octopus monster raised its scepter and pointed it at Chun Zhao. Lowly ant, facing me, acre biler, you should show enough respect. The octopus's staff suddenly shot out a beam of fire, striking Chun Zhao from hundreds of meters away. Fuck! Chun Zhao turned around and ran, but the fire still chased after him. Wherever the fire passed, it left a charred ravine. Chun Zhao could only go around the bend and run quickly so that the fire couldn't catch up to him. Kraken, you can't hit me, huh? You just can't hit me. Shea Bacola and the other's jaws dropped. He didn't die from that? This guy's ability to escape was too strong. However, this pursuit was destined to end with this man's failure. Everyone had the same thought. The opponent had only moved his hand, but Chun Zhao had to keep running. However, this wasn't the case. Chun Zhao's endurance was far beyond their imagination. Chun Zhao ran around the stage in front of him again and again. The octopus monster controlled the staff and couldn't attack Chun Zhao at all. Shea Bacola, what are you waiting for? Kill him. Do you want to wait until I'm dead to attack? Chun Zhao shouted. Only then did Shea Bacola realize that she'd actually learned to watch the show. Shea Bacola suddenly rushed to the auditorium, condensed a pillar of lightning in his hand, and shot it towards the Kraken Acre Piler. Boom! The lightning struck Acre Piler, but he was unscathed. Ant, your pathetic magic means nothing to me. Acre Piler looked at Shea Bacola arrogantly. Chun Zhao could finally stop and heave a sigh of relief. Shea Bacola, go. I'll cheer for you. Mr. Chun, I think you should be quiet and give Shea Bacola some space. Don't disturb his battle, Willian said. I think so too. I think so too, Mr. Chun. You should be quiet, Horst and Barbara both said. Fine, I won't talk. Chun Zhao sat on a roasted karmic bird and started peeling off the tender meat. As he ate and drank, Horst, Barbara, and Willian all swallowed their saliva. They still didn't have the courage to eat this monster's meat, but watching Chun Zhao eat and drink so much made them feel uncomfortable. You really don't want some? It's really delicious. Forget it. Willian shook his head. They were more concerned about the battle between Shea Bacola and Acre Biler. They were currently fighting fiercely, but Shea Bacola's attacks were very weak. Shea Bacola, if you're tired, come down and eat something first. Then we can fight. Hearing Chun Zhao's voice, Shea Bacola was furious. She couldn't stop this battle just because she wanted to. The flame scepter in Acre Piler's hand constantly shot out scorching flames, which made it hard for Shea Bacola to resist. Human, do you feel the difference between us now? The flame scepter in Acre's hand suddenly shone brightly. The scorching flames landed at Shea Bacola's feet. Rumble, a violent explosion blew Shea Bacola into the air. It's over. Shea Bacola's mind went blank. Acre was really too strong, so strong that she couldn't block it. Just when Shea Bacola thought that she was dead, a pair of hands suddenly caught her. Shea Bacola turned around. It was Chun Zhao. She didn't think that would be Chun Zhao. Intermission. We'll continue in the next round. Chun Zhao put Shea Bacola on the ground. Human, you still don't seem to understand your situation. Acre pointed his flame scepter at Chun Zhao. I think we should have some sportsmanship, Chun Zhao said, shrugging. Shea Bacola stumbled over to Chun Zhao. Go away. All right, you can't even stand properly, and you're still trying to be brave. Chun Zhao pursed his lips and pulled Shea Bacola away. I can't. Can you? Shea Bacola said in annoyance. Whenever she thought about how Chun Zhao spent most of the time eating and drinking, she got angry. All right, leave the rest to me, Chun Zhao said. Acre moved to the center of the arena and looked at Chun Zhao. Human, what else do you want to say? Chapter 9:57. You're asking for it. Acre pointed his flame staff at Chun Zhao. A pillar of fire shot toward Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao reached out to block it. Shay Bacola was forced back by the flames and high temperature. She thought that Chun Zhao was dead for sure. The high-temperature flames shot directly at him. Not just Chun Zhao, but even she might not be able to withstand it with her magic protection. But when she looked up at Chun Zhao, she realized that he was still standing in the same spot. The flames burned wildly on his body, but he didn't seem to be dead. Acker stopped his flame staff and stared at Chun Zhao in disbelief. "You're not afraid of hellfire?" Chun Zhao was surprised too. The hellfire indeed made him feel hot, but it didn't hurt. The hellfire didn't seem to be as threatening as skyfire. "My fire resistance is high." Chun Zhao grinned. Horst, Barbara, and Walion were also in disbelief. Chun Zhao looked at his mostly burned clothes and tore them off. Luckily, he left his underwear. Otherwise, he wouldn't even use his clone. He'd be running around naked. "That's the warm-up. Let's get down to business." Bang! Acker Byler's tentacles attacked without any warning. Chun Zhao was sent flying and smashed into the wall of the Colosseum. Everyone gasped. Shay Bacola sighed. She thought that Chun Zhao really had a chance to defeat a Cray with her. But as soon as the battle started, and after one round, a Cray was instantly killed. But then, Chun Zhao stood up again. "Mr. Chun, are you okay?" Walion looked at Chun Zhao in disbelief. Chun Zhao twisted his neck. "Takoyaki, is that all you can do?" "That's all." He'd been swept by a 30-meter-long tentacle, and that was all? This was basically the same concept as being hit by a super truck, right? That's just the appetizer. A Cray grinned at Chun Zhao. The next moment, he waved 2 tentacles at Chun Zhao. Facing the overwhelming attack, Shay Bacola couldn't help but cry out. "Watch out!" Chun Zhao grinned and a sword flashed. 2 huge tentacles landed on Chun Zhao's left and right with a boom. With a boom, 2 huge tentacles landed on Chun Zhao's left and right. Everyone's expression froze as they looked at this scene in disbelief. A bronze sword appeared in Chun Zhao's hand, but he had never shown it before. Where did he hide the sword? The 2 severed tentacles were still struggling on the ground. Chun Zhao stabbed a tentacle with the bronze sword. This tentacle probably weighed more than 10 tons, but he continued to drag her along. "Fat, tender, delicious. I can already smell the high protein in it." Chun Zhao glanced at everyone. Normal octopus contains 30 times more protein and taurine than beef. I wonder how nutritious the octopus from hell is. Seeing Chun Zhao lick his lips, everyone was speechless. The octopus treated them as food, but Chun Zhao also treated the octopus as food. This was a battle of the food chain. "I'll kill you, bastard. I'm going to kill you." Chun Zhao's actions completely infuriated Acre Piler. A Cray's tentacles grew out again, but this ability made Chun Zhao's eyes light up. Acre's recovery speed was very fast. Chun Zhao wanted to see how much he could grow. Swinging his sword, Chun Zhao charged forward. Chun Zhao's attacks were extremely sharp. Each strike would cut off one of Acre's tentacles. But at the same time, he would be sent flying by Acre every time. Right now, Chun Zhao was using his body's resistance to fight against Acre's recovery speed. Both sides fought until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. "Ms. Shay Bacola, who will win?" Shay Bacola stared at the stalemate and shook her head. "I don't know. I hope that Chun Zhao can win. If he loses, we'll all die." Chun Zhao was sent flying again. He smashed a hole in the ground. At this moment, everyone held their breath. They could tell that the force of this blow was extremely great. "Looks like we're in trouble," Shay Bacola said seriously, looking at Chun Zhao's back. "What's wrong?" "That demon's recovery speed is too strong," Shay Bacola said. "Every time Mr. Chun attacks, he can recover in the shortest time possible. But Mr. Chun doesn't have that kind of recovery speed. His resistance is very strong, but every time he's hurt, a part of it will accumulate in his body." Thud! Chun Zhao spat out the blood in his mouth. Acre was indeed stronger than he'd imagined. Acre looked at Chun Zhao proudly. "How about it, human? You can't take it anymore?" "Steamed dumpling, should we stop for a round? You've used up a lot of magic power, right?" Chun Zhao smiled at Acre. Acre's expression changed. No one could recover infinitely, and he was no exception. Every time he recovered, he used up magic power. If Chun Zhao cut off a few more tentacles, his magic power would be almost depleted. Shay Bakula's eyes flashed with surprise. She suddenly understood that Chun Zhao wasn't completely at a disadvantage. She hadn't thought this through. It wasn't the first time Acre had faced a monster of this level. This guy was very experienced. Acre took out an hourglass and placed it on the ground. "Let's stop fighting until all the sand in the hourglass leaks out," Acre said. He'd calculated that his magic power would completely recover in this amount of time. But as a human, Chun Zhao definitely didn't have as much magic power as him. When his magic power recovered and Chun Zhao was still injured, he would definitely win. Chun Zhao dragged the tentacle to Shay Bakula. "Shay Bakula, help me roast it." Shay Bakula was completely speechless. Was it really okay to roast Acre's tentacle and eat it right in front of him? Are you sure you won't anger him? He won't dare to be impudent even if you give him 10 guts. Since you know that his magic power is almost depleted, why don't you persist? Maybe I should work with you. I need to confirm how his tentacle tastes, Chun Zhao said. Just how obsessed are you with eating? Everyone was speechless. What if it doesn't taste good? Then he'll die faster, Chun Zhao said. I don't understand. Chapter 958. Looking at the tentacles and broken tentacles all over the ground, Shay Bakula suddenly understood. Did he do it for the tentacles? It tastes really good. Why don't you try? There's powerful magic in it. You can't eat it casually. Shay looked at Chun Zhao worriedly. Oh, I'd almost forgot. Chun Zhao rubbed his nose. Achoo, magic allergy. He forgot again that food with magic couldn't be eaten casually. Seeing that Chun Zhao was allergic to magic, Shay Bakula's heart sank. Just as she'd feared, Chun Zhao had magic allergy. If Chun Zhao's condition worsened in a battle like this, the situation would be dangerous. While eating, Chun Zhao rubbed his nose. Barbara, Horst, Willie, and you guys don't want some? Didn't you say I can't eat it? He and I can't, but you can. You can't absorb the magic, so it won't affect you, Shay said. But when she turned to look at Chun Zhao, she realized that he was still eating. Aren't you afraid of death? You know it'll make you allergic to magic, but you're still eating? Delicious. So delicious that you're willing to risk your life? The more you eat, the more serious the magic allergy will be. When I'm in a good condition, I can fight in a good condition. Well, I'm not. I can fight in a bad condition. Chun Zhao rubbed his nose again. It was red and tears kept flowing out of his eyes. Shay watched as Chun Zhao tore off a large piece of takoyaki and stuffed it into his mouth. This piece was probably 3 or 4 kilograms, right? Her eyes almost popped out. Chun Zhao's appetite was way too big. But she realized that Chun Zhao's right arm kept trembling. Is your right arm hurt? No. But your right arm keeps it's allergic to. Chun Zhao wiped the grease off his face and turned to look at Acre Pilar. Let's fight. It's not time yet, Acre said. I say fight, so fight. Acre Pilar was speechless at this repetitive human. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Acre snorted coldly. He had already recovered 70% of his mana, but the other party's rest time was so short, so he was definitely not in as good a condition as he was. Acre Pilar returned to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao raised his right arm and aimed it at him. Shay Bakula looked at Chun Zhao in confusion. What was he doing? Acre Pilar didn't understand either. Does that mean stop? Human, since you started the fight, what is the meaning of this? Achoo! His right arm shook violently. Then a magical current shot out of it. Bang! Half of Acre Pilar's body disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a circular hole was blasted in the spectator stands behind the Colosseum. Everyone was silent. Their mouths were wide open as they stared at Chun Zhao in disbelief. When in good condition, there would be a good way to fight, and when in bad condition, there would be a bad way to fight. Was that what he meant? Is he the Terminator? Is this guy a modified robot? Horst stared at Chun Zhao in shock. It was too terrifying. This kind of impact. It was like a human-shaped, self-propelled cannon. Acre Pilar turned around and fled. His injuries greatly reduced his recovery rate. Chun Zhao had blasted half of his body into pieces with a single move. If Chun Zhao had aimed at his main body, he would be dead for sure. But when he turned his head, 2 black monsters had appeared behind him out of nowhere. Did I allow you to leave? Chun Zhao and the two black guys spoke at the same time. These two black monsters were actually the matriarchs controlled by Chun Zhao. But now, they should be called Dark Matriarchs. Suddenly, Chun Zhao pounced on Acker from behind and hugged him from behind. Then, he chopped off Acker's right arm. Before Acker's right arm could fall, Chun Zhao had already snatched the flame scepter from his hand. Good stuff. This is really good. Chun Zhao tried to pour in mana. A wave of flames shot into the sky. Haha, this is fun. Chun Zhao started playing with the flame scepter. Everyone stared at Chun Zhao speechlessly. He was in the mood to play with a great enemy. Chun Zhao pointed the flame scepter at his right arm and released the flames. Then the mouth of gluttony on his right arm devoured the flames. Chun Zhao felt that he had reached his limit and stopped charging. Then he aimed his right arm at Aker. Boom! A huge wave of flames exploded on Aker's body. The three tentacles were blown away by the explosion. Recover. Hurry up and recover. Out of mana? Never mind. I'll give you 10 more minutes to rest, Chun Zhao said. Aker wanted to cry. He had never seen such a brutal enemy. He was even crueler than a demon like him. Chun Zhao returned to the barbecue stall. Shay Bacola looked at Chun Zhao. She felt that this man was like a mystery. She had no idea what he was going to do next. Weird. Why can't I feel any mana allergy? Chun Zhao had planned to use the same method, but he realized that the effect was much worse. He seemed to have gotten used to Aker's mana. He couldn't absorb it, but it wouldn't cause any allergies. What are those two black things? My former enemy, Chun Zhao said, but I'm controlling them now. The Dark Matrix was extremely fast. Both of them were on the same level as Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao started to clean up the tentacles and the cooked hidden slitherbird. Aker, on the other hand, was planning a counterattack. Chun Zhao was clearly stronger than him. He could feel that Chun Zhao had been playing with him. If Chun Zhao really wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. Aker began to summon his army. The sound he made couldn't be heard by humans. Halfway through his meal, Chun Zhao suddenly turned around and looked at Aker. What's wrong? He's summoning his subordinates, Chun Zhao said. Aren't you going to stop him? I think we should give him a chance to struggle. However, a large number of monsters started surging out of the tunnel of the Colosseum. Hundreds of them. There was also the sound of flapping wings. There were also many of them. Large numbers of hidden slitherbirds and monsters filled the entire Colosseum like an army. Chapter 9:59. I also think I don't have enough ingredients. A smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. Shay Bacola stared at Chun Zhao. How much can you eat? You've collected so many ingredients, and you still say it's not enough? Chun Zhao looked at Aker. We can officially start the battle now. Aker raised his hand. Chun Zhao suddenly shouted, Wait, what? Do you want to surrender now? Can you give me a minute to prepare? Shay Bacola stared at Chun Zhao. What's this guy going to do? Then, Chun Zhao suddenly split into 12. Shay Bacola sucked in a breath of cold air. Doppelganger? Doppelganger was rare, but it wasn't rare. However, it was really rare for a spiritualist to use a doppelganger spell. But why were the 12 doppelgangers naked? Chun Zhao gave each doppelganger a set of clothes. Only then did everyone understand why Chun Zhao needed a minute to prepare. Go, Chun Zhao ordered. The 12 doppelgangers charged at the same time. The 12 doppelgangers fought against hundreds of monsters and hidden slitherbirds. One of the doppelgangers smashed a monster's head with a punch. The 12 doppelgangers were shockingly powerful. Chun Zhao didn't go up himself. He dragged a monster's corpse and cut off a piece of meat. Help me cook it. Let's see how it tastes. I'm not your chef, Shay Bacola said with a dark expression. Do you still want the $50,000? You're willing to give me $50,000? With your ability, you don't need my protection at all. You can totally kill your way in and out. Don't think that the $50,000 is for bodyguards. You can also think of it as a temporary chef. This was very hurtful. Shay Bacola thought that she was a professional spiritualist, witch, or exorcist. But in Chun Zhao's eyes, she was just a chef. I'll cook for you, and you'll pay $50,000? Of course. I never lie. Shay Bacola used a lightning spell to cook the meat. Chun Zhao took a few bites and nodded in satisfaction. The meat is smooth and tender. The fat content is just right. It's slightly fishy. I need to use seasonings to remove the smell. You didn't come here on purpose to look for ingredients, did you? You wouldn't believe me if I said it was an accident, Chun Zhao said helplessly. Where did you hide everything? There's so many bodies of monsters, but they disappear as soon as you touch them. What kind of magic is this? This spell is called the spell that won't come true if you say it. Ignoring Chun Zhao's nonsense, Shay Bacola looked at the battlefield. The battle was intense, but Chun Zhao's clones started dying. There's simply too many enemies. Your doppelganger doesn't seem to be able to hold on much longer. It's still early, Chun Zhao said, unconcerned. Only one had died. Chun Zhao was not worried at all. You're not going to help? Shay Bacola could feel that there was still a huge gap between Chun Zhao's real body and his clone. However, these clones were still very powerful. If it were her, she probably wouldn't even be able to beat one of them. Chun Zhao's clone couldn't use magic. Therefore, he could not use the mouth of gluttony or the eye of power. Each clone only had about half of Chun Zhao's strength. However, the combat power that 12 doppelgangers could bring was still very high. Chun Zhao was busy cleaning up the corpses of the monsters and hidden slitherbirds. Shay Bacola saw it all. She didn't understand why Chun Zhao hadn't attacked yet. The rate at which Chun Zhao's clones died was clearly higher than the rate at which the monster army died. If this continued, Chun Zhao's clones would all die before the monster army was completely destroyed. Chun Zhao was still as calm as ever. There were simply too many monsters in the army of monsters. Finally, the last clone was destroyed. By now, Acre Piler's monster army still had more than half left. Human, you've used up your last trump card. What should you do now? Acre Piler looked at Chun Zhao proudly. In his mind, he had already imagined how he would torture Chun Zhao after he was defeated. Shay Bacola and the others were anxious. If Chun Zhao had joined the battle earlier, this wouldn't have happened. But it seemed like Chun Zhao didn't care at all. Trump card? You seem to have gotten it wrong. Chun Zhao was still smiling. When did I say that was my trump card? Acre Piler was a bit wary. Wasn't the clone spell Chun Zhao used just now his trump card? Although he didn't really believe it, he still felt that he had to be on guard. Shay Bacola was also a bit hesitant. She didn't know if Chun Zhao was bluffing or if he really had a trump card he hadn't used yet. To her, 12 clones was already a very shocking move. If Chun Zhao still had other trump cards he hadn't used, she really couldn't accept it. Was the difference between them really so big that it couldn't be made up for? For a moment, Acre Piler didn't dare to give the order to attack. Instead, he looked at Chun Zhao warily, wondering if he should give up for now. However, he was unwilling to give up. Chun Zhao had humiliated him time and time again. There was a fire of anger in his heart that had yet to be vented. He wanted to take revenge on Chun Zhao. He wanted to torture Chun Zhao to death in the cruelest way. Do you want to rest? Again? Hearing Chun Zhao's words, everyone, including Acre Piler, didn't know how to feel. Chun Zhao was like this every time. He had to rest every time. And every time he rested, Chun Zhao would play new tricks. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all this talk? Are you scared? Acre Piler said tentatively. You want to fight now? Okay, let's fight. Chun Zhao sat down. Seeing this, Acre Piler didn't dare to give the order to attack. He didn't know what Chun Zhao was going to do. But the next moment, he saw Chun Zhao take out a musical instrument and place it before him. Is this a trump card? What a joke. What kind of trump card is this? Okay, I'm ready. You can attack, Chun Zhao said. Bluff. This guy is bluffing. Acre Piler and Shay Bacola both had the same thought. Clang. The guzheng gave off a crisp sound. At that moment, Acre was even more certain that Chun Zhao was bluffing. Attack, attack. Kill him. Kill him. Acre finally gave the order to launch the final attack. Chapter 960. Shay Bacola and the others saw that when the dozens of monsters and hidden, slithering birds charged at Chun Zhao, he was still sitting on the ground and playing the guzheng. They were all extremely nervous and worried for Chun Zhao. In their eyes, Chun Zhao was definitely not someone who pretended to be aloof. From the beginning to the end, Chun Zhao had given them the feeling that he was vulgar. But now this vulgar person was actually sitting on the ground and playing the guqin in the face of such an attack. What the hell was going on? The moment the monsters reached Chun Zhao, 12 cold beams of light exploded at the same time. Both the invisible, hidden, slithering birds and the huge monsters were instantly torn to pieces by the beams of light. Their bodies were cut into pieces. The 12 stone swords floated in the air. Chun Zhao's music suddenly changed. The 12 stone swords sliced through the air. There was only a tearing sound in the air. Wherever the stone swords passed, everything was torn to pieces. Everything became fragile and insignificant. When the hidden, slithering birds were cut into pieces, their blood dyed their bodies red. The death of the monsters was even more shocking. They didn't know how to face the 12 stone swords at all. To them, it was like a group of people facing a person with a machine gun. No matter how many people there were, they were powerless against a machine gun. The music suddenly became violent. The 12 stone swords also became more intense. All the monsters formed a painting as they were slaughtered and strangled. The 12 stone swords gathered together and formed a circle. Then they started spinning rapidly. This also made them more lethal. They were like rapidly spinning blades or meat grinders. No one had seen this before. The monsters that were supposed to be the slaughterers and torturers were now the ones being tortured. Shaved Bacola finally understood what a true trump card was. From the beginning, Chun Zhao had been playing. Chun Zhao had shown great power earlier, but it wasn't aggressive or explosive enough. When he got serious, she finally understood what it meant to slay demons. It was an almost invincible attack. 30 seconds. It was only 30 seconds. Clear the field. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood. Holding the zither, Chun Zhao stood up. The 12 stone swords hovered beside him. The ventilation here isn't very good. You might need to redecorate it. Oh no, you probably don't need to. Acker's body went cold. His monster army was slaughtered just like that. In the past, he thought that with his monster army, he could even compete with middle-level demons. But now, he realized that he couldn't even defeat a human. Chun Zhao seemed to be gesturing with one hand. He gestured to the left, then to the right. Mr. Chun, what are you doing? Cut off the top half, Chun Zhao said. At the same time, he pulled the strings. The 12 stone swords attacked at the same time, and Acker's upper body flew up. He had nowhere to hide, nor could he block. Chun Zhao then took out the flame scepter. A stream of flame shot out and burned Acker's lower half. Only then did everyone realize that Chun Zhao was going to roast all of them. A brick landed on Chun Zhao's head. Chun Zhao looked up. The castle was falling apart. Don't you think we should leave? Run. Chun Zhao charged toward the exit. The door at the exit wasn't even useful to Chun Zhao. It was destroyed by Chun Zhao. The others followed closely behind. When they escaped from the castle, they realized that the entire castle was collapsing toward a point. Not just the castle, but everything around it was shrinking toward that point. The mist was also being sucked in. Everything around it was being absorbed. But Chun Zhao and the others didn't feel any attraction. Suddenly, they heard a sound. The next moment, something crashed into Chun Zhao. Bang! A sports car had crashed into Chun Zhao, and he fell to the ground. A woman got out of the car. Chun Zhao saw that it was Sharon. Holding his stomach, Chun Zhao fell to the ground and wailed. Ah! I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Shape Bacola and the others stared at Chun Zhao, speechless. Could a sports car hurt him? They wouldn't believe it, even if they were beaten to death. Even the monsters inside couldn't kill him. A mere sports car couldn't hurt Chun Zhao at all. Sharon was also confused. Chun Zhao and the others had appeared in front of her car out of nowhere. She walked up to Chun Zhao and took a closer look. The person wearing only his underwear was actually Chun Zhao. How come it's you? Chun Zhao peeked at Sharon and then shouted even louder. Why are you standing on the road in your underwear? I'm going to the hospital. I feel terrible. I'm going to the hospital. Chun Zhao didn't want to answer this embarrassing question. Miss, we met a robber. We were robbed, Shea Barcola said as she stepped forward. The lucky survivors, Barbara and Horst, also understood. This was clearly the best answer. Robbed? Sharon realized that they were all dirty. It indeed looked like they'd been robbed, especially Chun Zhao, who wasn't wearing anything. Ah, you were robbed. I'm dying of laughter. Sharon laughed so hard that she was about to cry. Are you that happy that I was robbed? Lying on the ground, Chun Zhao said gloomily, You're a cop. Aren't you injured? Why didn't you scream? I'm tired. Chun Zhao didn't want to keep pretending. A while later, Sharon called the police. David was the one leading the team. David pulled Chun Zhao to the side. Chun, what exactly happened? You said you were robbed? I don't believe you. Do you remember the mirror space created by the mirror demon? Chun Zhao said helplessly. Last night, when I came back from Las Vegas, I saw a mirror space on the road. I killed the boss of the space and then came out. They're all survivors. What kind of battle did you go through? You even knocked off your clothes. It wasn't smashed, it was burned. That monster can breathe fire. I really want to take the risk with you. Stop it, Chun Zhao said shamelessly. If I were alone, I could easily take care of it. If I didn't have to take care of the three, I would have come out long ago. Actually, I've been learning some supernatural knowledge from Sienna recently. That stingy person. She actually charged me tuition. Okay, send me home now. I've been working hard for the whole night, Chun Zhao said tiredly. Oh, come to my house tonight. I prepared a lot of delicious food. I caught many delicious monsters in the mirror space this time. I cooked them all. David didn't refuse either. Hearing that Chun Zhao ate monsters, he was also very excited. Okay, when does the party start? Chapter 961. Seeing Chun Zhao return in David's car, Fei Lai knew that his trip had not been peaceful. Hi, Fei Lai. After getting out, David went up and hugged her gently. Fei Lai looked at David's car. Why isn't Chun coming out? Why is he in the back seat? Don't tell me you're handcuffing him? Chun, you're already at the door. Are you still not willing to come out? Chun Zhao finally came out. When Fei Lai saw that he only had his underwear on, she almost burst out laughing. Darling, what happened to you? He was robbed. Him? Robbed? Fei Lai stared at him, her eyes wide. Did God disguise himself as a robber? Darling, I thought you'd comfort me. All right, I've sent your man back. I should go now. After David left, Chun Zhao hurriedly took a shower and changed into a set of clean clothes. Fei Lai, I found a lot of good food for you. Chun Zhao took out the grilled octopus tentacles and slitting bird. You found this last night? Yes, I met someone who was blind, Chun Zhao said. Try it and see if you like it. It's good, just a bit bland. Fei Lai really liked the taste. Whether it was the grilled octopus tentacles or the roasted meat of the sundering stealth bird, both of them were very nutritious. Pregnant women were very sensitive to nutrients. Sometimes their bodies would instinctively search for nutritious food. Fei Lai was the same. She really liked the taste. I still have a lot of fresh ingredients. Have the underlings cook them again. The underlings also started getting busy for the party tonight. First, there were some snacks. They were already placed on plates. Then, there was hot food suitable for the party. A few days ago, Chun Zhao and Fei Lai had started inviting friends and family. Today, they confirmed again to see if they would come. Stephen, I promise you that you'll be able to eat a lot of new food at the party tonight. That's what you said. If I'm not satisfied, I'll smash your party. As long as you don't want to take away when the time comes, you could destroy my place. Really? I can't wait. I want to go now. Don't come too early. I'm not ready yet. It was mainly because he didn't want people to see the inferior demons. Usually when guests came, Chun Zhao could have the underlings hide, but there were too many things for them to handle today. If the guests came too early, the underlings wouldn't be able to work. All right. At this moment, a car arrived at the door. Eula and Cheryl ran out of the car. Why are you guys here? Chun Zhao was surprised that Yura and Cheryl had come together. Although he had also informed the two of them, they had informed him separately. Cheryl, where are Chris and Sienna? They'll be here at night. Yura and I came over to play first. All right, you guys go play in the forest first. I'll let Princess and the rest accompany you. Right now, we're still preparing for the party, so it's a bit messy. Fei Lai came up and gave them 2 portions of roasted food. Bant, Mary, and the Ken family were the first to arrive in the evening. They also brought their own wheat beer. Because they both lived in a small town, the 2 families were very close. They had come early to help as well. You 3 go sit down. You're guests, not mediocre people. Fei Lai went up to serve them. I can't sit down, Mary said. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai had no choice but to let her help. Thankfully, everything was almost ready now. The inferior demons had already hidden themselves. Dell, Fisher, and Risfar's family had come together. The most tiring part of a party wasn't the servants, but the hosts. This was because the two hosts had to treat every guest with all their heart. They couldn't neglect every guest. More and more guests came, and the atmosphere became more and more like a party. All the guests were full of praise for Chun Zhao's food and wine. Stephen put his hand on Chun Zhao's shoulder. Chun, what species is that tentacle? Although it's very small, I can see that the size of this octopus is definitely not small. Of course, a tentacle weighed more than 10 tons. How could it be small? Chun Zhao had only taken out a few tenths of a tentacle. If he took out the entire tentacle, the guests might not even be able to finish it. First, they might not even be able to cook it. It's a deep-sea octopus, a very special species. It's indeed very big. Because it lives in the deep sea that humans can't reach, it's almost impossible to catch. It's not even available on the market. Then give me a few. How many did I give you? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. I asked my friend for help too. A few of them died before I got to. How many died? When they dove into the deep sea, their diving goggles exploded and they died. When they were dragged out, they were like mud. Stephen gasped. It's that scary? What's the other two meat? I can't taste it at all. Chun Zhao whispered into Stephen's ear. They're all protected animals. Don't tell others, or I'll be in trouble too. Okay. Wait, you didn't think of this answer to reject me, right? How is that possible? Am I that stingy? With your vision, if it was ordinary food, how could it be hidden from you? That's true. What animal is it? I can't say. Petty. I don't care. I'm going to pack one tonight. I already prepared it for you, Chun Zhao said. This time, Chun Zhao had collected a lot of ingredients in the mirror space on Route 666. He might not be able to finish it even in 100 or 1,000 parties, let alone one. Just then, Leonardo ran over. Mr. Stephen, can I get your autograph? Of course. Leonardo wasn't the only one who asked for Stephen's autograph. Stephen didn't put on airs at all. He didn't reject anyone who asked for an autograph. Play by yourself. I'm going to entertain the others. Go. Don't neglect the others. Stephen often had parties, so he knew that Chun Zhao couldn't keep him company all the time. Regardless of whether the guests were close or distant, since he'd invited them to the party, he couldn't be distant. This was the courtesy of a host. From afar, Chun Zhao could hear Caprice and Ethan arguing. The two still had their old tempers. They would hurt each other whenever they saw each other. Chun Zhao didn't know if the two stubborn old men still had feelings for each other. When Chun Zhao walked over, Wright also walked over. Chapter 962. Wright couldn't be bothered with Ethan and Caprice. But Wright's words stopped the quarrel between the two of them. They looked at each other awkwardly. There was still resentment in their eyes, but they didn't want to argue in front of Wright. Chun, let's go sit over there, Wright invited. Chun Zhao couldn't reject Wright. The two sat on the rooftop. Wright really liked the layout of Chun Zhao's house. After all, it was designed by her great-grandson. It was said that taste could be passed down from generation to generation. So, it wasn't strange that Wright liked it. Chun, you haven't been to school in a long time. Have you forgotten your other identity? How about I go once a week starting next year? No, I'll arrange a class for you next year. You have to teach me for at least a semester. Right, I'm afraid I'm too busy. Wright saw that Chun Zhao wasn't very willing to accept it. She didn't want to force him. But she also felt that it would be a waste if Chun Zhao didn't have a few students with his amazing medical skills. At least your classes will be twice as many as last year. Wright took a step back. You can also teach a few interns. Can I think about it? You have to give me an answer soon. After all, school starts in February. The school has to arrange the classes in advance. I'll give you an answer as soon as possible, Chun Zhao said. Oh, I can't even tell where your food is from or what species it is, Wright said. You don't have some rare animals, do you? Don't joke around. I'm a firm supporter of the Animal Protection Association. Chun Zhao fully displayed his ability to speak in human language and ghost language. Also, the so-called rare animals might not be delicious. Wright didn't continue pestering Chun Zhao. She knew that Chun Zhao had too many guests to take care of. Then, David and Leonardo dragged Chun Zhao to drink. Everyone partied until midnight. Tonight, was the welcome party, so the atmosphere was very lively. Therefore, the atmosphere was very lively. Feilai couldn't take it anymore and went to rest first. The bell rang at midnight. Chen Zhao lit the fireworks. The entire mirror lake was lit up. Everyone was partying, and the atmosphere was even more lively. Chen Zhao had found enough chauffeurs to escort his customers home one by one. After all, most of the guests were drunk. Chen Zhao did not want to attend his welcome party today and their funerals tomorrow. All the guests had left, except for Yura and Cheryl. They were arranged to sleep. The inferior demons also began to clean up the inside and outside of the mansion. Chen Zhao took the wine and entered the river map. "Happy New Year, Old Turtle. I'm here to drink with you." Old Turtle was Chen Zhao Sr. He couldn't attend the party, but Chen Zhao couldn't ignore him. Chen Zhao and Old Turtle were both drunk. Of course, maybe Old Turtle was just pretending to be drunk in front of Chen Zhao. "Old Turtle, have you thought about going out?" Chen Zhao asked in a drunken voice. "I have thought about it, but I can't get out. This is Lady Nuwas by Sima. I don't want to force it anymore," Old Turtle said calmly. "If the river diagram is destroyed, can you come out?" First of all, the river diagram is an ancient divine artifact. It's not something you can destroy with your mediocre skills. Second, destroying the river diagram will only destroy me too. You can't let me out, but I still thank you. In the middle of the night, Chen Zhao came out of the river diagram and returned to Feilai's side. He spent the first night with her. Chen Zhao really enjoyed his current life and treasured it. On the 5th day after the new year, the people of the supernatural organization all returned from Cape Town. Everyone had a great time on this trip. Chen Zhao organized another banquet for them. Most of them were useless, but they were all Chen Zhao's subordinates. "Mr. Chen, the main building of your project is finished. You can come and take a look when you have time." "I'll go tomorrow," Chen Zhao said. The next day, Chen Zhao brought all the members over. After all, the headquarters didn't belong to Chen Zhao alone. He had to let his subordinates confirm if there was anything that needed to be changed or added. "Is this our new headquarters?" Moer was still a child. He was the most excited about the new headquarters. "Yes, what do you think?" Chen Zhao said. "Is there anything that needs to be changed or improved?" "You can bring it up now." Felwood Cisco accompanied everyone. He was very curious about who Chen Zhao's subordinates were, but after looking for a long time, he still couldn't figure them out. Chen Zhao's subordinates were very complicated. There were adults, children, and the elderly. "President, I want a shooting range," Cass said. Chen Zhao turned to Felwood. "Mr. Felwood, can you add a shooting range?" "Of course." Felwood agreed without hesitation. Chen Zhao's budget was more than enough. He wished that these people would make more requests so that he could use up as much of his budget as possible. Plus, as long as someone made a request, Chen Zhao wouldn't reject. Even Felwood wanted to be Chen Zhao's subordinate. Chen Zhao didn't even blink when spending money. "President, if the artificial lake isn't connected to running water, it'll easily stink," Wes said. "I think we can connect it to a river in the mountains." "Sure, Mr. Felwood. Think about which river is closer and then connect it to the artificial lake. There are indeed a few rivers nearby. They all flow out of the mountains. The best way is to bring in water from the Longjing River and then connect it to the Los Angeles River. The water will flow out and become running water." Felwood Cisco quickly came up with a plan. "Let's do that. President, I think our association needs to add a helicopter, so it's best to build 2 helipads. Oh, it's also best to build a small runway and add 2 small propeller planes." Chen Zhao thought for a moment and asked, "Mr. Felwood, is the budget enough?" "Yes, a small runway costs about $1 million. It's fine as long as the site is big enough. Mr. Chen's land is very big, so there aren't any other problems. As for the helipad, it's even cheaper. It's just a supplementary construction, so there's no need to increase the budget." "Then let's build it." Chen Zhao looked at Cass. "Cass, your people all know how to fly planes, right?" "Yes." "Then I'll leave the purchase of the helicopter and propeller planes to you. After you decide on the model, talk to West." Chapter 963. The association had enough funds now. If they didn't use it, it would just rust in the bank. Last year, they still had $2 million left. Even when they sent all of them to Cape Town for 20 days, They only spent $300,000. Funds were meant to be squandered. This was Chun Zhao's philosophy. The association members also had their first meeting in the new headquarters. Of course, the content of the meeting was to tell everyone to work hard in the new year. They had to carry out every mission seriously and increase their strength at the same time. The new headquarters also had its first guests. They weren't members of the association, but prisoners sent to the dungeon by Klaus and the others. They were the people who released the crocodiles in the river outside Mirror Lake. The puppeteer Chainin was also one of the guests. Chun Zhao and the association members visited the dungeon. The environment here was great. At least, it wasn't creepy like before. Of course, the torture tools were much better than before. Chun, our new movie is starting to cast. Do you want to come and watch? Steven called Chun Zhao. I don't know anything. What's there to watch? You're one of the people involved anyway. You have the right to speak. Just come and watch. Okay. Chun Zhao indeed didn't have much to do after the new year. He didn't have any clients either. Other than at home, he only walked around the headquarters. When Chun Zhao arrived at the audition site, there was a sea of people outside. It was a terrifying scene. Chun Zhao estimated that there were at least 300 actors. Steven, I'm at the door, Chun Zhao said. Call someone to pick me up. You're here? Steven said. Don't come in first. Just blend into the crowd and see if there are suitable candidates or actors that need to be eliminated. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Steven was treating him like a laborer. Hey, brother, are you here for the audition too? A curly-haired young man patted Chun Zhao's shoulder. Which company are you from? Air. I don't have a company. No company? Then you don't have a good chance. The curly-haired young man said, I heard that many famous actors from Asia are here for the audition. I heard that Mr. Steven's new movie has a very important role that will be played by an Asian. Mr. Steven also wants to invite actors who are already famous in Asia. Chun Zhao wasn't too surprised. After all, Steven had already told Chun Zhao about this. Steven was also interested in choosing actors from China. What about you? What role are you auditioning for? A villain, a role with a few minutes of screen time, the curly-haired young man said. I'm a student at the Southern California Film School. What about you, Bank? How should I address you? Chun Zhao answered. I'm unorthodox. You're like most of the people here. Banka said, everyone is trying their luck. After all, as long as they act in Mr. Steven's movie, it means that they will become famous, including me. Right now, in Hollywood, Steven was a golden signboard. Not only were his movies popular, but even if he only had the title of an editor, it still had a huge market appeal. Although James had gotten rid of the title of the new director, he knew very well that his ability was far from his current level. Although Animal Mart was an unprecedented success, James knew that if Steven hadn't reached out to help him, he would probably be one of the directors who were down and out. Therefore, he had always claimed that Steven's editing was the biggest contributor to the movie's success. This also caused Steven's reputation to rise to another level. With just one edit, Animal Mart, which had a small budget, became a godly movie. Therefore, people didn't doubt Steven's ability at all. Therefore, his new movie also received a lot of attention. In the past 2 days, Steven and Rasfa jointly released the news of a new movie. All the headlines of the entertainment media in America were about Steven's new movie. Some people even dug out the content of the new movie. All of Hollywood was in an uproar. Even the international entertainment industry was in an uproar. The Asian entertainment industry was the most excited. After all, Steven was going to choose an actor from Asia to play a very important role. Of the 3 main roles, 2 were old Caucasians. But there was a male bodyguard, the third one, who was an Asian male. The whole movie was about the Iron Triangle, so the Asian male character became very interesting. This also caused all the Asian entertainment companies to send a list of suitable male actors to Steven's desk for him to choose from. Among them, the reaction from the entertainment companies in China, Japan, and South Korea was the most intense. After all, these 3 were the biggest movie markets in Asia. Among them, the Chinese and Japanese stars should be the most competitive. This was because China was the second biggest movie market in the world, while Japan was the third. In terms of character setting, it was a Chinese. Now, everyone was using their own strengths, trying to help their artists succeed. Chun Zhao walked a few rounds outside and was picked up by Famutus. He also put up the name of Bonko, whom he had met outside, so that he could at least pass the first round of auditions. As for whether Bonko could be chosen later on, Chun Zhao tried not to interfere. After all, as an outsider, if he criticized the movie too much, it might cause the movie to fail. Even though Steven absolutely respected his right to choose, Chun Zhao didn't think he had to use his power. Although Chun Zhao had a China complex, he still let Steven take the lead when it came to choosing actors. If he let a domestic fresh meat play his role, Chun Zhao felt that the movie would be half ruined. So, Chun Zhao would rather let a foreign actor play his role. Chun Ku had been in China for the past few days because the movie Animal Supermarket that she had acted in was being screened in China. As the second female lead, she had almost the same amount of scenes as the first female lead. This caused Chun Ku's fame to skyrocket in the domestic entertainment industry. China was also her home ground, so the entire publicity team was led by Chun Ku. Even James had to be polite to Chun Ku. Of course, a large part of it was because of Chun Zhao. Steven's editing was definitely indispensable for his movie's success this time. Steven was willing to edit for him completely because of Chun Zhao. So, as Chun Zhao's cousin, Chun Ku's treatment in the crew was no less than the female lead. Even if the heroine complained about it again and again, no one would care about her complaints. Chapter 964. She was hailed as an international superstar after acting in one movie. It was the same in every country's entertainment industry. Actually, this was also a God-making movement, especially in countries like China, which was a second-world country. Chun Ku had now become a star pursued by the whole nation. Originally, Chun Ku was just a rising star in the country, but now she had become an international superstar. This sudden change in status made Chun Ku feel a little at a loss. A call came in, and Chun Ku picked it up. Other than Chun Ku's relatives, the only person who could call Chun Ku directly was her boss, Zhou Xiaonan. Zhou Xiaonan was the boss of Guanyu culture, and she was the one who discovered Chun Ku. From the moment she acted in her first movie, she was recognized by the public. Then, through her connections in Hollywood, she was recommended to James. After acting as the second female lead in James' movie, it was like she was riding a rocket. Her status skyrocketed, and she was even given the title of an international superstar. Even Zhou Xiaonan didn't expect Chun Ku's road to fame to be so fast and smooth. Zhou Xiaonan's tone was unprecedentedly gentle. It couldn't be helped. Although Chun Ku had only debuted for a short time, her achievements far surpassed the other artists in the company. Now, all the other artists in the company had to call Chun Ku's sister. She might not be the top actress in the entertainment industry, but in Guanyu culture, she was the well-deserved top actress. What was a top actress? It wasn't just about making money for the company. Some young stars would only be popular for 1 or 2 years. In 1 or 2 years, they might be able to earn 1 or 200 million yuan for the company. But after 1 or 2 years, they would disappear from the world. To be able to bear the title of top actress, first of all, she had to have popularity and influence. Secondly, it was style. To put it bluntly, it was pretentious. Either she didn't endorse or she endorsed an international brand. The role she took was definitely the #1 role or a main role in Hollywood. Chun Ku now had the capital to do so. She could even get the female lead in Hollywood now. So, Chun Ku deserved the title of top actress. Sister Zhou, what's the matter? Chun Ku asked. Can you give me a chance? I want to meet Mr. James. Chun Ku smiled bitterly. It was this kind of request again. During this period of time, she had received all kinds of calls. There was only one subject, and that was to see Mr. James. Besides wanting to get closer to James, he also wanted to ask James about Mr. Stevens' new movie. Chun Ku also heard about Mr. Stevens' new movie. She had been considering whether she should fight for a role. That was Mr. Steven they were talking about. If she fought for it, she would have a great chance. Not to mention her qualifications and acting skills. Her relationship with Hu Jinyao had brought her great benefits. For example, his cousin, although their relationship was not very close, at least they were relatives. James had also said that if she fought for a role, Steven might arrange one for her because of Qin Zhao. However, Chun Ku couldn't get over herself. She had never thought that she had relied on connections to fight her way into the entertainment industry. But now, she had to use a relative who wasn't even on good terms with her, to get a role. This made her feel very uncomfortable. "Sister, it's not that I don't want to arrange it for you," Chunka said with a bitter smile. "Mr. James' schedule is too tight. James would only stay in China for 3 days at most. He would go to the capital, Shanghai, and then Guangzhou. 3 days of promotion in 3 cities. He wouldn't stop for a single moment. Can you help me ask about the casting of Mr. Stevens' new movie?" "Sure, I'll help you." "Oh, help me pass this message. If Mr. James can help our artist get that role, our company is willing to pay any price, even if it's pay or nothing. Not to mention zero pay, they could even pay for it. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "Sure, I'll help you," Chunku said. "But sister, it's useless if it's just me. You have to bring someone to America for an interview too. Mr. Stevens' requirements are very strict. If the person isn't there, he won't choose him no matter how powerful his background is." "Okay, who do you think is suitable in our company?" "The character is set to be 28 years old, so there are only 3 people under the age of 3. Sis, I don't need to tell you. I think you know what to do. You can try out all 3 of them and see who can enter the second round of auditions. Then, you can try to send them in. Okay, I'll arrange for them to go to America. But Aku, if you want to attend Mr. Stevens' audition, we won't be able to do it. If they focused all their resources on the 3 actors, they would definitely neglect Chunku." "Sister, I have my own path. Don't worry about me," Chunku said. "Oh, you have your own path?" Zhou Xiaonan was a little surprised. She knew Chunku. She had entered the entertainment industry alone. Her parents were university professors, and she had never heard that she had any connections. "I might not have any connections in China, but I can still help Mr. Steven." Zhou Xiaonan was shocked. She didn't expect Chunku to be so confident. She didn't have connections in China, but she had connections with Steven? "Aku, can you help our company's male actor?" "Sister, I can't help you with this. After all, I have to fight for a role too," Chunku said. "Besides, I need a favor. It'll be used up after one time." "Then okay," Zhou Xiaonan said helplessly. But Chunku's words made Zhou Xiaonan look at her in a different light. She didn't expect Chunku to use a favor to help Steven. Now that Chunku was already very popular, if she acted in Steven's movie, her popularity would soar. By then, she would definitely become the most popular female star in China. Of course, Chunku had her own ambitions. After all, who didn't want to be a big star in the entertainment industry? Chunku thought for a while and called James. "Mr. James, I want to ask you, is there a suitable role for me in Mr. Stevens' new movie?" "Yes, the wife of the Asian male character is set to be the wife of a Chinese man," James said. "Why? Do you want to compete for this role? If you do, then you have a good chance. As long as your cousin is willing to help you, Mr. Steven will definitely give you this role. This is equivalent to the female lead, right? Will Mr. Steven give me this chance?" Chapter 965. Chunka didn't think that her cousin could influence Steven to this extent. After thinking for a long time, Chunku decided to go to America. "Wang Lu, after the promotion in China, will go to America. Help me book a ticket to Los Angeles." Chen Zhao was quite relaxed these few days. There was basically nothing for him to worry about. As for Steven asking him to pick actors, he just wanted to take a look. Those who were pleasing to the eye would help him mention it. Those who were not pleasing to the eye would also help him mention it. When he got home, Cheryl and Yura were still at his house. The theme of the 2 of them is always noisy. They also became Jerlin's role models. Every day, Jerlin would go crazy with them. Recently, Jerlin could already run, although she would occasionally fall. Just then, a car stopped in front of Chen Zhao's house. When Chen Zhao walked out, he realized that it was Chun Ku and Wang Lu. But Wang Lu didn't get out. Chun Ku walked up to Chen Zhao. "Cousin, why are you here?" Chen Zhao was surprised. "Annie told me that your girlfriend is pregnant," Chun Ku said. "She asked me to bring some Changbai ginseng from China for you." Chen Zhao's eyes brightened. Cotinopsis had great nourishing, stomach, and spleen effects. This was especially true for pregnant women, because they weren't suitable for chemical medicines. Chen Zhao would avoid even some nutrient supplies. However, Codenopsis was the best tonic for pregnant women. Because of pregnancy reactions, pregnant women would also have malnutrition and digestive problems. Codenopsis could correct these symptoms. As long as they didn't overdose, pregnant women would be healthier. The effect of Chongbai ginseng was even better. After slicing Chongbai ginseng, 2 slices of Chongbai ginseng could be steamed with bone broth for an hour, which would be very nourishing for pregnant women. Of course, it wasn't good to add too many slices. No matter how good something was, eating too much wouldn't be good. Thank you, Chen Zhao said sincerely. Chongbai ginseng was hard to get even in China, let alone abroad. There were also Chongbai ginseng plantations in China, but the effects of the 1- and 2-year-old ginseng were much worse than the wild ones. The Chongbai ginseng that Chen Ku brought to him had big heads and long whiskers in different sizes. This was because of the difference in the soil, so the growth of the rhizome was also different. When he put it in front of his nose and sniffed, he could smell the fragrance of ginseng. These were all collected from the mountains by the ginseng gatherers. Each of them was a precious wild ginseng. Chen Zhao had done some research on Chinese medicine, so he knew about ginseng. Come in and sit, Chen Zhao said. Okay. Chen Ke didn't refuse. Chen Zhao glanced at Wang Lu. She's not coming in? Forget it, Chen Ku said indifferently. Wang Lu had clashed with Chen Zhao before, so she didn't want to face him. Chen Ke didn't like her either, so she didn't want them to have another conflict. Hello, Miss Fei Lai, Chen Ku greeted when she saw Fei Lai coming down. Hello, Miss Chen. Chen Ku took out another box. Miss Fei Lai, I brought this from China. It's for you. Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao, who nodded. No matter what the gift was, he would accept it first. Thank you. Fei Lai returned the favor. She also took out a bottle of nameless wine. Miss Chen, this is for you. Please don't reject it. After exchanging some pleasantries, Chen Ke left. Right after Chen Ke left, Rupert came. Chen Zhao was very surprised by Rupert's arrival. Chen Zhao and Rupert hadn't been close. At least, compared to Sienna, Chen Zhao only knew Rupert. Rupert looked like a little girl, but she was actually already in her 20s. For the past 20 years, she had been sealed by her mother, who was also her teacher. Chen, can I stay here for a few days? Rupert asked. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Give me a reason first. Where's your teacher? Why isn't she by your side? Chen Zhao realized that Camilla, who'd always been with Rupert, wasn't by her side. She's crazy. She wants to work with Sienna and seal me again. Chen Zhao picked up his phone, about to call Sienna. No, I'll give you money. I'll only stay for 1 night. Rupert quickly stopped Chen Zhao. Why did they want to seal you? Did you take on another mission to kill people and rob them? No, definitely not, Rupert quickly said. I don't know why either. Why do you think I'll help you? After all, I'm not familiar with you. I'm more familiar with Sienna. I can give Fei Lai and your child a blessing, Rupert said. It's a very special blessing spell. What kind of blessing? Life commendation, Rupert said. Those who receive life commendation will be free from illness forever. They won't get sick for the rest of their lives. There's such a blessing spell? Chen Zhao asked, surprised. Of course, Rupert said proudly. I'm a genius. Chen Zhao had heard from Sienna that Rupert was a second-night awakener, so her talent in magic was very high. This spell can't be cast so easily, right? Chen Zhao said, squinting. That's none of your business. Just accept it or not. Rupert's words weren't clear, so Chen Zhao didn't dare to agree. If Sienna had suggested this, Chen Zhao would have gladly accepted it. But Rupert had never been reliable, and her personality was also rather extreme. Before Chen Zhao could confirm the safety of this blessing spell, he wouldn't accept it. I promise you that there won't be any danger or side effects. I still refuse, Chen Zhao said. If you can't explain yourself, I'll tell Sienna directly. You asterisk Shoal, I shouldn't have trusted you. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Rupert saw Sienna's call on his screen. Rupert turned to run, but Chen Zhao's hand was already on her shoulder. Hey, Sienna, what's up? Chen, is Rupert at your place? Yes, Chen Zhao said. Did she say something to you? Not much yet, but I'm curious what you guys want to do. Since she went to find you, you should protect her well. Can you tell me what happened? Chen Zhao asked. It's okay. Sienna hung up. Frowning, Chen Zhao looked at Rupert. Tell me what's going on. Chapter 966. Rupert, why are you here? When Cheryl saw Rupert, she was a little surprised. You can come, but I can't. That's not what I mean. That's what you mean. Rupert stared at Cheryl aggressively. That's what I mean. What do you want? Cheryl wasn't someone anyone could bully, especially because of Sienna. She and Rupert weren't on the same path. Do you want to die? Rupert was about to use magic to scare Cheryl when she felt a murderous aura from afar. Chun Zhao, who was sitting in the front yard, shot her a murderous look. Rupert immediately restrained herself. Little wolf girl, be careful next time. At noon, the family sat at the table for lunch. Rupert and Cheryl stared at each other with hostility. If Chun Zhao wasn't here, the two might start fighting each other. I hope that in my home, in my territory, the two of you will behave yourself. I don't want Mom to take you out to sea for a spin. As long as she doesn't mess with me, I won't do anything to her, Rupert said. I'm not afraid of you. Cheryl was stubborn too. Rupert immediately slammed the table and stood up. Do you want to fight? Sure. Why would I be afraid of you? Come on, let's fight. Feilai didn't mind at all. She liked liveliness and kids fighting. To her, it was normal for kids to fight. Usually, it was just her, Chun Zhao, and a bunch of animals at home. Now that there were a few kids, the house became lively. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Jerlin was the most excited one. She kept calling out as if she was going to fight. Chun Zhao knocked on the table. Have you already forgotten what I said a moment ago? Cheryl and Rupert parted on bad terms during lunch. However, they still fought openly and secretly in places Chun Zhao couldn't see. As long as they didn't fight, Chun Zhao didn't care. Mr. Stephen, I want to audition for the role of the Asian man's wife. Chun Ko entered the audition set and approached Stephen. Although they were all auditions for roles, famous actors were different from ordinary actors and actresses. Famous actors could meet Stephen directly, and Stephen would personally interview them and make a decision. Most actors had to go through layers of screening, and they might not even get to see Stephen in the end. Stephen looked at the information that Chun Ko handed him in surprise. Does Chun know about this? Stephen asked. Chun Ko thought to herself that her cousin's position in Stephen's heart was really high. His first question was not to ask himself about acting, but to ask his cousin. I don't know, Chun Ko answered. The character is based on your cousin, Stephen said. Chun Ko's heart skipped a beat, but she remained calm. It's just a role in the movie. It has nothing to do with reality. That's true. Compared to other actors, you have an advantage in this aspect, Stephen said. Of course, he would not casually decide on an important role, and Chun Ko did have an advantage in this aspect. First of all, she was Chun Zhao's cousin, so she would definitely come into contact with him. Moreover, she had her own fame, acting skills, and the China market behind her. They were all above average. They had also worked together once before. Although it was very short, Stephen still had a good impression of Chun Ko. Actually, the role of an Asian man's wife could be played by either an Asian or a Western woman. It was not completely confirmed yet. A more professional evaluation was needed before a decision could be made. What's your salary? Stephen asked. $2 million. This salary was considered the level of second-tier star in Hollywood. Compared to Stephen, this was indeed a good deal at a low price. Stephen thought for a moment and said, Personally, I'm more inclined to invite you to join the crew, but I can't give you an accurate answer yet. Okay, Mr. Stephen, I understand. I look forward to your answer. This script is part of your audition lines. Take it back and study it. I'll notify you for the second audition in 3 days. Whether you succeed or not, I'll give you an answer. Thank you, Mr. Stephen. Actually, with Stephen's words, Chun Ko was already 70% confident that she could get the role. After Chun Ko left the audition room, Stephen picked up the phone. Hey, Chun, do you know that your cousin is here for the audition? Oh, she's here for the audition. Chun Zhao was somewhat surprised, but seemed to be reasonable. Yes, she's auditioning for the role of your character's wife. She's not suitable? No, she's very suitable, Stephen answered. Oh, if you think she's suitable, then use her, Chun Zhao said. Okay, then it's settled. Stephen actually already had a plan. He gave Chun Ko the script not to see if she was suitable, but to evaluate how many scenes she could get. Actually, The main characters of the movie were two old men and an Asian man. To put it simply, it was a drama for men. Chun-Koo was auditioning for the female lead role, but in terms of scenes, she was only a supporting actress. However, probably no female star in Hollywood could reject the role of the female lead in Steven's movie. When Chun-Koo walked out of the set, Wong Lu walked up to her. "Aka, how was it?" "Not bad." Aka's lips curled into a smile. She might not be 90% confident in the audition, but she was at least 70 to 80% confident. "That's good." Before they could take 2 steps, they saw a car stop beside them. Zhou Xiaonan was leading 3 people out of the car. "Sister Nan." Chun-Koo looked at the 4 in surprise. She did not expect to meet them so coincidentally. Zhou Xiaonan was also surprised to see Chun-Koo here. "Sister Ako." The 3 actors were all older than Chun-Koo, but when they saw her, they all called her sister. This was very common in the entertainment industry. Experience meant everything. "Ako, why are you here?" "I just finished the audition," Chun-Koo said. "Oh, you auditioned? How was it?" "I'm not sure," Chun-Koo said tactfully. Just then, Chun-Koo's phone rang. Zhou Xiaonan found that Chun-Koo's caller ID was Steven. She actually had Steven's number. "Hello, Mr. Steven. Miss Chun, after the evaluation, my team and I have decided to sign a contract with you. You might have to come again tomorrow. I'll prepare the contract then." "Okay, Mr. Steven. Thank you." Chun-Koo and Steven's conversation was overheard by the people around them. Chapter 9:67. They had heard that several A-list Hollywood actresses were competing for the role, but they didn't expect Chun-Koo to get it. By now, everyone's expression had changed. She was going to play the role of Steven, and it wasn't a supporting role, but a main role. This meant that Chun-Koo was one step closer to becoming a superstar. At first, Zhou Xiaonan had thought that Chun-Koo had said that she had her own connections to protect her reputation. But now it seemed that she had underestimated Chun-Koo's connections. After all, Zhou Xiaonan was the head of an entertainment company. She knew very well how complicated it was to choose a main role in a movie. It was a game that concerned the company and the exchange of interests. It wasn't a role that could be obtained by selling one's body. Forget about Hollywood. Just look at the domestic entertainment industry. Some actors relied on unspoken rules to get a role that wasn't popular. But the main role would never rely on unspoken rules to get a role. "Aku, the 3 of them are here for the audition too. Why don't you take them to see Mr. Steven?" "Sister, you're making things difficult for me." What a joke. She had just gotten a role herself. Taking 3 irrelevant people to see Steven? She wouldn't dare to do such a thing even if she ate a bear's heart or a leopard's gall. It would leave Steven with a feeling that he didn't know when to advance or retreat. And a director hated actors who didn't know when to advance or retreat. Zhou Xiaonan knew that her request was a little too much, but she couldn't do anything about it. After all, her connections were all in China. When she came to Hollywood, her connections were of no use at all. Now that she had brought 3 male actors, she could only submit their resumes to Steven's studio. Although it was an arranged audition, Steven wouldn't be doing it himself. Instead, it would be done by several assistant directors. These assistant directors only had the power to send them to the next audition, but they didn't have the power to decide whether they would stay or not. Of course, the 3 male actors she brought this time were also of a certain standard. Li Qingyang, 28, used to be a popular male idol in China. After his popularity gradually declined, he changed his profession and took on many roles that tested his acting skills, but he had never returned to his peak. Wang He, 27 years old, was still a popular newbie. He was extremely popular in the country and was also the company's money-making king. Even Chun-Koo had to concede defeat to him. Zhang Mao, 26 years old, had won the Best Supporting Actor award at a local film festival. His fame and popularity were not high, but his acting skills were the best. As this was a Hollywood audition, popularity in the country was basically useless. Therefore, the 3 of them were considered to be on the same starting line. Then, Zhou Xiaonan brought them to the set. The first round of auditions was very easy, and the 3 of them easily passed. Actually, the first round was not really an audition. As long as one had some aptitude, it would not be difficult for them to pass the first round. The second round was a makeup audition and the third round was Steven's personal audition. After leaving the set, the three of them relaxed. Don't run around. Go read the script when you get back to the hotel and prepare for the second round of auditions the day after tomorrow, Zhou Xiaonan said. Got it, Sister Nan. When the three of them returned to the hotel, Wang He was the first to be unable to sit still. Qingyang, let's go for a walk. But Sister Nan doesn't allow us to wander around randomly. Have you already prepared your script? Why can't we walk around? We're not kids. Wang He had come from a wealthy family since he was young, so he could not sit still in the country. As long as he was not working, he would go out to drink and have fun. There were no reporters taking pictures of them overseas, so he was even more carefree. But we're not familiar with Los Angeles. I'm familiar with it. I've been studying here for 4 years. Then where are we going? Li Qingyang asked. Call Zhang Mao. I'll bring you to a high-end restaurant. It's the favorite restaurant of Hollywood celebrities. Oh, you're saying that we might have a chance to meet a Hollywood star? It's possible. When I was studying, I came here a few times and met one. Then what are we waiting for? Call Zhang Mao. The two of them knocked on Zhang Mao's room door. Li Qingyang said, Zhang Mao, let's go out to eat. Didn't we just eat not long ago? Just now the hotel provided food. I didn't eat much at all. Is that for humans? I'll bring you out for a good meal, Wang He said. Zhang Mao was soon convinced. The three of them left the hotel together, hailed a cab, and headed straight to Marina Restaurant. Wang He, can we really meet a Hollywood star at Marina Restaurant? That Marina Restaurant was originally opened by a Hollywood star, Na Twain. Fuck Na Twain. Na Twain? I really like his movies. Then if we go to that restaurant, can we meet Na Twain? How would I know? I've never seen him in person. When the three of them arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, they realized that there was already a long line. Fuck, why are there so many people? Watch me. Wang He walked up and stuffed $100 into the waiter's hand. Hey, can you let me and my friend in first? Sorry, no. Please line up, the waiter said coldly. Wang He's expression froze, and his expression turned ugly. He had wanted to show off in front of Li Qingyang and Zhang Mao, but he ended up getting slapped in the face by the waiter. However, he quickly calmed down. After all, this was not China. The three of them could only line up obediently. Why don't we go to another restaurant? Wang Mao was the least famous, so he took the initiative to ease Wang He's awkwardness. No, let's go here. I told you to bring someone for a good meal. That's the restaurant's rules. I've gotten used to staying in China and forgot about the rules here, Wang He explained. Since we're overseas, let's follow their rules. Don't embarrass our countrymen, Li Qingyang said. However, at this moment, an Asian man who looked like them walked past the line and went straight to the front of the service counter. Then, that person spoke a few words to the waiter at the service counter. The waiter was very respectful to the Asian man. After a few words, the Asian man walked straight into the restaurant. Seeing this scene, Wang He was instantly enraged. If everyone did things according to the rules, he would not have a single word of complaint. But why did others get to go in first while he had a line up here? Was it because he was not rich enough? Or was it because his status was not high enough? Chapter 968. He's the boss, the waiter said, rolling his eyes. Wang He blushed, but the next moment, he realized something was wrong. Wait, isn't the boss Mr. Na Twain? Mr. Twain is the second shareholder, and that Mr. Chun is the biggest shareholder. Wang He returned to his seat silently. He started regretting bringing Li Qingyang and Zhang Mao here. He felt like he'd lost all his dignity today. He'd come to someone else's restaurant and question why the boss could enter. Wang He's heart skipped a beat. Is the boss from China? He asked. Yes. Is there a problem? No. Finally, it was the three's turn. They entered the restaurant. Wang He knew that many Hollywood celebrities couldn't buy Marina's restaurant even if they wanted to. Since that person could buy shares of Marina's restaurant, he either knew Na Twain or was very powerful. Perhaps he could get to know him and expand his Hollywood connections. Of course, even if he couldn't help him, there was no harm in getting to know another friend. After the three sat down and were about to order, Wang He saw Chun Zhao walk into a private room. Wang He made a mental note of that private room. The food here is really good. These are lobsters imported from Australia. Every year, there's a quota for Australian lobsters. North America's quota is less than 20,000. We're lucky today. This should be the restaurant's new batch of lobsters. If we weren't lucky, we'd have to make a reservation to eat Australian lobsters. It's really good, but it's not cheap, right? You guys eat first, Wang He said, standing up. I'm going to the bathroom. The private room Chun Zhao walked into was the largest in the restaurant. He'd called all the members of the association over and treated them to a meal here. Klaus, why is your waist bulging? President. Klaus pulled up the corner of his shirt, revealing a submachine gun. Fuck, you brought a submachine gun to eat? Did you want to bring a grenade? Chun Zhao cursed. President, I brought some. Klaus took out the 3 salted eggs he'd brought with him. Fuck you. Do you want to blow up my restaurant? Do you have more? Take them all out. Klaus and his 5 team members all took out the firearms they brought with them. They were all embarrassed. In fact, when they received the notice to gather here, they thought that Chun Zhao was going to do something, so they were all fully armed. Only now did they realize that Chun Zhao was going to treat them to a meal. Plus, this was Chun Zhao's restaurant. Everyone took out their firearms and placed them on the table. Chun Zhao suspected that all 6 of them had spatial rings. All kinds of firearms, grenades, and sabers were found on the 6 of them. Klaus, if you blow up the president's restaurant, I think you should consider going to Africa to mine, West teased. Klaus enjoyed working in the supernatural organization, even though he and his team members were considered newbies in this field. However, as they gradually got used to the paranormal missions, they began to like it. Also, the treatment they received in the supernatural organization was many times better than what they had received in the anti-terrorist operations department. Chun Zhao gave them benefits every other day. Moreover, Chun Zhao was the most protective. Although he usually seemed harsh, he would always step forward at crucial times. Just then, the door to the private room opened. Wang He walked to the door and saw guns and grenades all over the table. Chun Zhao even had a gun in his hand. Wang He peed his pants on the spot. He stood at the door, not knowing whether to go in or out. Is this an arms trade? Wang He wanted to turn around and escape, but Klaus was quick to react. He pulled Wang He in and locked the door from the inside. President, do you know him? I don't know him. Throw him down from here. Wang He wanted to scream, but his mouth was covered tightly by Klaus. Huh? Everyone burst into laughter. Okay, it's just a joke. Let him go. Chun Zhao waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense outside. Klaus finally let go of Wang He and patted his chest. Remember, don't talk nonsense. Cold sweat poured down Wang He's forehead as he nodded repeatedly. He felt that he might have barged into an arms trade. Wasn't that how arms trade was in movies? Luckily, these people didn't plan to kill him. Wang He walked out of the private room in cold sweat. He felt like he couldn't even stand properly. Then, he urged Zhang Mao and Li Qingyang to leave. The two were having a good time eating when they were dragged away by Wang He. They were naturally reluctant, but they saw that Wang He's expression wasn't right. He returned to the hotel in a state of shock. Wang He, what's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost. I accidentally ran into an arms trade with a gang. Wang He's face was pale. Don't joke around. Do I look like I'm joking? Did they find you? Yes, I was almost killed, Wang He said. Wang He said, but the party who made the deal should also be Chinese. They probably let me off on account of us being from the same hometown. Should we call the police? Call the police? Do you want to die? This isn't our country. It's America, Wang He said, panicking. Will that gang come looking for trouble with you? I don't think so. If they wanted to kill me, they could have killed me on the spot. But this incident made Wang He tone down a lot. For the past 2 days, he stayed in the hotel like a good boy and didn't even dare to step out of the hotel. It wasn't until the day of the second round of auditions that Wang He left. He headed to the set to prepare for the second round of auditions. Yo, isn't this the people from Guanyu culture? You guys are here too? Zhou Xiaonan and the rest raised their heads and saw that the person who had arrived was actually Huasher Entertainment's vice president, Li Changyu. Behind him were 2 male actors. These 2 male actors were definitely A-list actors in the country. Their popularity, appeal, reputation, and even acting skills were not something the 3 people behind Zhou Xiaonan could compare to. Seeing these people, Zhou Xiaonan's expression turned ugly. Li Changyu and his people were practically crushing Zhou Xiaonan and her actors in every aspect. Move aside, Don't block the way. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw an Asian and a Caucasian. When Wang Yi saw them, his expression changed. Chapter 9:69. Li Changyu looked at Chun Zhao. The first thing he saw was the tags on Chun Zhao and Ban Ke's necks. Just like his two actors, he was here for the audition. However, the difference was that both of them had white badges and were auditioning for ordinary roles. From a side character to a fourth or fifth character. The people that Li Changyu had brought along were the main characters for the auditions. This is not a place where you should go. You should leave from the side door, Li Changyu said in a condescending manner. Chun, let's go through the side door. Ban Ke did not want any conflict. These people clearly had their own companies. On the other hand, he and Chun Zhao were untrained actors without any background. If there was a conflict, they would definitely not have the upper hand. On the other hand, Wang He took the initiative to pull Zhang Mao and Li Qingyang, making way for Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao walked over, but his shoulder purposely bumped into Li Changyu's shoulder. Li Changyu was knocked to the ground. What are you doing? Barbarian! Li Changyu was furious. This time, it was Chun Zhao's turn to look down on Li Changyu. He said coldly, if you want to show your temper, you better go back to China. Don't embarrass yourself outside. Barbarian, you're the one who's embarrassing. I'll get Mr. Stevens' staff to kick you out. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. He knew most of the people in Stevens' studio. If he could really kick him out, Chun Zhao would admire him. Ban Ke was a bit worried. Seeing Chun Zhao's tough response, he was worried that both Chun Zhao and himself would be kicked out. It wasn't easy for him to get into the second round of auditions. Although it was just a small role, he didn't want to lose this opportunity. When the two of them entered the audition venue, the atmosphere inside suddenly became serious. There were already many actors in the second round who were performing for the assistant directors. Chun, I'll go up first, Ban Ke said. You have to work hard. Okay, you too. Just then, Zhou Xiaonan brought Wang He, Zhang Mao, and Li Qingyang over. They also sat beside Chun Zhao and Ban Ke. Then, Li Changyu and two other male actors sat not far away. When Li Changyu looked at Chun Zhao, his eyes were somewhat unfriendly. Li Changyu glanced at the assistant directors in charge of judging not far away, then stood up and walked over. Hello, Mr. Reeps. Hello, Mr. Li. What can I do for you? Lippies had been to China a few times, so he had some friendship with Li Changyu. Moreover, some insider information about this audition had also been passed to Li Changyu through him. It was precisely because of Lippy's cooperation that Li Changyu felt that this audition was in the bag. Although Lippy's wasn't the final decision-maker, he still had some say in the matter. Mr. Lippy's, that person is an evil person. I suggest you kick him out. Li Changyu pointed in Chun Zhao's direction. Ban Ke noticed Li Changyu's actions and immediately became nervous. Chun, they seem to know each other. Will we be kicked out? No, Chun Zhao said calmly. Prepare yourself. Don't think too much. Wang He also noticed Li Changyu and felt sorry for him in his heart. Hopefully, Li Changyu wouldn't anger Chun Zhao and die on the streets of America. This guy was definitely a gangster. He might even be an arms dealer. Lippies also saw Chun Zhao. He knew who Chun Zhao was and what he was doing here. Kick Chun Zhao out? What a joke. He would be lucky if Chun Zhao didn't kick him out. Mr. Li, I don't have the right to kick anyone here. Sorry, Lippies said. It's going to be your artist's turn soon. Get ready. Li Changyu didn't expect Lippies to be so disrespectful. Filled with resentment, he returned to his chair. Chun Zhao looked at Li Changyu and gave him the middle finger. This infuriated Li Changyu. Finally, it was Ban Ke's turn. Chun Zhao patted Ban Ke's shoulder. Relax. As long as you perform at your usual level, you'll definitely be able to do it. If Ban Ke could perform at his usual level, he would be more than enough to play a small role. As long as he performed at his usual level, Chun Zhao would speak up for him even if there were other actors of the same level. But if Ban Ke couldn't perform at his usual level, Chun Zhao wouldn't speak up for him either. After all, if he wasn't good enough, Chun Zhao couldn't keep telling Steven, "This is my friend, that's my friend." By then, the entire movie would be filled with substandard actors. This wasn't what Chun Zhao wanted. Plus, he'd invested in the movie himself. Ban Ke was very nervous when he went on stage. Seeing the 4 assistant directors taking notes, he felt that they might be recording his mistakes. He became even more nervous and couldn't help but look at Chen Zhao. He and Chen Zhao had met outside the set. Actually, he'd taken the initiative to meet Chen Zhao in order to gain some confidence from Chen Zhao. He felt that being with an outsider could make him more confident. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows and gestured at Ban Ke to cheer him on. Ban Ke took a deep breath and began his performance. But then he gradually got into the groove. His eyes and expressions were all on point. The 4 assistant directors below the stage nodded slightly. Ban Ke only heaved a sigh of relief when he got off the stage. Ban Ke advanced to the next round of interviews. The next round will be in 5 days. Be prepared, one of the assistant directors said. Ban Ke's performance wasn't good at the beginning, but he made up for it very well. They'd seen this happen many times. Some newcomers with good acting skills were nervous during the audition. This was understandable. It wasn't a competition anyway. It was fine as long as the actor had a certain level of acting skills. Li Changyu kept staring at Chen Zhao, his eyes filled with resentment. In his opinion, Lippies didn't kick Chen Zhao out directly, but he'd definitely make things difficult for Chen Zhao after he went on stage. Finally, it was Chen Zhao's turn to perform. Chen Zhao walked to the front of the stage. I'm auditioning for a sleeping kidnapper. Chen Zhao started to close his eyes, imagining himself dozing off. Good. Very good performance. Yeah, very good. Your acting is very good. You've advanced to the next round of auditions. The 4 assistant directors all had the same tone, praising Chen Zhao endlessly. Li Changyu's eyes almost popped out. He asked the actor beside him, Wu Hao, did that guy act well just now? I think so, Wu Hao said. Look at the 4 assistant directors. They're almost praising him to the heavens. Acting was a very subjective thing to begin with. Some people might think the same scene was good, while others might not. It was impossible to tell. Chapter 970. Chun, congratulations. Ban Ke stood up and hugged Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao chuckled. He'd gotten in through the back door. He couldn't be happy at all. However, Chen Zhao still gave Li Changyu, who was furious not far away, the middle finger. Li Changyu's face was filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and glared at Chen Zhao. After Chen Zhao and Ban Ke left the set, Ban Ke said goodbye to Chen Zhao. Li Changyu looked at Chen Zhao from afar and took out a phone. Mr. Seeley, I want to ask you for a favor. Is that okay? Who are you? I'm Li Changyu. We met at the banquet yesterday and exchanged phone numbers. Have you forgotten? Oh, you that Chinese guy? Seeley remembered. That's me, Li Changyu answered. Tell me, what do you want me to do? I want you to help me find a few people and beat up one person. Ha ha. You know what I do for a living, don't you? Seeley said. I'm with Mr. Mo, Li Changyu said. I've heard about your job. Then you know that my fees are very high, right? No matter how much it is, Li Changyu said. Tell me, who do you want to beat up? He's also a Chinese. His name is Chen Zhao, Li Changyu said. Chen Zhao? A person's face suddenly flashed through Seeley's mind. He remembered clearly that he'd met a Chinese guy almost a year ago. But later on, a big boss appeared to protect that Chinese man and even threatened him. But after that, Seeley Dirk investigated the Chinese man. He realized that the guy was only a university professor and an illegal doctor. Seeley Dirk guessed that this person must have some sort of relationship with the big boss. But the big shot probably wouldn't protect him all the time. Of course, after that incident, they didn't have anything more to do with each other, so Seeley didn't plan on taking revenge. He just didn't expect that someone would come to him again to deal with the Chinese guy. Seeley thought for a moment and said, What's your price? $10,000, Li Changyu said. He knew 1 or 2 people in the underworld in the United States, so he had heard of some prices. Mr. Li, are you joking with me? Do I look like someone who needs that kind of money? Seeley Dirk said angrily. Perhaps it would only cost him $10,000 to beat someone up, but since the other party called him, it was not a problem that could be solved with $10,000. The other party offered $10,000 to humiliate him. What an insatiable American. Li Changyu was dissatisfied, but he didn't show it. So, Mr. Seeley, what price do you think is suitable? At least $100,000 US. Li Changyu felt a little heartache. $100,000 was not a small amount. I hope you can catch him and bring him to me. I want to humiliate him face to face. That's a markup. 200,000. 200,000 it is. Li Changyu gritted his teeth and agreed. Chun, how did you feel at the audition? Stephen called Chun Zhao. Boring and annoying, Chun Zhao said bluntly. It's fine. The next one should be more exciting. You'll be the main examiner, too. There's a next one? The next one is the last one. It's an audition with makeup. Okay. Remember, it's in 3 days. Got it. After hanging up, Chun Zhao planned to go to the headquarters. Just then, Chun Zhao realized that 2 unfamiliar vans were following them. The road to the headquarters was very remote. Normal people would not come here. It was Li Changyu's first time participating in an operation like this. A group of local gangsters had come out to beat someone up. He was also very nervous. The gangsters in the vans were all shouting or smoking. Li Changyu already regretted participating. Even if he had to find someone to beat that person up, he did not have to do it himself. Fuck, why does this yellow monkey have to come to this godforsaken place? Just step on the gas and drive over. When I catch him, I'll break his limbs. Li Changyu broke out in a cold sweat. He had wanted to vent his anger. But now, things seemed to be getting out of control. If these hooligans beat someone to death, what would he do if he was involved in a murder case? America was different from China. In China, he might be able to cover it up with his connections. But here in the United States, his connections were completely useless. Although he knew a few people from the underworld in the United States, if he was in trouble, they might not help him. It was also possible that he wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail him. But looking at these vicious gangsters, he wanted to cancel the operation, but he did not dare to say it, afraid that they would beat him up. Just then, the car in front stopped. A very unique and technologically advanced building appeared in front of them. Li Changyu had a bad feeling when he saw the building. Were these gangsters planning to fight here? He got out of the car and saw the 2 cars behind him stop. More than 10 gangsters got out. Then he saw Li Changyu get out. Chun, you didn't expect this, did you? Li Changyu threw his previous fear to the back of his mind and looked at Chun Zhao proudly. Chun Zhao was speechless. Were the people who started companies in the entertainment industry all stupid? Were they doing too well in the country? Did they think that they could use this kind of method everywhere? Didn't they know that there would be endless trouble if they got involved with gangsters? Even Chun Zhao had kept his distance from the gangs in the past year or so he'd been in America. That was because gangs were the symbol of trouble. If it was not necessary, Chun Zhao did not want to deal with gangsters. Just because of a small conflict, he actually hired a gang to cause trouble for him. This Li Changyu was either out of his mind or he was an idiot to begin with. What did you think of? Chun Zhao looked at Li Changyu. Are these your friends? The gangsters laughed. Yellow monkey, don't you understand the situation? Let me teach you what's going on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound in the air. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. Helicopter? Was there a helicopter here?